Chapter 1096. On this occasion, a person wearing a mask walked up to the stage. Everyone was extremely surprised. Wait a minute. Who needed to wear a mask on stage? Lin Xian. Lin Xian also appeared in the live broadcast. When everyone saw Lin Xian on stage, half of them were confused. The other half guessed that it was Lin Xian. It's Lin Xian. It must be Lin Xian. Only Lin Xian doesn't want to show his face. He's the only one who wears a mask. Really? Is it really Lin Xian? Should be, right? Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. The bullet screen exploded in an instant. Luo Chenxi looked at Lin Xian, who was wearing a mask. Lin Xian had taken off his jacket. Moreover, he was inconspicuous. Once he took off his jacket, no one would know that they had seen this person wearing this before. They would not be able to recall him at all. Ziqiue looked at Lin Xian with a smile. She was really looking forward to what Lin Xian would sing. Would he sing his previous songs or a new song? Of course, everyone was looking forward to Lin Xian singing a brand new song that had never been released before. Lin Xian picked up the microphone. Hey, 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 everyone. Lin Xian then coughed dryly and spoke into the microphone. Of course, he was speaking to the people in the live broadcast room. I'm Lin Xian. Wow. In an instant, the live broadcast room exploded when they heard his words. Why did Lin Xian cause an uproar in the live broadcast room again? This was because he had an absolute sense of expectation for everyone, and this sense of expectation was especially important. As for the celebrities below, many of them actually hoped to get to know Lin Xian. They did not dare to promise anything else. But this person's songs were really good. If they could get to know him or become friends with him, they could casually write a song or two for him. With Lin Xian's quality, he would definitely be noticed. Friends who have been sending gifts just now, please stop. You've already sent a lot. The point is that even if you send gifts, they won't reach me. It's a huge loss. Everyone. Ha ha ha. Fuck. So fucking realistic. No. I feel that if Lin Xian joined the entertainment industry, he would definitely be a hit in a few variety shows. It's a pity that he doesn't like to join the entertainment industry. We have to respect his choice. Lin Xian then continued. Some people keep asking me to join the entertainment industry. I have to emphasize this matter here. This is not the life I like. I like to live a quiet and ordinary life. I don't want to be disturbed, so this is also the reason why I'm wearing a mask today. I didn't intend to sing at first, but I can't resist everyone's hospitality. I feel that if I don't come up, I'll probably be scolded to death. If they can't find a place to scold me, they'll probably go to an Exian to scold me. Lin Xian said helplessly. An Exian could not help but laugh. Lin Xian, your fans are strongly urging you to sing a new song. Luo Chenxi smiled at Lin Xian and said, a new song. Lin Xian scratched his head, then thought for a while and said, all right, I happen to have one. I'll sing it here. Although it might not be suitable for the current situation, I think it's quite good. After saying that, Lin Xian sat in front of the piano and put the microphone there. As this was Lin Xian's new song, there was no accompaniment, so he could only play and sing by himself. However, this made a man more charming. This young man is very low-key. Not bad. Chenxi, is he from your company? Luo Chenxi's grandfather asked. Grandpa, didn't he say that he doesn't want to join the entertainment industry? He doesn't want to join the entertainment industry. So how can he be from my company? Luo Chenxi said with a smile. What a pity. But I think everyone says that he's talented. Let me see how talented he is. Lin Xian placed his hands on the piano keys and exhaled slightly. The bullet screen was filled with love hearts. Everyone's attention was on Lin Xian, especially the few girls. Linya looked at Lin Xian carefully. When did he learn to play the piano? Then, the piano began to play slowly. When the first note sounded, those who were familiar with it would know that it was a good song at the very least. We all accommodate the mouth, we all hold back the truth. We all let love sprout first, we will accept the punishment. One of us will become a mute. The more we give in, the less we express. Damn! Lin Xian is indeed Lin Xian. I love him. It's another good song. This song is so sad. Is Lin Xian heartbroken? All the silence is artificial coldness, all the noise calms down after being comforted. I don't need proofy, don't need sound. At this moment, in a beautiful room, a girl was holding a laptop and sitting in a wheelchair. Her eyes were very beautiful, but there was no light in them. When she heard Lin Xian's song, she could not help but cry silently. The ID on her computer was, at this moment, the door opened and a beautiful woman walked in. Chi-Chi, I've told you too many times. The doctor said that your eyes are getting worse and worse. You can't watch electronic devices like TV and computers that have strong light radiation. Her mother walked over quickly and tried to snatch the computer away from her, but she held it tightly. Chi-Chi, be good. Seeing her like this, the beautiful woman's eyes turned red. She then gestured a few times with her hands, meaning, I want to watch. You, sigh. Her mother sighed. Then don't watch for too long. Go to bed early. Be a good girl. The girl nodded gently. Then the beautiful woman closed the door and walked out. After the song, Lin Xian bowed and was about to leave. The bullet screen was flooded with positive comments. However, seeing that Lin Xian was about to leave, the bullet screen was crazily flooded with comments asking for another song. Previously, even an Xian and Zichiyue only had a few comments asking for another song. However, Lin Xian, everyone was asking for another song. Lin Xian, everyone wants you to sing another song. Luo Chenxi looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Seriously, he just wanted to sing a song. What was he going to do now? Well, then it's the last song. I don't have any new songs, so I'll sing the next one. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, I don't believe it. Yes, I don't believe it. Sing 2 more songs. When can you publish it, brother? The song just now was very nice. Lin Xian couldn't see the bullet screen from where he was. It was Luo Chenxi who told Lin Xian about the situation. Then the next song should be a more positive song. I hope to give it to every friend. Everyone will encounter hardship and loss, but the light of dawn will always come. Maybe someone will bring it here. This song is called Your Answer. Chapter 1097. Maybe the world is like this. I am still on the road. No one can tell. Maybe I can only be silent, tears in my eyes, but I don't dare to be weak. When Lin Xian played and sang the song, the entire banquet reached its climax once again. Wow, it's so good. An Xian had really become Lin Xian's little fangirl. Lu Yufan and the others had long been Lin Xian's little fangirls. Although Miao Xiaomiao didn't want to admit it, he was really glowing. Lin Yu was even more shocked. This was Xiao Xian and Murong Qing. She felt that this wasn't Lin Xian's style, but she had to admit that it was very nice, and the lyrics were very good. Lowering my head, looking forward to the day, accepting all the mockery, facing the wind. Embracing the rainbow, walking forward bravely, the light of dawn will pass through the darkness, breaking all the fears. I can find the answer even if I have to go against the light. I can dispel the darkness, throwing away all the burdens. I'm no longer alone. Drip, drip, drip. In the room, the beautiful girl heard Lin Xian's song, and tears streamed down her face again. She wanted to see him. She must see him. She must see him. She had a very special disease since she was young, and it really started to recur when she was about 8 years old. First, she lost the ability to move her legs, then she lost the ability to speak, and now she was gradually losing her vision. The doctor said that in the future, she would also lose her sense of hearing, touch, taste, smell. But not long ago, she heard the song Sunny Day and completely fell in love with it, because she felt that the song lit up her dark sky. She began to pay attention to this person called Lin Xian, the nocturne, those flowers, through an Xian singing. She really fell in love with this lyricist and composer. She was glad that when she could still see and hear, a song written by such a person broke into her world. Especially tonight, that mute song seemed to let her see herself. This song, lowering my head, looking forward to the day, facing the wind, embracing the rainbow, the light of dawn will pass through the darkness. Breaking all the fears, I can find the answer. She felt that this song gave her a kind of hope. This was also why she especially liked this person called Lin Xian. It was because his songs made her see herself and resonate with him. The girl hurriedly changed her ID to Lin Xian. "Can I contact you?" And then quickly sent rockets. As Luo Chenxi listened to Lin Xian's song, she gradually became intoxicated. This person was really talented. She had seen too many talented people, but their talents needed time to show. Perhaps today's song was very good, but the next one would need a little more time. But if a person could come up with such a good song in such a short period of time, she liked it very much. It was a pity that he wasn't willing to join the entertainment industry. However, she realized that this person could definitely nurture many top stars for her company. Because of his talent, not only was she relieved, but if possible, she could ask him to help write songs for other celebrities and help them reach the top. Then, she saw the person in the room who had given Lin Xian hundreds of millions of yuan. He changed his ID and continued to send rockets. Interesting. When Luo Chenxi saw this, she muttered to herself. The song was quickly finished. Lin Xian said that this was the last song, so it was the last song. He didn't care how many people asked him to continue singing. In any case, he wouldn't sing again. And Xian and the rest were happily clapping for Lin Xian. "All right, I'll stop here. There are other friends who are going to sing. I'll go down first. Bye everyone." "Hey Lin Xian, wait a moment." Luo Chenxi interrupted Lin Xian and walked up to the stage. Lin Xian looked at Luo Chenxi in confusion. This woman was also extremely beautiful and elegant. In any case, Lin Xian had already thought it through. Furthermore, he had also triggered a quest. If he could interact with her, Lin Xian was naturally willing. "This fan of yours changed his ID and continued to send you gifts. He hopes to contact you." Lin Xian glanced at him. Spent hundreds of millions of yuan to contact him? Hoped to help him write songs? No one would do that. On the other side, the girl looked expectantly at Lin Xian's reaction through the camera. She was very nervous and expectant. "Okay, then I'll use Boss Luo's account to send him my contact information. Is that okay?" "Sure." Lin Xian felt that he had sent him hundreds of millions of yuan. Although the money didn't belong to him and would be used to support the soldiers of the three forces to buy supplies for them, it proved that this person had something important to do. The girl on the other side was very excited and quickly checked her private message. "I also want Lin Xian's contact information. Whoa, I don't have hundreds of millions of yuan. I can't send that much. Whoa, Lin Xian, can you add me? I want it too." Those fans were very jealous. They knew that she had sent so much money to Lin Xian, so it was normal for Lin Xian to give her his contact information. After all, she couldn't let him down. Moreover, the money didn't belong to Lin Xian, so he didn't do it for the money. "Okay." Lin Xian then sent her his WeChat private message. "Boss Luo, I wish you all the best. I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first." Lin Xian said to Luo Chenxi with a smile. "Leave your contact information?" Luo Chenxi waved her phone and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Okay. After all, you're an Xian's boss and I'm her friend. If I don't give her face, it won't be good if you make things difficult for her." "Ha ha ha." Lin Xian laughed. "Well, you reminded me. If you have something to do, go do it." Then the two added each other on WeChat. Lin Xian put on his clown mask and walked away. Linya and Murongqing continued to stay and watch the party. If they followed Lin Xian, someone would definitely notice. Now, there must be many paparazzi secretly taking photos of Lin Xian. They would definitely find out that Lin Xian was more popular. Lu Yufan and the others didn't follow. Lin Xian went outside and directly disappeared with the power of space. Those paparazzi? What the fuck? Back home, Lin Xian lay on the sofa and waited for Linya to come back and cook for him. Although there were many delicious dishes at the party, he still liked to eat the home-cooked dishes made by Linya. He took out his phone and saw that he had 3 new friends today. One was Zi Qiue. Her profile picture was her own profile picture. It was very beautiful. Lin Xian opened her circle of friends. Basically, it was all about the entertainment industry and some of his daily life. The second person was Luo Chenxi. Her entertainment industry was more about her daily life and there were very few work-related things. Then there was a friend request. The ID was, and the profile picture was a cute kitten. Could it be that he's a hobo? Lin Xian saw this ID. Generally, men in their 40s or 50s like to use such IDs. Thinking about it, it made sense. Anyone who casually spent 100 million was probably a successful person. Chapter 1098. Those hooligans like to come up with such names, even IDs like Tomorrow is Better, Healthy Love, Tomorrow's Every, and Beautiful Distance. Therefore, in Lin Xian's opinion, this was definitely a man in his 40s or 50s. Hello. Lin Xian then sent him a message. Hello, Lin Xian. I'm your fan. The other side replied within seconds. Lin Xian then typed, Thank you for your support, but don't send me gifts like this in the future. There's no need for it. I know, but I don't know how to contact you. So I thought of this method to get your attention. Lin Xian. Yes, she succeeded. She spent more than 100 million to get his attention. Amazing. Then, Uncle, what's the matter? Lin Xian asked. The other side went silent. After a while, the other side sent a message. Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. Actually, I'm a girl. Lin Xian. And no, I'm sorry, girl, I misunderstood. Lin Xian also sent a message, embarrassed. Lin Xian was shocked. Damn, this was actually a girl. And she claimed to be a girl. Being able to call herself a girl meant that she wasn't old. So rich at such a young age? Fuck. It's fine, it's fine. The girl sent a message. May I ask what's the matter? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. I really like you. I really like your songs. Thank you, but like is one thing. Sending gifts like this is too much. Lin Xian sent a message. I feel that it's all worth it. Lin Xian. Wow, little rich girl. My name is Zhao Yunqi. I just came of age this year. Little sister Yunqi, that's a pretty name. Zhao Yunqi's little face blushed slightly. Can I come and see you? Zhao Yunqi asked expectantly. Lin Xian. No, you're just blindly chasing after celebrities. Moreover, I'm not a celebrity yet. Your way of doing things is really not recommended. Lin Xian typed a message. No, it's because you're really very special to me. What's so special? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Actually, some time ago I wanted to leave this world. Lin Xian. But when I heard the first song, Sunny Day, I couldn't bear to leave. Later on, Nocturne and Those Flowers, and so on, I can sing every song and listen to them. Although an Xian sang them, they were all written by you. From then on, I didn't want to leave this world. Every day, there's something I'm especially happy about, which is waiting for an Xian to sing the songs you wrote. At that time, I created a Weibo account as a fan of yours, Lin Xian. Now, it has 3 million followers. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Lin Xian didn't feel like this little girl was joking at all. He had never planned to release these 2 songs. In fact, he didn't even want an Xian to release them. When the time came, he would write another song for her. But now, Lin Xian might have to hesitate. It will be released. Really? That's great. Thank you. But can you tell me why you don't like this world? Lin Xian asked. I like it. She even added 3 exclamation marks at the end. But then Zhao Yunqi told Lin Xian about her situation. Lin Xian finally understood why these songs, as well as Mute and Your Answer at the end, made her so excited. She saw hope and color. Originally, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't have met her because he really didn't encourage it. But now, if meeting her could make her yearn for this world and save someone, Lin Xian felt that it was necessary. It was true. A young lady at the prime of her life who had lost her ability to move due to a special disease might still be acceptable. But gradually, she would lose her ability to speak, her vision, her hearing, her sense of touch, her sense of taste, and her sense of smell. All of these would gradually disappear. If it were Lin Xian, he really didn't know if there was a need for him to continue living. Lin Xian could understand. If she lost all her senses, what was the difference between her and a vegetable? She was very happy to be able to tell Lin Xian these things because Lin Xian was her idol. She didn't want Lin Xian's sympathy. She just wanted to see Lin Xian. She wanted to see what this person she looked forward to every day was like. She wanted to see him while she could still see him. Perhaps only she could understand this feeling. It was as if in the darkness, there was suddenly a ray of light that illuminated her, illuminating the world. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was deep in thought. Because he had the imperial physician's holy technique in his mind, he had some understanding of these things. However, he couldn't remember any illness that could cause such a situation. This shouldn't be an illness. If possible, Lin Xian really wanted to try and cure her. Lin Xian never thought that his song would actually save a girl's life. He felt a sense of pride in his heart. Perhaps being an idol was a good choice sometimes, but he still wouldn't choose to do so. Give me an address. I'll look for you in 2 days. Lin Xian sent a message over. He felt that it was necessary. Ah, no need. I'm your fan. I'll look for you. Good girl. You can't move freely right now. I'll look for you. Zhao Yunqi's little face was red as she sat in the wheelchair. She felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Okay. Then she sent the address to Lin Xian. Tianlin City. Lin Xian looked at the address. Tianlin City was the city next to Tiandu. It was as prosperous as Tiandu. The power of the several major families in Tianlin City wasn't any weaker than the 8 great families of Tiandu. No wonder this girl was so rich. Her family was probably not small in Tianlin City. I'll look for you tomorrow. Okay. Do you want me to give you a secret signal? When the time comes, no one will know that you're Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. She was still a naive girl. Okay, what's the secret signal? Let's call it. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Lin Xian is the mightiest. Lin Xian. Okay. Then I'll say the first line and you can say the second line. Okay. It's getting late. Go and rest. I'll go and prepare a gift for you. Lin Xian put away his phone. Mom. On the other side, Zhao Yunqi was happily moving her wheelchair. Daughter, slow down. Her mother looked worried. Mom, I've contacted Lin Xian. Lin Xian will look for me tomorrow. I have to dress up nicely. Chapter 1099. As for what Lin Xian prepared for her, all gifts were meaningless. She was rich and didn't lack anything. She only lacked motivation. An Exian. Why don't you work overtime tonight? Lin Xian contacted an Exian. An Exian quickly left the party and waited for Lin Xian with Miao Xiaomiao and Lu Yufan at the studio where she recorded songs. Why are you in such a hurry to record songs today? An Exian asked Lin Xian curiously. Beside them, Lu Yufan and Yi looked at everything in the studio in amazement. It turned out that all those good songs were recorded here. Miao Xiaomiao was also very excited. She liked to play instruments and record songs. She felt a sense of accomplishment. Lin Xian then told them about Zhao Yunqi. This wasn't something that couldn't be said. Lin Xian just wanted them to feel this way and have a sense of responsibility. Ah, that's too unfortunate. Lu Yufan bit her lip and looked sad. That's why I want to record a song with an Exian that can cheer her up. I'll also record the 2 songs I sang tonight with an Exian as a gift for her. What do you think? I didn't expect a hooligan like you to have such a gentle side. Miao Xiaomiao said. TSK. I don't think this is gentle. Any normal person would think this is the right thing to do. I didn't expect to save a little girl either, Lin Xian said. I'm all for it, Lu Yufan said. Is there anything we can help with? He asked. Just do some chores, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay. Lin Xian, when the time comes for us to release the song, should we announce it? Whatever. Just don't say her name. Alright, what's her name? Zhao Yunqi, Lin Xian said. Zhao Yunqi. Miao Xiaomiao thought for a moment. Are you saying that you're going to Tianlin City? Lin Xian nodded. What's wrong? I know that there's a person called Zhao Yunqi in the Zhao family of Tianlin City. She's very powerful. Oh, Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao in confusion. The Zhao family is the biggest family in Tianlin City. Their wealth is astonishing because their daughter, Zhao Yunqi, is very smart. She has invented many things. You can think of her as someone in the same industry as me, Miao Xiao Miao said. Lin Xian. In the past, I remember it was 3 years ago. At that time, she and I participated in an invention competition. Each of us had to invent something according to the topic. In the end, I lost to her. Lin Xian. The Zhao family was able to reach its current height because of some of her inventions, Miao Xiao Miao said. So she's a genius like you? Miao Xiao Miao nodded. It's just that she hasn't invented anything in recent years. Then who's more powerful? They're about the same. They've both won and lost before, Miao Xiao Miao said. Is it her? If it's Zhao Yunqi from the Zhao family of Tianlin City, then it's her. Miao Xiao Miao nodded. She saw her as a rival among her peers. She didn't expect something like this to happen to her. Although they didn't know each other, they definitely knew each other. It should be her. Don't forget that she gave me a gift worth more than 100 million at the party. Then it's probably her. Miao Xiao Miao nodded. Wow, this is so hard to accept. Such a powerful person actually had such a thing happen to her. Lin Xian, you're really great this time. And Xian said. There's nothing great about it. I just feel like there's something I can do if it's just a small matter, Lin Xian said. Okay. Practice the 2 songs I sang first. This time, I'll sing with you. If there's a new song, I'll sing with you too. New song. What kind of new song are you going to give her? Snail. Snail? The 3 girls were confused. What kind of meaning was this? You'll know in a bit. Then, they quickly recorded the 2 songs. Don't release them yet. I'll give you a time tomorrow. Release them at that time. Don't release any news about your new song. That'll be considered a surprise for her, Lin Xian said with a smile. Wow, I've never seen you give us any surprises before. Lu Yufan pouted. If you're like this, I'll give you a surprise every day, Lin Xian said. Don't. Good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing how happy she'll be when she finds out. The next day, Lin Xian originally wanted to go to the martial arts academy. Naturally, he didn't go. It didn't matter whether he went or not. In any case, he was on a truce today. No one could challenge him. He boarded a plane and flew to Tianlin City alone. Tianlin City was a good place. It might be a little inferior to Tianlin City, but this was negligible. There were many powerful families there. Lin Xian remembered that there was a man called Lin Changtian. He was Lin Ye's admirer and was from Tianlin City. However, he backed out in the end. Instead, he obtained the distribution rights of the Art Pavilion Group to sell medicine in Tianlin City. Lin Xian, are you here? Zhao Yunqi sent a message to Lin Xian. I just got off the plane. I'm going to the address you gave me. There are too many people at home. I'll wait for you at the cafe. I've sent you the address. Okay. Lin Xian then took a taxi to the address Zhao Yunqi gave him. In the cafe, Zhao Yunqi wore her favorite white dress. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail. 2 strands of hair on her temples were mischievously blown by the breeze from the window beside her. Today, she specially put on a little light makeup. It was her mother who helped her do it. She had never put on makeup since she was young. She sat quietly in a seat and looked outside with anticipation and nervousness. Hubby Chi-Chi, she. A man and a woman were sitting not far away. They were her parents. There was only one waiter in the cafe. Today they had booked the entire place, so it was very quiet. Chi-Chi doesn't want much. What she wants most is to meet this Mr. Lin Xian. The funny thing is that we, as parents, haven't even found him. Instead, our daughter found him. Zhao Tianqua hugged her as Li Xiu sighed. Li Xiu's eyes reddened. She loved her daughter too much. In fact, she felt happy for her in her heart. When she thought about how her daughter would feel nothing in the future, she didn't know how many times she secretly cried at night. When the time comes, we have to thank this Mr. Lin Xian properly. Yes, of course. There was always someone pushing the door open. Zhao Yunqi was always expectant and nervous, thinking that it was Lin Xian. Every time it was a customer who came to drink coffee. When they learned that the cafe was booked, they would leave. At this time, a figure pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 1100. It was easy to find out who it was because there were only 4 people in the cafe. A clerk, a man and a woman in the distance, and a quiet girl in a white dress sitting there, looking at him with her beautiful eyes. It must be her. Lin Xian then walked over. Zhao Yunqi's gaze was fixed on Lin Xian. Lin Xian then sat on the table in front of her with a sloppy look. The heavenly king covers the earth tiger, Lin Xian purposely whispered. Zhao Yunqi was pleasantly surprised. So he was Lin Xian. He was much younger than the uncle she had imagined. He was only a few years older than her. Then she held up her phone and typed 5 words. Lin Xian is super awesome. Lin Xian then smiled and took out an ice cream cone from behind him. Here, I bought it on the way. Lin Xian then sat in front of her. Zhao Yunqi was extremely happy. She took the ice cream cone and wrote 2 words for Lin Xian on the paper in front of her. Thank you. Her handwriting was beautiful and so was she. Really, it was beyond Lin Xian's imagination. She was really beautiful just like Lu Yufan and the others. She was definitely a sweet school belle, but she had a kind of softness. Perhaps it was because of her illness, but she would definitely be beautiful in 2 years. Lin Xian especially liked the faint mole at the corner of her eye. It was very beautiful. Ding! You have triggered the quest. Quest reward: permanently activating the metal element. Quest time limit: 3 months. Quest penalty: Juji shortens by 3 centimeters. Lin Xian. What the fuck? Bastard system. Although she was beautiful, why didn't you look at her situation? Also, it was fine if you triggered a quest, but you triggered a confession quest. Why did you trigger a push-down quest? What the fuck? Zhao Yunqi was really surprised. Although Lin Xian wasn't very handsome, and she wasn't someone who cared about appearances, Lin Xian's youth was beyond her imagination. In the corner, her parents were also paying attention to Lin Xian. When they discovered that Lin Xian was actually so young, they were also very surprised. Their daughter liked this Lin Xian very much, so they naturally paid special attention to him. They also listened to Lin Xian's songs. They really didn't expect that these songs were written by such a young man. They were very shocked. You're much more beautiful than I imagined. Lin Xian smiled at Zhao Yunqi. Zhao Yunqi's small face blushed slightly. Then, she lowered her head and wrote a few words. You're also much younger than I thought. Is he handsome? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Cool. Liar. No one has ever said that I'm handsome. Lin Xian said. No, I feel that he's more handsome than those people. It's the truth. Zhao Yunqi pushed the words in front of Lin Xian. Come, take out your phone. I have a gift for you. Lin Xian smiled. Zhao Yunqi was slightly stunned. Then, she tilted her small head. Phone? What gift could he give her? Then, she took out her phone. Open the music. Zhao Yunqi guessed something. Then, she opened the music. As expected, she found the 2 new songs an Enchanting released. They were just released 3 minutes ago. No wonder she didn't receive any news. Let's listen. Lin Xian asked with a smile. Zhao Yunqi nodded. Then, she opened the play button. What surprised her the most was that although she had heard these 2 songs, she thought that an Enchanting would sing them alone. She didn't expect that Lin Xian and an Enchanting would sing together. She was especially surprised and touched. After listening to the 2 songs, Lin Xian secretly sent an Enchanting a message. Then, an Enchanting stayed there and released the new songs. After a short delay, the new songs were released. There's one more song. After Zhao Yunqi finished listening, Lin Xian continued. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. Look! Lin Xian pointed at the new song that an Enchanting song list had just appeared. Zhao Yunqi looked at it in confusion. This song was called Snail? She didn't understand what it meant. Then, she opened the song. Should I put down my heavy shell and search for where the blue sky is? Drifting with the gentle wind, I don't feel the pain of the injuries I've experienced. I want to climb up step by step, waiting for the sun to shine, quietly looking at its face. The small sky has a big dream, wrapped in a heavy shell, gently looking up at it. Zhao Yunqi listened to the song in a daze. Gradually, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Lin Xian sat in front of her and looked at her. It wasn't an illness, it was a goo. Maybe the people in this world didn't know much about voodoo, but there were always some people who knew how to do these things. Someone had planted a voodoo in her body many years ago. Sure enough, what kind of disease could make people lose their 5 senses? It was impossible. At most, they would lose 1 sense. But goo worms could. Lin Xian wasn't sure if he could cure her because it might take too long. But he could give it a try. After finishing the song, Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian excitedly. "Is this written for me?" Zhao Yunqi wrote and asked excitedly. "Of course. I said it's a gift for you. Of course, it's written for you." Lin Xian smiled. In the corner, Zhao Yunqi's mother was sobbing when she heard the song. Thank you. Zhao Yunqi held back her tears. These were tears of gratitude. She never thought that Lin Xian would give her such a gift. "I'm hungry. Let's order something to eat." Okay. This was a coffee shop, but it was also a Western restaurant. There must be a lot of exquisite dishes inside. "Do you want Uncle and Auntie to come with us?" Lin Xian asked. Zhao Yunqi nodded gently. They didn't come because they wanted to give their daughter more opportunities to be alone with Lin Xian. They didn't want to disturb them, but they had to come. They had to be at a place where they could see their daughter. Only then could they be at ease. Lin Xian walked over. "Uncle and Auntie, let's go and eat something together." Lin Xian said to them. "We won't go. Sorry to trouble Mr. Lin Xian. You have to come here personally. Don't worry. Regarding today's matter, including you, we won't break the building. Thank you very much." Zhao Tianque said gratefully to Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, that's okay. I think that my song can make her stronger. It's an affirmation for me. But there's something I want to say." "What?" they asked in confusion. Zhao Yunqi's condition doesn't seem to be an illness. It's a goo. Lin Xian. Goo? What's a goo? Li Xiu asked hurriedly. She paid close attention to everything related to her daughter. Even if she didn't understand, she would ask anxiously. "Don't mess it up," Zhao Tianque said, then looked at Lin Xian. "You're saying that Chi-Chi's problem is a goo? I have some understanding of goo." Zhao Tianque looked at Lin Xian and said. However, he had only heard of it. He didn't even know what it was. Chapter 1101. Lin Xian was basically certain that she was poisoned, which was why he dared to say that to her parents. As for whether or not it could be cured, Lin Xian still needed to observe in detail. "Mr. Lin Xian, how do you know this?" Zhao Tianque asked. Naturally, he wouldn't absolutely believe Lin Xian's words, but it was related to his daughter, so he would pay attention no matter what. "I happen to have studied medicine, and I also happen to know a little about poisons," Lin Xian said. Then Chi-Chi, she... Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "If you two believe me, I can give it a try. There is hope that I can cure her, but I don't dare to make any guarantees." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the two of them were shocked as if they had been struck by lightning. They had invited countless professionals and even experts of the Great Void stage to help their daughter, but no one could do anything about it. They couldn't even diagnose anything. In the end, the diagnosis was that it was some kind of disease that was discovered for the first time. But now, a man in his early 20s said that he might have a chance to cure her. How could they not be shocked? However, shock was just shock, followed by disbelief. Even virtuous stage experts couldn't do anything, so how could a man in his early 20s do anything? But on second thought, this Lin Xian didn't seem to want anything from them, and he wasn't their enemy, so there shouldn't be any benefits, right? Why did he have to exaggerate? "Mr. Lin Xian, you... really..." Li Xiu looked at Lin Xian excitedly. "I'm not sure, but I can give it a try." Then do you need us to do anything?" Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "No, I just need you to give me a few hours alone with her, and don't disturb me." Okay. Li Xiu nodded repeatedly. "Let's go and eat together," Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhao Yunqi looked at them in confusion. What were they talking about? It seemed like they talked a lot. Soon, they were sitting there together. Chi-Chi, let's have Mr. Lin Xian come back to the Zhao family with us after dinner. Can you show him some of our previous inventions? Li Xiu smiled and rubbed her daughter's hair. Huh? Zhao Yunqi froze for a moment, then shyly glanced at Lin Xian. Does Lin Xian like to watch? Zhao Yunqi wrote a few words. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Of course I like it. I have a company that specializes in small inventions. I also know a friend who knows you. Who is it? Zhao Yunqi typed in confusion. Miao Xiao Miao, do you know her? Yes. Knowing her, I really admire her. Zhao Yunqi typed excitedly. She also admires you. She even said that she lost to you in some competition before. Lin Xian said with a smile. Mr. Lin Xian is also involved in a company? Entertainment company? Zhao Tianque asked. In their eyes, Lin Xian was very mysterious. Although they were shocked, they still didn't believe it. As a mother, Li Xiu probably didn't think too much. She put her daughter first, but as a father and the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianque naturally had to know more. Even if it was safe for her daughter to be alone in a room with Lin Xian, there shouldn't be a problem. But think about it. So many people and so many experts couldn't do anything about Zhao Yunqi's illness. But Lin Xian said that there was a cure. Even if there really was a cure, it was another matter to let him treat her. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's mainly my sister's doing. I'm just a bystander. What company? My Zhao clan also has some foundation. Maybe we can even cooperate. The latter part was a small matter to Zhao Tianque. What was important was the first part. Once he knew what company it was, he would know Lin Xian's identity. Of course, Lin Xian knew what he was thinking. His identity wasn't that mysterious. In fact, with the Zhao family's ability, they could find out his identity if he showed up. So it wasn't a big deal to tell them. Moreover, the Zhao family was rich. Maybe if the Art Shen group and the Zhao family reached a cooperation, they could make a lot of money. Art Shen group. Lin Xian said. What? This time, they were all shocked. Even Zhao Yunqi was very surprised. Although she didn't leave the house, she had seen the Art Shen group on the internet many times. She felt that it was very powerful. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's the Art Shen group. Zhao Tianque couldn't help but gasp. He suddenly remembered that the chairman of the Art Shen group was called Linya, and his name was Lin Xian. Moreover, the Art Shen group was in Linen City, and he happened to be from Linen City. It was unexpected. It was too shocking. If he was a member of the Art Shen group, then all his worries were gone. It was impossible to have any relationship with him. The only thing left to worry about was whether his daughter could be handed over to him for treatment. Yes, it was a matter of safety. However, in front of their daughter, they wouldn't talk about this. I didn't expect Mr. Lin Xian to be the brother that President Lin always talks about. Zhao Tianque said in surprise. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. In Zhao Yunqi's eyes, Lin Xian was even more outstanding. She didn't believe that the Art Shen group had nothing to do with him. Even if he didn't, in Zhao Yunqi's eyes, Lin Xian was the most special. When the time comes, maybe the Art Shen group and the Zhao family will have a chance to cooperate. Lin Xian smiled. Of course, it would be best if there is. Previously, I also wanted to talk to President Lin about cooperation, but the Art Shen group said that they wouldn't cooperate for the time being, so I didn't go. Zhao Tianque said. They were just talking now. The most important thing now was his daughter's matter. For his daughter, as long as she could be well, he was willing to lose everything in the Zhao family. Yes, but the Art Shen group will develop throughout the empire and even the 5 great empires in the future. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Zhao Yunqi. Zhao Yunqi quietly listened to their conversation. When she saw Lin Xian looking over, her little face suddenly lowered. As a mother, Li Xiu understood her daughter's thoughts very well. Perhaps this was liking him. Although they didn't have any contact to her daughter, Lin Xian was her spiritual support. In addition, when they met today, Lin Xian was very young, about the same age as her. Although his appearance was relatively ordinary, he was very good-looking. Her daughter wasn't the kind of person who cared about appearance, so she had a very good impression of Lin Xian. Li Xiu could imagine this. However, this wasn't important. If her daughter could be well, she naturally wouldn't object to the two of them being together. Moreover, Lin Xian wasn't bad. Chapter 1102. After dinner, Lin Xian pushed Zhao Yunqi's wheelchair, and they walked to the Zhao family together. Zhao Yunqi was really happy. Not only had she met Lin Xian, but he had also personally pushed her wheelchair. Lin Xian was even going to visit the Zhao family as a guest. She was really happy. She had a lot of little things at home that were all made by herself. In the past, she couldn't move them and could only stay in her room. Occasionally, her family members would push her wheelchair out. When she had nothing to do, she could only distract herself and focus her attention on other things instead of her legs. Therefore, she studied a lot of little things and designed a lot of useful programs. Of course, this was related to a person's IQ. Mr. Lin Xian, I'll get you a glass of water. When they arrived at the Zhao family, Li Xiu said, "No need to trouble yourself. We just ate and drank a lot. Mom, I'll take Lin Xian to see the things I made." Zhao Yunqi gestured to Li Xiu. Lin Xian didn't understand, but they definitely did. "Okay, go ahead. We won't disturb you." Zhao Yunqi pointed in a direction, and Lin Xian pushed her over. "Hubby, do you think Lin Xian can—" Li Xiu sat on the sofa and looked at Zhao Tianque nervously. Zhao Tianque lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. "I don't know. Let's not have too much hope." "Why? We've invited virtuous realm experts. The entire continent can't do anything about Chi-Chi. Can we place our hopes on a young man in his early 20s? It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but it was too hard to believe. He could believe that Lin Xian might have done a little research in this area, but research and treatment were two different concepts. Sigh, Li Xiu also sighed. She was too naive. How could she place all her hopes on a young man in his early 20s? "Hubby, why do you think our daughter's life is so hard?" Li Xiu nestled in Zhao Tianque's arms, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. Clearly, she could have a perfect life like other girls. Her family was also very good. She could do whatever she wanted. However, reality had crushed her. "I, Zhao Tianque, have never done anything bad in my life. At most, I snatched you away from home in the past. If God wants to punish me for this, why punish our child?" Zhao Tianque sighed heavily. In Zhao Yunqi's room, Lin Xian pushed her around. The room was really big. It was probably comparable to a normal 3-bedroom house. It was very warm and beautiful. Her parents had probably helped to decorate the room. It was pink and had a sky blue wallpaper, which made her look happier. There were a lot of dolls, but most of them were lying there as if they had not been moved for a long time. It was obvious that the one that had been moved the most was the computer. There were 2 bookcases at the side, and on top of them were some photos and some strange trinkets. Zhao Yunqi was very shy. This was her boudoir. Apart from her father and grandfather, no third man had ever entered this place. "What is this?" Lin Xian curiously picked up a small round ball. "This is a mind projector." Zhao Yunqi wrote something for Lin Xian to see. "Mind projector? What does it do?" Lin Xian asked with interest. "After you turn it on and hold it with your hand, the mind projector will project whatever image you think of in your mind." So magical? This was a high-tech product. In the past, who knew how many people had dreamed of such a day, because sometimes this thing was super convenient. Then, Lin Xian tried to turn it on and thought for a while. Shwa, then, a scene was projected onto the wall. It was Lin Xian imagining himself playing LOL and showing off his moves. "Damn, it can really project. It's too magical." Lin Xian opened his mouth. "You invented this?" Lin Xian asked. Zhao Yunqi nodded. This was also a genius. Wow, no wonder it was said that the Zhao family reached the peak because of her. If she invented something, once it could be used, it would be very profitable. "Amazing!" Lin Xian exclaimed in admiration. Hearing Lin Xian's praise, Zhao Yunqi's little face flushed red. "But I still feel that Lin Xian's songs are the best," Zhao Yunqi wrote. "How should I put it? These are two aspects. Anyone can write songs. The threshold is very low. It just depends on whether the writing is good or not. In your eyes, my songs just happen to suit your taste, so you think it's very good. However, there are still many people who criticize it, right? But inventions like yours can benefit the entire society. Forget about inventing, I don't even know the basic programming. How can you talk about inventing? I still think yours is the best. Any invention that was slightly related to technology, such as this mind projector, looked simple and small, but it contained a lot of programming. A small chip might have hundreds or thousands of self-created programs. This was the best. Hearing Lin Xian's praise, Zhao Yunqi was very satisfied. She felt that the affirmation from those experts was very boring, but Lin Xian's simple words made her very happy. Lin Xian sighed. There were so many talented people in this world. The key was that Miao Xiaomiao and Zhao Yunqi could already come up with these things at such a young age. It would be too exaggerated in the future. Then Zhao Yunqi introduced many things one by one. She could see that Lin Xian was very interested. Of course, Lin Xian was interested. This was a lot of money. His next plan needed a lot of money. Although I can sing, I can only hum. Zhao Yunqi wrote dejectedly. Don't worry, it will definitely be good. Lin Xian patted her shoulder and smiled. Zhao Yunqi knew that Lin Xian was comforting her, but she was still very happy. After chatting for more than an hour, Lin Xian sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Zhao Yunqi. Does the Zhao family have any enemies? Lin Xian asked. Enemies? Zhao Yunqi thought for a moment and wrote. Of course. The Zhao family is a big family. There are naturally many families that compete with the Zhao family. Then you must have come into contact with them when you were young, right? Zhao Yunqi nodded. Forget it. This is not something I should be thinking about. Give me your hand. Lin Xian extended his hand to Zhao Yunqi. Zhao Yunqi was slightly stunned. Then, she shyly extended her hand. Lin Xian held her hand and placed his finger on her pulse. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in shock. Was he taking her pulse? Over the years, she had seen many doctors. There were all kinds of doctors. Naturally, there were those who took her pulse. But the final result was the same. It was useless. Chapter 1103. Of course, Lin Xian didn't know anything about medicine, but he had a cheat. This system was his cheat, and it was truly invincible. Taking a pulse seemed easy, but in reality, it could take decades or even centuries to master. A truly powerful person could know every single detail of a person's body just by taking a pulse. The current Lin Xian was such a person. This was because the Tai Hua art student had integrated a lot of knowledge and methods. Lin Xian didn't have to do anything, but the hard work of others over thousands of years had already entered his mind. Carefully examining Zhao Yunqi's body, Lin Xian could use all the meridians in her body, as well as the infusion of his spiritual power to understand every single detail of her body. As expected, Lin Xian's investigation found that there was indeed a goo worm in her body. This goo worm was wandering in her meridians and was very small. But wasn't this how the human body was? Not to mention a special goo worm, even a speck of dust that entered a person's body could bring about irreversible and terrifying effects. It was possible that some bacteria or virus could take away a person's life. Goo worms were specially cultivated and had special effects. There were millions of types of goo worms, and Zhao Yunqi's goo worm might be some kind of disease goo worm. It had been too long. Although this goo worm wouldn't grow, it had been fused with her body for too long, so it would be difficult to force this goo worm out. However, Lin Xian sighed in relief. Although it was difficult, it wasn't impossible. He was still quite confident. In this world, the reason why Zhao Yunqi's condition couldn't be cured was because there weren't many people who understood goo worms, and no one would think about it. If the cause couldn't be found, how could it be cured? This kind of goo worm couldn't be detected with technology or other methods. Only if you understood it could you detect it. Lin Xian then opened his eyes. Zhao Yunqi's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, do you know medicine? She typed a few words on her phone to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I know a little. Lin Xian let go of her hand and said, I can try to treat you. Do you trust me? Trust him? To be honest, Zhao Yunqi definitely didn't believe him. Even though Lin Xian was very special in her heart, it wasn't that she didn't trust him, but that she didn't believe her condition could be cured. How could Lin Xian possibly get better? She had been to all kinds of hospitals and all kinds of powerhouses' families to help her, but they couldn't do anything, so how could Lin Xian? This was also a very normal situation, but she liked to look at Lin Xian. Okay. Zhao Yunqi then nodded. Okay. Lin Xian stood up and extended his hand. More than 10 silver needles appeared in his hand. That? Do you have a knife? Ah. Zhao Yunqi tilted her gu. But she chose to believe in Lin Xian. Zhao Yunqi then pointed at the table. Lin Xian walked over and took a sharp fruit knife. There were no special requirements for the knife, as long as it was sharp. Lin Xian then released a fire attribute flame to disinfect the knife. Zhao Yunqi kept looking at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian said while disinfecting, Your condition is that you've been poisoned by a gu. Someone planted a gu on you. What's a gu? Zhao Yunqi asked Lin Xian in confusion. Gu. To put it simply, it's countless kinds of insects. Each kind of insect is cultivated using a special method, and then planted into the body of a person or even an animal. These gu will stay in the body and gradually exert its effects. Some gu are so powerful that they can be cultivated for decades, some can kill a person in a short period of time, and some can even control a person. Your gu is actually considered a relatively mild one. Those people probably don't know anything more powerful. Fortunately, that's the case, otherwise you would have died long ago. Zhao Yunqi's little mouth opened slightly. You're saying that someone wants to harm me? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it could be the Zhao family's competitors. As for why they want to harm you, I don't understand either. So I feel that since it's the Zhao family's competitors, it's your father who's harmed, not you. Then I suddenly understood that the Zhao family rose to prominence because of you, so they want to harm you. But something doesn't make sense because you've been poisoned since you were young. This gu has been in your body for about 7 to 8 years. Zhao Yunqi thought for a moment, then typed, When I was 8 years old, I invented a few things, and the Zhao family entered the ranks of the 4 major families. Lin Xian. Sorry, he thought too simply of Zhao Yunqi. That makes sense. It should be the Zhao family's competitors who want to get rid of you, but you're the daughter of a major family after all. It should be very difficult to hire a hitman, so they used another method, which is to implant a gu. The simplest way I can think of to implant a gu on you is to find someone who's close to you and your family as a friend or someone who's close to you. That kind of person has a high chance of implanting a gu on you. Or you can say that you'll go to a certain house as a guest. You've eaten and drunk tea at that house, so it's easy to implant a gu on you. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian said something that Zhao Yunqi had never heard of before. She felt that it was very strange and mysterious, but she believed that Lin Xian was telling the truth. I don't care about that. I just want to know if you can be cured. Zhao Yunqi revealed a shocked expression. Cured? That was an extravagant hope. She didn't hope that she could be cured. She only hoped that this would be enough. As long as she didn't gradually lose her 5 senses, that would be enough. She never dared to hope that she could recover. That? Lin Xian then glanced at her and said, You may have to take off your clothes. Swish, Zhao Yunqi's little face suddenly turned red. Ahem, don't misunderstand. You don't have to take off your clothes. It's just that you're wearing a little too much. It's not easy for me to perform acupuncture. Lin Xian showed the silver needles in his hand and said. Zhao Yunqi nodded with a red face. Just take off your jacket and sweater. Zhao Yunqi then slowly took off her clothes with a red face. It was still winter. Spring hadn't arrived yet, so the weather was relatively cold. Zhao Yunqi didn't have any cultivation, so she naturally couldn't resist the cold. After taking off her jacket and sweater, she was only left with a thin underwear. Ahem. Lin Xian's old face turned red. Zhao Yunqi wasn't very old, probably around 17 or 18 years old. She was only wearing underwear, and Lin Xian could clearly see that she wasn't wearing a bra underneath. Lin Xian even saw too little Daodu. See no evil, see no evil. Lin Xian kept chanting in his heart. Zhao Yunqi was simply embarrassed to death. She lowered her head the whole time and didn't say a word. I'll carry you to the bed. Chapter 1104. Although Zhao Yunqi couldn't walk, her family would help her stretch her muscles and bones every day, including the muscles in her legs. Therefore, although she hadn't exercised for a long time, her muscles were maintained very well and were full of vitality. She couldn't feel her legs. It was similar to being paralyzed, but it didn't mean that her legs were crippled. She just couldn't move them. Lin Xian roughly tested her legs and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the goo worm was released, her condition would gradually recover. It wouldn't take long for her to return to normal. This was all thanks to her family's daily rehabilitation treatment. I'll perform acupuncture on you later. It'll be a little painful during the process. You have to bear with it, Lin Xian said. Zhao Yunqi nodded. Normal acupuncture definitely wouldn't hurt. However, the goo worm had been in her body for too long. When the spirit power was forced out, the goo worm would escape and his spirit power would surge in her body. Her body was only a mortal body. In such a situation, her body would hurt. Lie on your stomach. I'll just stick it behind your back, Lin Xian said. Zhao Yunqi, are you sure you didn't do it early? Zhao Yunqi then turned over and lay on her stomach on the bed. She felt less embarrassed like this. After all, she was only wearing underwear and there was nothing inside. Therefore, she knew that her little bits were showing. However, if she lay on her stomach like this, she wouldn't feel safe anymore. Swish, swish, swish. Then, Lin Xian inserted the needles into the corresponding acupoints one by one. Zhao Yunqi was slightly stunned. Was he really trying to give her acupuncture treatment? And it didn't hurt at all. Time slowly passed. Lin Xian first used his spirit power to slowly locate the goo worm. This process was relatively long and consumed a lot of spirit power. Fortunately, Lin Xian's spirit power was very dense. In addition, his realm wasn't too low, so he could still do it. 10 minutes later. Be careful. It's going to hurt soon, Lin Xian reminded Zhao Yunqi. Zhao Yunqi blinked. She felt very comfortable inside her body just now. There was a warm current, very warm, very warm. The next moment, her expression suddenly became pained. She felt as if there were countless little people running in her body, and they were all wearing nailed shoes. Lin Xian didn't say anything. All of his attention was focused on chasing after the goo worm. His spiritual energy was constantly moving around Zhao Yunqi's body, splitting into many parts. Therefore, he needed to concentrate on controlling it. If he wasn't careful, his spiritual energy would hurt her. In the beginning, Lin Xian wondered if the law of creation could improve her body. In theory, it was possible, but creation was creation. Her body could be improved, and so could Lin Xian. However, the goo worms would not disappear. The root of the problem still needed to capture the goo worm. After capturing the goo worm, Lin Xian could use the law of creation to repair her body, and she would be able to become a normal person. Drip. Zhao Yunqi suddenly felt a drop of water on her neck. Puzzled, she turned her head slightly to take a look. She saw Lin Xian sweating profusely with his eyes closed. Sweat was dripping down his face. She was in pain, but at this moment, she was very, very touched. She didn't know what Lin Xian was doing, but she could see that Lin Xian was working very hard. The consumption of spiritual energy was too great, and the greatest consumption was mental energy. After another minute, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and picked up the knife next to him. Endure it, Lin Xian said to Zhao Yunqi. Then, he pressed down on Zhao Yunqi's arm with one hand and used the knife with the other to directly cut a wound on her wrist. Ugh! Zhao Yunqi's tears instantly fell, but she forced herself to endure. Lin Xian then controlled his spiritual energy and forced the goo worm from all directions to that place. The goo worm had nowhere to run. Slap! Lin Xian patted her arm and a column of blood spurted out. Then, Lin Xian reached out and pinched a small black worm that was not even the size of a rice. Lin Xian then let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he released the law of creation and used his remaining spiritual energy to restore the wound to normal. Zhao Yunqi was stunned for a moment. She was shocked to find that it suddenly didn't hurt anymore. Then, she raised her hand and looked. Where's my wound? Lin Xian wiped his sweat and put the goo worm into a small bottle next to him. Then, he patted Zhao Yunqi's back and said, "Put on your clothes. It's fine now. I'm going to wash my hands." Then, Lin Xian walked away. Zhao Yunqi watched as all the blood around her disappeared. Her little mouth was wide open. Was this a magic trick? Why did the blood on the bedsheet disappear too? Lin Xian walked to the bathroom and suddenly staggered. He held onto the sink and gasped for breath. "Damn it! I'm really kind, handsome and charming." Lin Xian thought narcissistically. When Lin Xian walked out, Zhao Yunqi had already put on her clothes. She sat there quietly and looked at Lin Xian. "It's fine now." Lin Xian patted her shoulder. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in confusion and gratitude. "There are some things that I won't tell you." Lin Xian sat to the side and ate a spirit recovery pill to recover his spiritual energy. "That little worm." Zhao Yunqi wrote 2 words and pointed at the little worm in the bottle. "It's the one that caused you to become like this," Lin Xian said. Zhao Yunqi showed an expression of disbelief. "But, I don't feel better." Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in confusion as he wrote. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Idiot. Your body has been like this for so long. Even if the goo worm was taken out, you wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. Unless what? Unless you kiss me and you'll recover immediately. Do you believe me?" Lin Xian smiled. Zhao Yunqi's small face flushed red again. Actually, he didn't need to beat around the bush to get her to kiss him. She really liked him. Zhao Yunqi's face was red. She closed her eyes and kissed Lin Xian on the cheek. Then, she quickly retreated and lowered her head with a red face. Lin Xian. Waha! This man was so handsome that it was impossible to understand. Lin Xian sensed that the spirit recovery pill that Linglong Shui gave him was extremely fast. He felt that it should be enough. Then, he secretly released the law of creation on Zhao Yunqi. Once again, he was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he succeeded. Zhao Yunqi lowered her head and shyly glanced at Lin Xian. Strange. She suddenly had a strange feeling. Her vision had already begun to deteriorate, but at this moment, she felt that her vision was exceptionally clear. "Why don't you say a few words?" Lin Xian smiled at this moment. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Then, she typed, "I can't speak anymore. Believe in yourself and try saying something. Just say, 'Lin Xian, you're so handsome.'" Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Zhao Yunqi tilted her head and bit her lip. Strange, he clearly knew that she couldn't speak. Why did he still let her speak? Then, she tried to say something. Then, she froze on the spot. Chapter 1105. Lin. That's right. She was just trying to sound him out. What shocked her was that she actually made a sound. At that moment, she felt incredulous. It was as if she was dreaming. She didn't even know what her voice sounded like. Lin Xian. She tried to sound him out again. The next moment, she covered her little mouth in shock. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. She looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. This scene was so magical that she really felt like she was dreaming. "You're not dreaming." Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. "Why?" she asked Lin Xian excitedly. "Don't ask. If you ask, it's because I'm too handsome." Lin Xian smiled. Puffed. Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. "Come. Stand up and walk around." Lin Xian looked at her and said, "Ah." Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in shock. "Walk around. Do you still need me to support you?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Zhao Yunqi felt a little dizzy. She could suddenly speak. Now Lin Xian was asking her to stand up. Could it be? Then, she stood up tentatively. She didn't walk, but when she saw that she could stand on the ground without holding on to anything, her eyes reddened. Lin Xian got up, took her hand, and walked a few steps with her. I'm back to normal. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes, I told you. That goo worm is the culprit. When the goo worm disappears, of course you'll be able to return to normal. Zhao Yunqi was so emotional that tears fell. Lin Xian didn't stop her from crying. He could understand Zhao Yunqi's feelings. This feeling was indescribable. Thank you. Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but hug Lin Xian. Her delicate body was trembling slightly. Lin Xian gently patted her back. Zhao Yunqi felt like she was the happiest person in the world. She had met Lin Xian when she was at her most despairing. His songs had reawakened her hope for life. After meeting him, he had given her the best gift in the world. All right, you'll be fine after crying for a while. My clothes have been ruined by your crying. Can you help me wash them? Lin Xian smiled and patted her back. Zhao Yunqi's sobbing made people feel especially tender and protective towards her. After a long while, Zhao Yunqi finally calmed down from her emotional state. Hubby, Lin Xian and Chi-Chi have been in the room for more than an hour. What do you think is going on? Asked Li Siu worriedly. No matter what, Chi-Chi's wish to see him has been fulfilled. I'm really grateful to this Lin Xian. Sigh. Then Zhao Tianque sighed. But, thinking of his daughter, even a grown man like him couldn't help but tear up. Why was the world so unfair? Even if she couldn't move or speak, it was only a slight inconvenience. But if she lost all her 5 senses, they couldn't imagine how devastated they would be when they saw their daughter one day. Dad, Mom. At this moment, a sweet and excited voice sounded. Then, the door was pushed open and Zhao Yunqi ran towards them happily. Boom. In that instant, the two of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their eyes widened and their bodies trembled. Dad, Mom. Zhao Yunqi threw herself into their arms and couldn't help but cry. She restrained herself in front of Lin Xian because she didn't want to cry in front of him. But when she was in front of her parents, she wanted to hold back because she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Lin Xian. But when she saw them, she couldn't hold it in at all. She thought of how hard her parents had been all these years and how they were always sad behind her back. She thought of how her mother always washed her face with tears and all the grievances she had suffered all these years. My daughter, my daughter. Li Siu trembled as she hugged Zhao Yunqi and cried. Zhao Tianque, who was next to her, was shocked and surprised. Then he walked towards Lin Xian. Mr. Lin Xian, this? He asked in disbelief. Lin Xian smiled and said, I happen to know some medical skills in this area. It's related to goo. Then, Lin Xian handed the small bottle to Zhao Tianque. Zhao Tianque took it. This is, Lin Xian said. It's this goo worm in Zhao Yunqi's body. It's because of this goo worm that she's in this situation. She'll naturally recover after the goo worm is taken out. Zhao Tianque looked at the small bottle in disbelief. It was this little worm that harmed his daughter. Thump. In the next moment, Zhao Tianque directly knelt down in front of Lin Xian. Hey, don't. Lin Xian quickly helped him up. Mr. Zhao, why do you have to do this? Lin Xian said. Mr. Lin Xian, I only have one daughter in my life. My daughter's situation is my only regret. I thought that she could only be like this for the rest of her life. I didn't expect that because of Mr. Lin Xian's kindness. You're a great benefactor to my Zhao family and to me. Zhao Tianque said emotionally. Lin Xian shook his head and said, It's just a small matter. It's fate that brought us together. It just so happens that I know some things in this area. Li Siu wiped her tears and walked towards Lin Xian. Mr. Lin Xian, thank you. I'm really, really grateful to you. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. If you have any requests, as long as our Zhao family can do it, we'll do our best. That's right. Zhao Tianque also nodded. I don't have any requests. I came here because I heard that there's a little fan who worships me. Then I came to take a look. I really don't have any requests. Lin Xian shrugged and said, This. They looked at each other. Chi-Chi's mom. Hurry up and buy ingredients to cook. Today, I want to drink with Mr. Lin Xian until we're drunk. Zhao Tianque said excitedly. Okay, I'll go right away. Then, Li Xiu kissed her daughter and hurried out. For the Zhao family, today was undoubtedly their most exciting and happy day. Lin Xian, thank you so much. I never thought that one day I would change for the better. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian gratefully. You don't foolishly send gifts at night anymore. It's fine if you send more than 100 million at once. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but blush. Mr. Lin Xian, this goo? Zhao Tianque asked carefully. This should be a goo worm that someone specially planted on her. My suggestion is that if you want to investigate, you should investigate the Zhao family's competitors. 7 or 8 years ago, you might have been friends with each other or something. Of course, it's almost impossible to investigate this matter. I won't get involved in this matter. Lin Xian said. Zhao Tianque nodded. Chapter 1106. Zhao Tianque's gratitude to Lin Xian was indescribable. If he was given a choice to give up everything in exchange for his daughter's safety, he would definitely choose without hesitation. But today a young man came. He didn't do anything and cured his daughter. He didn't feel glad that he didn't do anything. He just felt that he was really lucky. Before this, Zhao Tianque didn't believe in the so-called good will be rewarded with good and evil with evil. He hadn't done anything bad in his life. Instead, he let his daughter fall into such a situation. Could it be that good will be rewarded with evil? Could bad people really live for 1,000 years? It wasn't until Lin Xian appeared and cured his daughter that he began to truly believe that good people would be rewarded. Zhao Yunqi was really happy and excited. Lin Xian was really her lucky angel. Lin Xian, I don't know if you like this tea. Zhao Tianque poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian and said, I don't know much about tea. I usually drink plain water. Lin Xian brought it over. Ha ha ha. Maybe it's because I'm old. I like to make tea when I'm old. Zhao Tianque laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. Lin Xian then took a sip. As expected, you still like to drink drinks. Lin Xian laughed. I'll go get it for you. No need. I'm just kidding. Lin Xian laughed. I have more. I'll go get it. Zhao Yunqi thought of something, then got up and ran to her room. Zhao Tianque looked at Zhao Yunqi's back and couldn't help but sigh. Her mother and I fantasize about this scene every day. It's all thanks to the two of you helping her move her muscles every day. Otherwise, her legs would definitely be crippled. Lin Xian said. It's useless. If Mr. Lin Xian didn't come, everything would be useless. Then Zhao Tianque looked at Lin Xian and said, About the matter you mentioned, I have a rough idea of which family it is. I definitely won't let them off. Don't be impulsive. Don't worry. I'm not young anymore. Naturally, I won't be impulsive. I just don't know how to repay Mr. Lin Xian. Zhao Tianque looked at Lin Xian and asked. This favor was really too big. How about giving Zhao Yunqi to me? Lin Xian asked tentatively. Zhao Tianque? He was stunned for a moment, then said tentatively, I don't have any objections. Chi-Chi seems to like you very much. You have a great influence on her, and you're not that old. I think it's very suitable, but Lin Xian. No, I'm saying that Zhao Yunqi is a genius. She has invented many useful things, and the Yashen Group is in this field. The Yashen Group may have wider channels and fame, as well as the channels of the 3 major forces. As long as Zhao Yunqi invents something good, it will definitely become a phenomenal product, so... Zhao Tianque was stunned. So that was what he meant. Of course, there's no problem. My Zhao family has already entered a period of stability, and this incident made me understand that no matter how rich you are, there are some things that you can't do anything about. Chi-Chi does have some accomplishments in this field. If she can shine, it's naturally better. It's just that the Yashen Group doesn't lack money, right? Lin Xian smiled. Who doesn't want more money, right? That's true. Zhao Tianque pondered for a moment. He felt that Lin Xian wasn't such a vulgar person. The key is that the Yashen Group has a plan for the next step. The plan may require more than a few $1 trillion. This amount of money is not something the Yashen Group can take out in a short period of time. However, if they can produce a few good products in a short period of time, they can still speed up, Lin Xian said. Zhao Tianque. What plan would require a few $1 trillion? A few billion was normal, but a few trillion, he was the head of the Zhao family. Lin Xian's words still shocked him. If it was someone else, he would definitely think that they were bragging. However, Lin Xian made him believe in this person. After all, he previously thought that he could cure Zhao Yunqi as a boast. However, he really did it. Only then did he understand that he had misjudged him. Now, his words were also a fantasy. However, the Yashen group did indeed have the capital to do so. Forgive me for asking, but what would require a few $100 million? Zhao Tianque didn't want to ask, but he was still too shocked. I want to turn Lin and City into my territory, Lin Xian said. Zhao Tianque. This? He was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this too exaggerated? But I don't think this is a good choice. Lin and City is close to the territory of demonic beasts. The risk is too great, Zhao Tianque said. He believed that it was impossible for them not to know such a simple thing. We've already considered this. Without a certain degree of certainty, we wouldn't make such a choice. These people would probably never imagine that Lin Xian was acquainted with the demon god in charge of this area of Lin and City. Alright, if that's the case, I have no problem with it. I believe Chi-Chi is also very willing, Zhao Tianque said. At this time, Zhao Yunqi jogged out of the room. Lin Xian, here. She handed Lin Xian a bottle of sweet crooked wine. Lin Xian. It's very delicious. This is my favorite drink, Zhao Yunqi said with a slightly red face. I also quite like to drink it. Lin Xian smiled and took a sip. Zhao Yunqi smiled happily. After a while, Li Xiu quickly walked in with a lot of ingredients. I'll go cook. You guys take your time to chat. She looked at her obedient daughter longingly. Mom, I'll help you. Zhao Yunqi ran over. Girl, you've never cooked since you were young. You should rest. No, I haven't exercised in a long time. Mom, let me exercise a bit. Lin Xian stood up and said, Why don't I help too? Zhao Tianque and Li Xiu were both surprised and hurriedly said, No, you've helped us so much. You're also a guest. How can you? Lin Xian smiled and said, It's fine. I also like to cook. I'll show you my skills. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in surprise. This person could write songs, have medical skills, and even cook? Heavens! Zhao Tianque and Li Xiu looked at each other. They were really embarrassed to let Lin Xian cook. But Lin Xian had already put on an apron. I'll just make 2 dishes for this little fan of mine to try. Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Yunqi and said with a smile. Whoosh, her little face instantly turned red again. Then, alright. Then, they were very surprised. Seeing Lin Xian's skillful operation, they knew that this person really knew how to cook. He really cooked often. Chapter 1107. Soon, a table full of dishes was ready. Lin Xian didn't cook much, only 4. Li Xiu made more than 10. Lin Xian sincerely said that she didn't need to cook so much, but she was still very active. Come, Lin Xian. Zhao Tianque poured a glass of wine for Lin Xian. I won't drink too much. 1 glass is enough. If you want to get drunk, Uncle Zhao, you can do it yourself. Lin Xian smiled. Ha ha ha. Okay. Zhao Tianque must get drunk today. He was in a good mood. Come, Chi-Chi. Li Xiu added a piece of meat for Zhao Yunqi. I want to try Lin Xian's cooking first, Zhao Yunqi said straightforwardly. You little girl. Li Xiu looked at her daughter with a smile. Nothing had happened yet, but she was already siding with an outsider. Zhao Yunqi's pretty face immediately turned red. She really didn't think too much before blurting it out. Then, she secretly glanced at Lin Xian. When she saw that Lin Xian didn't say anything, she let out a sigh of relief. Then, she picked up a piece of Lin Xian's red braised pork and put it into her mouth. Oh! She couldn't help but be surprised. Was it because she was in a good mood after her body recovered? Why did she feel that it was so delicious? How is it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. It's delicious, very, very delicious. Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but pick up another piece. So delicious? Li Xiu looked at her daughter in confusion. She often made red braised pork for her. It was a classic home-cooked dish. But she didn't hear her daughter praise it so much. Was it because of Lin Xian? Zhao Tianque also tried Lin Xian's dishes. It's really delicious. Zhao Tianque's eyes also lit up. Then he said to Li Xiu, "It's really better than yours." Li Xiu only felt that they were flattering Lin Xian. She cooked every day. How could she lose to Lin Xian? "Let me try." Then, Li Xiu also took a bite. She had lost. It was really delicious. I didn't expect Lin Xian to have such amazing culinary skills. Li Xiu said in surprise. "I usually do a lot of work, so I just studied it a little." "It's really delicious." Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but ask. "Then eat more. Look at how thin you are," Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhao Yunqi was indeed very thin. Although she could not exercise, her appetite was not good and she was in a bad mood. It was normal for her to become thinner. The meal was over very quickly. It was very exaggerated. Almost all the dishes on the table were finished, and even the soup was finished. Lin Xian and Zhao Yunqi ate a lot, but the one who ate the most was actually Zhao Tianque. He drank quite a lot, but it was a pity that there was one less person to compete with him in drinking. However, he was in such a good mood that he drank until he lost consciousness. Li Xiu helped him into the room. "Lin Xian, your cooking is really delicious." Zhao Yunqi touched her protruding belly and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. "Then I'll cook for you in the future," Lin Xian said. Then, she thought of something and showed a disappointed expression. "In the future, would there be another chance?" "I'll go back in a bit," Lin Xian said to her. "Ah!" Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian with reluctance. "Got it?" Then, she suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Xian expectantly, Can I look for you in the future?" "Of course," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Really?" Lin Xian nodded. "I talked to your father. If you want, you can go to Lin City. He said that you want to cultivate and become a martial artist. If you want, you can come to Lin City. There are many friends there." "Of course," Zhao Yunqi said impatiently. Then, she thought for a while and said, "But I want to stay here for a while to accompany Mom and Dad." Of course, no problem. When the time comes, you have to help my Art Shen group invent some good things and help me earn a lot of money. However, cultivation still comes first. Study at St. Brilliance Academy first. Then, I'll ask my friends to take you to the demonic beast domain to improve your realm," Lin Xian said with a smile. "I'll work hard." Lin Xian nodded. Zhao Yunqi's attitude meant that she would not be mediocre. "Right? Will you be able to see an Xian then?" Zhao Yunqi asked. She liked Lin Xian. Of course, she also liked an Xian very much. "She probably won't leave for the time being. You should be able to see her." In the afternoon, Li Xiu and Zhao Yunqi sent Lin Xian to the airport. "I'm leaving. See you later." Lin Xian waved at Zhao Yunqi. "I'll come find you soon," Zhao Yunqi shouted. Lin Xian nodded and walked away. Zhao Yunqi kept looking at Lin Xian until his figure disappeared. Then, she looked back, her little face full of reluctance and disappointment. "What's wrong? You like him?" Li Xiu asked with a smile as she pulled her daughter into her arms. Zhao Yunqi's pretty face suddenly turned red. No. You're my daughter. How can I, as a mother, not understand my daughter's thoughts? If you like him, then go after him boldly. He's indeed very outstanding. I also like him very much. I have the urge to be his mother-in-law. Work hard, baby." Zhao Yunqi looked up at Li Xiu. I'll work hard. Go home first. Grandpa and the others know about your situation and will be here soon. Your grandparents are so happy. After this period of time passes, you can go to Lin City. Mom will accompany you." Lin Xian also sighed. His luck with women seemed to be quite good. He didn't deliberately get close to a beautiful girl. Instead, it was the beautiful girl who got close to him. This Zhao Yunqi was probably his. There was no hurry. Lin Xian really liked this girl. She was gentle and weak with a kind of sickly gentleness. However, her heart was very strong. The key was that she was beautiful. After returning to Lin and City, Lin Xian had nothing to do. He went shopping with Linya, had a meal, and then went to the martial arts academy in the evening. In the 10th Demon God Temple, Yi Renbing was lying on the bed when her beautiful eyes suddenly opened. She felt that something was wrong the entire day. Then, she fell asleep during the day. When she suddenly felt something, she opened her eyes. Yi Renbing slowly sat up, her brows furrowed. She could clearly feel that there was an additional life in her stomach. Then, she closed her eyes and carefully felt it. After a long time, Yi Renbing opened her beautiful eyes. She was pregnant. No wonder she was so tired the whole day. Dragons were different from other races. When dragons were pregnant, the baby would absorb a lot of the mother's energy and strength. This was also why dragons were born strong. Dragons' babies were much weaker than other races when they were born. Yi Renbing sat there in a daze. She was actually pregnant. Chapter 1108. As a woman, she had the rare bloodline of the Dark Knight Shadow Dragon. She had to inherit the bloodline of the Dark Knight Shadow Dragon. But when the day came, could she accept it? All kinds of emotions surged up. First, she was going to be a mother. Second, how did she get pregnant? Third, damn, she was pregnant with a human's child. Fourth, didn't she just fuck a few times? How did she get pregnant? Even if she could sense the existence of life, it would take at least half a month. Didn't that mean that she had already been pregnant with Lin Xian a few times? If Lin Xian knew about this, he would definitely be upset. Damn, didn't they say that dragons were a race that was extremely difficult to breed? How did he become the father of 2 children? Lin Xian would definitely doubt his life. This man would also be very melancholic as a father. All kinds of emotions. When Linglong Shui was pregnant, Lin Xian would definitely be the same. But at that time, he was more focused on pursuing Linglong Shui, so it might be slightly better. Yi Renbing hurriedly got up. She didn't want this child. As a mother, how could she bear to? Also, it was extremely difficult to breed dragons. If she didn't want it this time, who knew when the next time would be? But if she wanted it, the father of the child was a human and was pitifully weak. Would the child's bloodline be good? More importantly, that Lin Xian would be the child's father. Did she have to serve this Lin Xian? She, a demon god, had to serve a lowly human? But she kept pacing around the room. She was in a mess. Whoosh, in the next instant, her figure disappeared from the spot. She was a little messed up. She had never messed up in her life, but this time, Linglong Shui and the other 2 sat on the sofa, watching television, eating snacks and chatting. They had been living very comfortably these days. The happiest thing was that they didn't have to worry about gaining weight. After all, they weren't ordinary people. Linglong Yu was the happiest. Sister, how long will it take for your baby to be born? Linglong Shui drank the yogurt and glanced at Linglong Shui's stomach. By now, Linglong Shui's protruding belly had become more obvious. About half a year. Linglong Shui subconsciously touched her belly. To be honest, she was really looking forward to the birth of her child. But at the same time, she was not looking forward to it because the closer it was to that day, the closer she was to leaving. Shua Yi Renbing's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Linglong Shui and the other 2 looked over. He was quite puzzled, but he had never seen her with her hair disheveled. He had seen her in pajamas many times, but there was something wrong with her disheveled hair. Yi Renbing had just woken up. She hadn't even combed her hair before coming over. She must be a little messy. Did something happen? Linglong Shui glanced at her and asked. And nothing happened. Yi Renbing sat on the sofa. Linglong Shui looked at her again and felt that something was wrong. Do you want some tea? Bing Lingyue asked. No, thank you. Yi Renbing shook her head and looked at Linglong Shui's belly. Then, she reached out and touched it. 3 months. Linglong Shui nodded. Pretty good. Yi Renbing said lightly. What do you want to say? Linglong Shui asked. There was something wrong with this woman. Nothing. Yi Renbing shook her head. Then, she added, nothing. Linglong Shui knew that there must be something. This was not in this woman's character. She was hemming and hawing. Yi Renbing was going crazy. This was her? Linglong Shui kept looking at her. All right. Seeing Linglong Shui's gaze, Yi Renbing shrugged and leaned on the sofa. I'm pregnant. Linglong Shui. Bing Lingyue. Linglong Shui. All right. This was indeed a big news. Is it Lin Xian's? Linglong Shui asked. Nonsense. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep myself clean. However, I find it strange. Why would I? Linglong Shui felt the same way. Wasn't she the same? The Void Fox was also a top bloodline race. How could it be so easy to get pregnant? She felt that her pregnancy was purely a coincidence. But now that Yi Renbing was pregnant, it was not a coincidence. There was a bloodline theory in the mainland. Especially for the demon race, the higher the bloodline of the demon race, the harder it was to pass down the bloodline. Otherwise, if the demon race was already so strong, if their reproductive ability was outstanding, then in time such a race would be able to rule the mainland. Perhaps it was because of the law of competition. God gave you a strong evil power but took away your chances of reproduction. However, if two people with similar bloodlines had a higher bloodline, then the chances of them being shot would be higher. But Lin Xian was a human. Although humans were the most powerful beings, their bloodline was nothing compared to the Night Shadow Dragon and the Void Fox. This Lin Xian could actually... Then what are your plans? Linglong Shui asked. I'm so annoyed. Where's Lin Xian? I want to kill him. Yi Renbing gritted her teeth. Linglong Shui leaned slightly on the sofa. I don't know. She then shook her head. Bastard. Then give birth to the child like Linglong. After all, the child is a life. Besides, it's not easy for dragons to give birth. Bing Lingyue said to Yi Renbing. I know. I'm just very annoyed. Of course, she couldn't bear to give up the child. After all, it was her child. She was just a little shocked. More importantly, she was annoyed. Damn it. Not only is my man a human, but she's pregnant with his child. She wanted to strangle him. Should we tell him? Linglong Shui asked. Where is he? Yi Renbing took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. Holy fuck. Did someone else pick up Yi Renbing's phone? What? Lin Xian sent a message over with a dumbfounded expression. I'm going to die. Yi Renbing sent a message over. Lin Xian was confused. What the hell? This woman hasn't had sex for 2 days and she's already so thirsty? No, you have to give me a reason. Lin Xian sent a message over. Anyway, I'm going to die. Lin Xian was speechless. Is this Yi Renbing? Who the hell are you? Get out of her body for this daddy. Okay. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm having a night class at the Martial God Academy. I won't chat with you anymore. Goodbye. Lin Xian shook his head and watched Xiao Runing teach. The Martial Arts Academy also had night classes. Then, Lin Xian's phone vibrated again. He received a message from Linglong Shui. Yi Renbing is pregnant. Boom. Lin Xian's phone fell to the ground. Chapter 1109. Morongyu, who was in the same class as Lin Xian, looked at Lin Xian in surprise. What's going on? What's so big that he's so shocked? What's wrong? She still asked. Lin Xian came back to his senses and picked up his phone. Nothing. My phone is leaking electricity. Morongyu. Lin Xian really wanted to cry. He's going to be a father again? No. Didn't you guys say that it's hard for girls with these bloodlines to get pregnant? How did she get pregnant? It's so uncomfortable. Of course, it's not because he's feeling, but because he's already the father of 2 children at such a young age. Once the children are born, it's as if I'm locked up in prison. No, how did both of them get pregnant? The reason why Linglong Shui wanted to tell Lin Xian was because this was a big matter, and Yi Renbing might not know how to bring it up for the time being. If Yi Renbing didn't know how to bring it up, then Linglong Shui would help her ask Lin Xian. To Linglong Shui, this might be a good thing. If Yi Renbing is pregnant, she might be able to take care of her child too. Yi Renbing's worries were no less than Lin Xian's. Lin Xian, are you free? I want to eat your delicious food. After the evening class, Lan Xingxing ran over to Lin Xian. I'm not free today. I have to go back to Lin City. Maybe next time. Lin Xian hurriedly left after he finished speaking. Oh. Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian's back and pouted. She really wants to eat delicious duck. I'll go back and make it for you. Morong Yu saw Lan Xingxing's aggrieved expression and shook her head helplessly. For some reason, she doted on this girl a lot. She wasn't young anymore, but she was so innocent and adorable that people couldn't help but want to take care of her. There's no need. The Martial Arts Academy sells a lot of things. I'll just buy some food. Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue. In fact, she simply wanted to eat Lin Xian's cooking. Lin Xian returned to Lin City after class and went straight to Linglong Shue's place. At this moment, the four of them were playing PUBG together. Lin Xian opened the door. They were all wearing headphones, and none of them even looked at him. Lin Xian. It can't be, right? This was Ling Longyue's idea. Since you guys are all frustrated, why don't you play games? It works. Cough, cough. Lin Xian closed the door and coughed dryly. Several people looked over at the same time. I have a first aid kit here. Who wants it? Yi Renbing turned her head and said. The other three also turned their heads. I want it. Lin Xian. Hey. You can't ignore me like this. Lin Xian sat over. I'm not ignoring you. Bing Lingyue said. Die. Lin Xian sat there and said. Boom, at the same time the four of them were in a car and were all killed by a bomb in the red zone. The four girls. I'm not playing anymore. I'm going to cook. Do you want to eat? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian and asked. Yes, I'll definitely eat. Then I'll go help. Bing Lingyue stood up. I'm not going. I want to watch the show. Ling Longyue said. Then, she saw Linglong Shui's gaze and coughed dryly. I'll go help too. Then, the three girls walked into the kitchen together. Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly and went to Yi Renbing's side. That? Lin Xian scratched his head. It was so awkward. It's not only my problem. Don't you think so? Lin Xian said awkwardly. Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian. What problem? It's about you being pregnant. What's wrong with that? Yi Renbing sneered. Lin Xian looked at her. Then what do you think? Lin Xian asked. Actually, for a man, if a girl was pregnant, the baby could be taken or not. Men might not be so reluctant. However, for a woman, especially a woman from the Devil clan, they would definitely be reluctant. Not to mention Lin Xian, even if a woman from the Devil clan got pregnant after being raped by someone else, there was a very high chance that she would want to keep the baby. This was how a woman from the Devil clan was. Give birth to the baby. When I'm bored, I can play with the baby and teach him cultivation. Isn't that great? I won't have to look for a dog like you. Lin Xian. All right then. I respect your choice. Lin Xian nodded. As if you have the right to decide. Know your place. Lin Xian. All right. I was wrong. I was wrong, Lord Devil God. Lin Xian said bitterly. Humph. Yi Renbing snorted coldly. In front of Lin Xian, she was completely different from in front of Linglong Shui and the others. In front of Lin Xian, she was extremely arrogant. There was no helping it. Weren't these women all like that? I'm leaving first. Yi Renbing stood up and said. Linglong Shui walked out of the kitchen and asked, Not eating? No. After saying that, Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian and disappeared. She still had to go back and see what to do when a woman got pregnant. Although she had lived for so long, this was still her first time. Linglong Shui had become more and more homely in the Devil clan. Because of her pregnancy, sometimes she even spoke like the mistress of the house. Hey Xiao Linglong, didn't you say that it's hard for people with your bloodline to get pregnant? You're even afraid that you won't be able to reproduce in this lifetime? Why are you and Yi Renbing pregnant? Lin Xian asked bitterly. Humph. Ling Longyue had a huge opinion of Lin Xian. This person was too infuriating. Her sister, Sister Bing, and Yi Renbing were all so beautiful and outstanding. Why did they all fall into his hands? Why was that? He was really lucky. What are you snorting for? Let me tell you, the people around you are now my people. If you don't behave, I'll get them to beat you up. Lin Xian glared at Ling Longyue and said, You! Ling Longyue pointed at Lin Xian angrily and then wrinkled her cute little nose. Humph! She snorted and stopped talking. Wow! Everyone around him seemed to have become his people. How infuriating. Xiao Linglong, go and rest. I'll cook for you. Lin Xian said and walked in. It's okay, you go and rest. Linglong Shui said indifferently. She really felt that she cared more and more about Lin Xian. Then let's eat together. Lin Xian said with a smile, and then pulled Bing Lingyue's hand. Bing Lingyue's beautiful face blushed slightly. Wow, this queen blushing was really beautiful. Chapter 11:10. Lin Xian had always wanted to take Bing Lingyue down. However, he was still one step away from getting the heaven-ranked martial skill reward. However, Lin Xian didn't want to push her down just like that. Although Lin Xian felt that it would be easy for him to push Bing Lingyue down. Bing Lingyue had a strange feeling. Linglong Shui was here and it felt weird for her to be flirting with Lin Xian. Humph! You guys go ahead. I'm going out. Linglong Shui saw Lin Xian flirting with Bing Lingyue and was about to explode. She was so angry. Wasn't it enough to have her sister? She was even here. How dare you flirt with Sister Bing? She didn't want to watch anymore. After saying that, she walked over. It's good that you're going out. You don't have to be a third wheel. Lin Xian said with a grin. Linglong Shui staggered. Ah! She wanted to bite him to death. I'll do it. You and Lingyue can go out and rest. Linglong Shui glanced at them and said calmly. She really wanted Lin Xian and Bing Lingyue to take a step forward. We'll help, Lin Xian said. Bing Lingyue nodded. Then, Lin Xian moved behind Linglong Shui and reached out to touch her stomach. It was getting bigger. Xiao Linglong, do you want to go to the hospital tomorrow? Lin Xian asked. Why? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian curiously. It's 3 months now. We can tell if the baby is a boy or a girl. Lin Xian said. Linglong Shui's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Xian's words. To be honest, she was also looking forward to seeing if the baby was a boy or a girl. Okay. Linglong Shui nodded. Lin Xian was also looking forward to it. He hoped that it would be a girl because Lin Xian liked girls. Thinking about it. An especially pretty, cute, an adorable little girl swaying and asking for a hug. Oh my God! He couldn't take it. Linglong Shui hoped that it would be a boy. Perhaps every girl in the Goblin clan hoped that it would be a boy because they felt that boys could support the heavens and become great heroes. Moreover, boys could better continue the family line of the man. She felt that the man should also like girls. But Lin Xian really didn't favor boys over girls. Instead, he felt that girls were better. Daughters were their father's intimate little cotton-padded jackets. Although Ling Longyue was very unhappy that this pig Lin Xian had taken away her sister, she was also looking forward to the birth of the baby. That way, she wouldn't be the youngest in the family anymore. Soon, they made a few simple yet delicious home-cooked dishes. The few of them ate happily together. It was already late when they finished eating because it was already 8 o'clock when Lin Xian arrived. After cooking, it would be 9 o'clock. After eating, cleaning up, and chatting, wouldn't it be 10 o'clock? Aren't you going to the martial arts academy? Linglong Shui asked Lin Xian. Class is over, and we're all here. Why should I go to the martial arts academy? Lin Xian said with a smile as he hugged Linglong Shui. Ling Longyue glanced at him. Ah! She was so angry. Now, Lin Xian could even take advantage of her sister in front of her. She was so angry, so angry. I'm going back to my room. Ling Longyue pouted and went back to her room angrily. I'm going back too. Bing Lingyue said and went back to her room. Let's go to sleep too. Lin Xian kissed Linglong Shui's pink cheeks and said. Linglong Shui looked at Bing Lingyue's back and said to Lin Xian. Go and find Lingyu. Lin Xian shook his head and said. No, I can bully Bing Bing anytime. But you, after today, I won't be able to bully you. Linglong Shui frowned and looked at Lin Xian. No, She shook her head. Why, sob, you've rejected me so many times. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. The last time I went to the hospital, the doctor said it's best not to have sex. Ling Long Shui said, it's fine if I'm 3 months pregnant. It'll be fine if I don't do it. Let's go. Trust me. The doctor said it's best not to have sex, right? Lin Xian then pulled Ling Long Shui's hand. Damn. It had been a long time since he touched Ling Long Shui. This girl was too beautiful. Lin Xian couldn't help it. Indeed, it wasn't good to do that after 3 months of pregnancy. But that didn't mean that it was impossible. It was still possible after 3 months. One had to pay attention to their posture and the intensity. After that, it wouldn't be too good. Lin Xian knew about this. He had done his research. Ling Long Shui. Let's go. No. Ling Long Shui shook her head. I just wanted to say hello to the baby in advance. You didn't let me. I'm so pitiful. Lin Xian then said with a wronged expression. Ling Long Shui. I just want to go in and say hello to the baby. Ling Long Shui. Let's go. Then, Lin Xian brought Ling Long Shui, who was half unwilling and half willing, to her fragrant room. Lin Xian was right. If he didn't do it today, he wouldn't be able to touch Ling Long Shui for the next 6 months. If he wanted to do it, he had to do it tonight. As for Bing Lingyue, there was no rush. She could do it any time. Ling Long Shui was still a soft-hearted person. Baby, Daddy is coming to see you. Lin Xian's lips curled up. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the fairy-like Ling Long Shui in his arms. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Did he save the Milky Way galaxy in his previous life? With so many beautiful goddesses by his side. He reckoned that he must have saved the Milky Way galaxy. Bing Lingyue had just woken up in her room. She was actually looking forward to Lin Xian coming to her room, but Lin Xian didn't. To be honest, she was a little disappointed, but it was nothing. She knew that Ling Long Shui was Lin Xian's favorite. She wasn't jealous. Perhaps they all subconsciously thought that it was normal for a man to have multiple wives. In the era that Bing Lingyue lived in, all capable men had multiple wives and concubines. The concept was deeply ingrained. The most amazing thing about Lin Xian wasn't that he had multiple wives and concubines. It was that the girls around him got along very well. Although they didn't know that the girls around him were Lin Xian's women, there were bound to be some who knew and some who guessed. However, they didn't say anything. Look at Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, 2 modern goddesses. Monogamy was deeply ingrained in them, and they were both very good girls. However, to what extent did they compromise for Lin Xian? This was something that Lin Xian didn't expect. Therefore, Lin Xian was really a very happy and lucky person. Ling Long Shui might have felt Lin Xian's naughty hands. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she opened her beautiful eyes. You're awake. Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her. Chapter 11:11. It was blissful. To be honest, from the first time Lin Xian met Ling Long Shui, he never thought that such a day would come. Even after meeting her, Ling Long Shui hated him so much that she wanted to kill him. But now, she was nestled in his arms. It was so comfortable. Ling Long Shui blushed slightly and tried to get up. Don't get up, Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Long Shui looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian then whispered something in her ear. Her face instantly turned red. No. Ling Long Shui refused. Don't. Be good. Lin Xian said softly. Ling Long Shui then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and slowly went in. More than an hour later, they walked out of the house together. Dragoni was sleeping at home. According to Ling Long Shui, she's very sleepy these days, even eating less than before. Sometimes she'll sleep for days at a time, but she's getting better and better. Ling Long Shui wore more clothes. The weather was quite cold, so it was fine to wear more clothes. The other girls except Ling Long Shui were all wearing masks and berets. The main thing was that they were too beautiful. Lin Xian felt that if they went out like this, especially when he was beside them, something bad would happen. Moreover, Ling Long Shui and Bing Lingyue appeared in the MV. Lin Xian also wore a mask. Wearing a mask wasn't a big deal. Many people on the road wore it. As for Linglong Yu, she was very beautiful but she looked young. So even though she was very beautiful, she couldn't be compared to women like Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. Moreover, this girl didn't like wearing a mask. The few of them went to the hospital together. After the examination, they waited for the notification. The notification came quickly. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Linglong Shui was also looking forward to it. Linglong Shui's family, come and get the report. I'll go. Lin Xian then ran over and looked at it as he walked over. How is it? Linglong Shui asked with anticipation. Do you want a boy or a girl? Lin Xian smiled and asked Linglong Shui. A boy. Linglong Shui said. Why? Lin Xian asked curiously. Because a boy can be indomitable. Girls can do it too. Aren't they as indomitable as you? Lin Xian laughed. A girl? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, a girl. Linglong Shui caressed her lower abdomen. I hope it's a girl, Lin Xian said with a smile. Why? Linglong Shui asked curiously. Shouldn't a boy want a boy? A girl is beautiful and cute. She's her father's sweet little jacket. Look at how beautiful you are. When the time comes, our daughter will be super beautiful too. When the time comes, you can teach her how to cultivate and I'll teach her how to recognize a scumbag. How nice. Lin Xian laughed. Okay. Linglong Shui nodded slightly. She was actually very happy. It turned out that he liked girls. I don't think you need to teach her how to recognize a scumbag. Linglong Shui leaned against the wall and said. Why? Lin Xian asked. Let her see you and she'll know what a scumbag is. Lin Xian. Wow. This girl's words hurt his heart. I'm not a scumbag. Bah. You're still not admitting it. Linglong Shui spat. Okay. Let's go home. I'll cook for you guys. Lin Xian made lunch for them and went to the martial arts academy. Today's class was in the afternoon. Lin Xian realized that he liked military classes. It was not only because the instructor was Xiao Runing, but also because he was interested in military classes. In the martial arts academy, Lin Xian could be challenged again today. Therefore, the first thing Lin Xian did after class was to rush to the 99th peak. Because Lin Xian was on the 100th peak, the 10,000 people in the front yard could directly challenge the 100th to 108th peaks. Therefore, as long as Lin Xian was on the 90th peak, they could not directly challenge him. At that time, only the person on the 100th peak could challenge him. If Lin Xian was on the 97th peak, then only the people on the 98th, 99th, and 100th peaks could challenge him. Of course, they could only compete for the ownership of each peak. However, the outside world could still challenge him. It was just that even if they succeeded in the challenge, they would not be able to obtain Lin Xian's peak, only Lin Xian's ranking. Lin Xian returned to the backyard and prepared to pack up his things on the 100th peak. Then, when he went up, he saw 1,000 or 2,000 people waiting for him. These challengers could enter the 100th to 108th peaks to challenge, but they could only stay in that small area. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? He did not even feel safe sleeping in his room. Lin Xian saw this scene and felt uncomfortable. This fucking... I say, what are you guys doing? These people knew that Lin Xian might challenge the 90th peak. As long as Lin Xian entered the 90th peak, they would not be able to challenge him. Although Lin Xian was no longer on the 108th peak, more people wanted to challenge Lin Xian because they were unhappy with him. Why did he have such a good relationship with the school beauties? Why? Then I'll target you and defeat you. There were not many reasons. Lin Xian saw this scene and felt helpless. Since they were all here and they wanted to challenge Lin Xian could not reject them. Therefore, he had to finish 5 rounds today before he could leave and challenge others. Lin Xian, we are all here to challenge you. A person pointed at Lin Xian and said, I know. Who wants to challenge me? Lin Xian walked in and picked up an orange from the stone table in the yard. He said while peeling it, Me. Let me go first. I'm here first. Those people started to compete again. Hey, look at you guys. So many people challenge me every day. What do you want me to do? Lin Xian shrugged helplessly and said, Last time when I asked those people to pay to challenge me, you guys said that I was black-hearted and that I cheated you of your money. Look at how I choose now. Who do I choose? Randomly? I choose randomly. Those who are not chosen are unhappy and unhappy. How about this? More than 1,000 of you will fight among yourselves. Whoever wins will challenge me in the top 5. How about that? Of course we can't. How can we challenge you when we're done and our spiritual energy is exhausted? Moreover, there are so many people here. Who knows when we will fight? Besides, there will be new challengers coming one after another. Someone said, Yes, definitely not. Those people discussed animatedly. Well, then what do we do? Then pay up. If you are willing, pay up. If you are not, please withdraw. Unless you give me another way. Lin Xian said, Okay, pay up then. Pay up then. One had to know that this was a group of arrogant young masters. Although they heard that Lin Xian had defeated a domain realm cultivator, none of them were convinced. They all felt that they were not ordinary people and had the ability to fight above their level. Why couldn't they do the same? Therefore, the number of challengers did not decrease just because Lin Xian defeated a domain realm cultivator. Chapter 11-12. After that, there was nothing much to say. Lin Xian was the kind of person who made others think that they could beat him. However, 5 of them were defeated by Lin Xian. After 5 rounds, Lin Xian directly called it a day. Although he could make money, he was afraid that it would not be easy to make money in the future. After the first time and the second time, people would definitely suspect that Lin Xian was pretending to be weak. Lin Xian did not care. He did not want to be annoyed. He directly went to the 90th peak. The 90th peak was not easy to be, because if one wanted to advance to the 80th peak from the 91st to the 99th peak, the 91st peak must belong to one. Only by reaching the 90th peak would one be qualified to challenge the 80th or 80th peak. Even if one was the 91st peak, one would have to defeat the person on the 90th peak before one could challenge the 80th peak. Lin Xian thought that he wanted to be in the top few. Although he did not need to do so now because it was too high profile, he would have to slowly challenge and advance bit by bit. That would take a lot of time, so he might as well challenge now. When he arrived at the 90th peak, Lin Xian saw Wang Xintong. This girl was waiting behind a person. That person was competing with another person. This person was definitely in the 90th peak. He was definitely going to charge into the 80th peak. Lin Xian. Wang Xintong saw Lin Xian and revealed a happy expression. She ran in front of Lin Xian. You want to challenge too? Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks and smiled. Anyway, there was no one around to watch except for the 2 people who were competing. They were in full swing and did not have the time to watch them. Wang Xintong nodded. Then you go ahead. Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian. Forget it. If you want a challenge, then you do it. I will challenge the 91st peak. Lin Xian smiled and said, There's no need for that. You do it. Besides, I may not necessarily win. Even if I win, I may not necessarily win against over 80 mountains. Wang Xintong stuck out her tongue. All right then, I'll challenge the 80th peak after I'm done, Lin Xian said. All right. Wang Xintong nodded. If this person lost to Lin Xian, then he would directly go to Lin Xian's 100th peak. If Lin Xian successfully challenged the 80th peak, then the 80th peak would belong to the 90th peak. However, Lin Xian trusted Wang Xintong. The difference in strength between the 80th, and 90th peaks was actually very small. It depended more on one's performance and attributes. Although Wang Xintong had dual attributes of water and light, neither of which was a combat attribute, she was not weak. Therefore, when she defeated the 80th peak that Lin Xian successfully challenged, Lin Xian felt that it would not be a big problem. Since Wang Xintong wanted to challenge him so early, Lin Xian felt that she was also very confident in herself. The 2 people in front of him finished their challenges quickly. The person who came to challenge failed. Zhao Long glanced at Lin Xian and Wang Xintong, then said indifferently, Which one of you wants to challenge me? Not resting? Lin Xian asked with a smirk. No need. All right. Lin Xian then jumped up. Is you Lin Xian? The person looked at Lin Xian and narrowed his eyes. Oh, brother, you seem to be hostile towards me. Lin Xian asked with a smile. No. Zhao Long shook his head. Of course. He was Lan Xingxing's suitor. This bastard was actually so close to Lan Xingxing and even went to her dormitory. How could he not be hostile? That's good. Are you sure you don't want to rest? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No need. Zhao Long's fire attribute energy surged. Come on. Lin Xian shrugged. This Zhao Long's strength was still at the one-star domain realm. In the martial arts academy, he was naturally above average. However, it was still the same saying. The truly powerful people in the martial arts academy were probably the top 30 peaks. The top 30 peaks were the elites of the elites. The people behind them were at most a little genius. To Lin Xian, they were nothing. Lin Xian, you can do it. Wang Xintong was definitely Lin Xian's little fangirl. After all, beauty was in the eye of the beholder. Moreover, she knew that Lin Xian was very powerful. Zhao Long snorted coldly. Why? What was so different about this Lin Xian? Almost all of the top 10 school beauties on the ranking list had more or less interacted with him. Even a few of them came to watch his martial arts competition. This was a very important moment for a man. Which man didn't want to attract the attention of a few school beauties during their martial arts competition? However, Lin Xian actually did it. He couldn't understand. Hey brother, what are you thinking about? Let's fight. Lin Xian shouted. Come on. Zhao Long then looked at Lin Xian warily. Although he felt that he could win, he had heard that Lin Xian had defeated several domain realm martial artists who challenged him. Therefore, this Lin Xian was actually not weak. Ha! Following that, Zhao Long roared angrily. The entire martial arts arena was burning with flames. The flames quickly shrank, as if Lin Xian had become a turtle in a jar. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't reveal his full strength. However, he didn't want to waste time. If he could end the battle as soon as possible, then so be it. Spatial seal. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and clenched it slightly. Humph! You think you're the only one who can seal me? You're too young. Zhao Long snorted and suddenly punched the spatial barrier created by Lin Xian. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't break this spatial barrier at all. How is this possible? You're at the domain realm. Zhao Long looked at Lin Xian in shock. To be honest, there was nothing shocking about a student at the martial arts academy being at the domain realm. However, for some reason, he felt that Lin Xian was at the domain realm. Lin Xian also felt very helpless. Was he weak? Why was he weak in the eyes of these people? He had defeated a domain realm martial artist time and time again in the eyes of others as a low realm martial artist. Why was he still weak in the eyes of these people? He couldn't understand what these people were thinking. One-star domain realm. Don't think that you can win against me just because you're at the one-star domain realm and have the spatial attribute. This young master can easily shatter the spatial barrier created by a one-star domain realm martial artist. Ha! Then he roared and released his fire attribute power with all his might, bombarding the spatial seal. There was a crack, but it didn't shatter. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Under normal circumstances, as long as a martial artist was a so-called genius in the same realm, it would be relatively easy for them to break through some of the spatial or time restrictions. However, one mustn't forget that Lin Xian didn't have the normal spatial attribute. His spatial purity and proficiency were maxed out. Since ancient times, there had never been a human who had maxed out the spatial purity and proficiency. Therefore, if someone at the same realm wanted to break free from Lin Xian's spatial restrictions, the difficulty would definitely be extraordinary. I'll stop pretending. I'm gonna lay my cards on the table. I'm not trash. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Chapter 11:13. Under Zhao Long's incredulous and unwilling gaze, Lin Xian blasted a space boom. The space was blasted apart, and then Zhao Long was blasted away in ragged clothes. Lin Xian still knew his limits. He only suffered some superficial wounds. After all, there was no enmity between them, and it was just a simple competition. There was no need to be so vicious. Wang Xintong looked at Lin Xian with her mouth slightly agape. Too powerful? They were both in the domain realm, but the opponent in the same realm couldn't resist at all? No, shouldn't they be evenly matched in the same realm? And this was a student of the martial arts academy. They weren't simple. How could Lin Xian win so easily? Wasn't this too powerful? Actually, it was very simple. It was the space attribute. Did you think the space attribute was functional? That was a huge mistake. Yes, if you could easily break through the limitations of space or time, then these two attributes would only be a temporary restriction to you, and wouldn't have much effect on the battle. However, if you couldn't break through, then these two attributes would be your eternal nightmare. Normally, there was a chance to break through in the same realm, but the chances were actually not high. Otherwise, space and time wouldn't be so powerful. But after all, this was the martial arts academy, and everyone was an expert. So in the martial arts academy, the chances of breaking through were very high. But Lin Xian was too monstrous. With full proficiency and purity, even if someone was 1 star higher than Lin Xian, it would be very difficult to break through easily. You had to be at least 2 stars higher than him. And if you couldn't break through, then you would be a turtle in a jar in the space barrier created by Lin Xian. It didn't matter if you had skills, laws, or domains, it would all be useless. You had the strength but couldn't use it. Zhao Long got up from the ground. How should he put it? He admitted that Lin Xian was stronger than him, but he refused to accept it. Because he felt that Lin Xian only won because of the shamelessness of space. I'll get my revenge for this. Zhao Long tossed his badge to Lin Xian. At the same time, Lin Xian tossed his badge to Zhao Long. Then, Zhao Long snorted and walked away. Lin Xian was an expert. This was Zhao Long's thoughts. Yes, he wasn't convinced, but the space attribute that Lin Xian released was too strong. He had fought with space attribute martial artists before, but Lin Xian was at the same realm as him. Zhao Long didn't have the confidence to break through Lin Xian's space barrier. This was enough to prove that Lin Xian's attainments in space were very high. Perhaps his strength was not strong, but his space was very strong. In the face of the space attribute, once you are restricted by the power of space, you basically only have one chance to break through the space seal. If you can't break through this one chance, then the opponent will have enough time to use space explosion and other powers. Then I'll go challenge number 80. You just wait here for him. When he comes, you can challenge him directly, Lin Xian said to Wang Xintong. NN. Wang Xintong nodded. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian smiled and moved his face closer. Wang Xintong's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Since she started dating Lin Xian, there had been very few ambiguous moments between them. She felt that Lin Xian didn't like her at all. So this time, when Lin Xian took the initiative to kiss her, she was actually very happy. Wang Xintong's little face was red. She tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's cheek. Hee, let's go. Lin Xian then walked away. Lin Xian was qualified to challenge number 80. Wang Xintong wasn't, so Wang Xintong couldn't go there. Those who succeeded in the challenge could stop fighting for 2 days. Others couldn't challenge them, but if they lost, they could still be challenged by others. Lin Xian might return to Lin and City after today's battle, because he still wanted to see Zi Qiue. Zi Qiue triggered a divine rank martial skill, so he was very much looking forward to it. However, she was a heavenly concubine. He didn't know if it would be easy to woo her. What if she was lonely? There was still Luo Chenxi. Heavenly concubine Zi Qiue. Lin Xian might still have a chance. Perhaps Lin Xian had some interactions with her. After all, Lin Xian had written songs for her before, so they had some common topics to talk about. However, Luo Chenxi was an Xian's boss and also a mature and beautiful woman. She was truly beautiful, but Lin Xian did not have any common topics to talk about with her. The only conversation they had was during the gala, and they had never spoken to each other again. This kind of situation was really too difficult to pursue. However, the mission reward that Luo Chenxi triggered made Lin Xian very excited. Top-notch domain. Lin Xian's law was the top-notch law of creation. The Blue Star's mission also had the law of destruction. What kind of powerful domain could a top-notch domain be? Lin Xian was of course looking forward to it. Lin Xian also wanted to have more interactions with them. If he had more interactions with them, he would be able to increase their favorability. However, they didn't give him a chance. For the time being, Zichiyue had a chance, but this Luo Chenxi had too few chances. He would see when the time came. Anyway, he had 3 months. If he couldn't complete it, he would spend the Adonis points to delay it. He had to quickly get Xiao Xinyue. As long as he got her, Lin Xian wouldn't have to spend the Adonis points to exchange for the chalcedony liquid. Therefore, Lin Xian decided that after meeting Zichiyue, he would officially start to woo Xiao Xinyue. In fact, Xiao Xinyue was already halfway through. The rest was to take advantage of her. Her favorability towards Lin Xian was not low. It was close to 40. 50 favorability was the threshold for confessing, but it didn't mean that one had to reach 50 to confess. 40 favorability was basically at the level of trust. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian successfully took down the 80th peak. There wasn't much difficulty, and Lin Xian couldn't even feel the thrill of the battle. There was really no pressure at all. Lin Xian couldn't be said to be that amazing, but he was really invincible within the same realm. Fighting those 3 stars higher than him would be a little stressful. Only Tier 5 experts were the most difficult. It wasn't because Lin Xian's combat standards were outstanding, but because his cheats were too fierce. All the major attributes, powerful martial arts, full talent, full attribute purity. Just this full attribute purity, how many unimaginable things could he do? The news of Lin Xian's strength was also spread. This kind of news couldn't be hidden. Lin Xian didn't plan to hide it, but the things he revealed were very limited. Before, in the eyes of others, Lin Xian was just a piece of trash. Now, they had to pay attention to Lin Xian. Those who were confident that they could defeat Lin Xian before were no longer so sure. After all, the space attribute was no joke. After all, it was said that Lin Xian defeated the person on the 80th peak in 10 seconds. They had no choice but to put away their previous contempt for Yi Shiwen. Chapter 11:14. After the challenge, Lin Xian went to Xiao Runing's class. He felt that he was very busy, but he also felt very fulfilled. He didn't even raise his realm during this period of time. But after all, he was in the Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Academy had its own set of plans. They had their own guidelines for when to go out and when to do missions. The students didn't have to worry about these. Of course, if you wanted to go out to the beast domain, you could as long as you met the rules. Lin Xian could go, but Lin Xian didn't. The only place he went to was Yi Renbing's place. But now that Yi Renbing was also pregnant, Lin Xian had a headache. The headache was that he was now the father of 2 babies, but he was still hooking up with other girls all day long. But he had no choice but to hook up with them. The system's mission punishment was all kinds of shortening and disappearing. How could he withstand it? This is simply forcing you to do the quest. Although Lin Xian was actually quite happy while doing missions, he had to admit that. After all, they were all fucking beauties. As a man, how could he not be happy? The Art Shen group's continuous development was temporarily handed over to Murong Qing and Lin Ya. When Zhao Yunqi returned, and with Miao Xiaomiao, these 2 girls could create unimaginable wealth for the Art Shen group. Next, I have something to say. Xiao Runing stood on the podium, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the crowd as she spoke. Lin Xian came back to his senses. Murong Yu glanced at Lin Xian again. He rarely zoned out. At most, he would stare at instructor Xiao Runing. Today, he seemed to be in a daze even without looking at her. In 3 days, our martial arts academy will hold our first mission, Xiao Runing said. Hearing Xiao Runing's words, the students were all excited. Fuck, I'm fucking bored to death in the martial arts academy. I finally have a mission. We can finally get out. I really envy those people in the backyard. They can go out of the martial arts academy as they please, just like us. Sigh. To be honest, it was an honor to enter the martial arts academy, but it really made many people here feel suffocated. They were all daughters or young masters of rich families. They were so happy outside. But when they came here, they couldn't fall in love without entering the backyard. Who the fuck could stand this? Most importantly, he really couldn't enter. And quit? Not many of them had the face to leave. Therefore, when they heard that they were going to be assigned a mission, of course they were excited. They could finally fucking go out. Going to the demonic beast domain was also a kind of luxury. Xiao Runing then said, "This time's mission is 1/5 of the school-level mission, that is to say, there will be 4,000 people doing this mission. Fortunately, our military class is in this 5th, but the other 4/5 of the students will be doing the mission one after another, so everyone is equal." Xiao Runing paused for a moment before continuing. "Tomorrow, our Martial God Academy's Martial God app will announce the missions. There may be hundreds of missions in total with different sizes and difficulties. Everyone can choose the 3 missions that you like the most. Then, the system will filter the missions based on the number of people, your strength, the difficulty of the mission, and other factors. In the end, it will decide which mission each person will take on. There may be hundreds of people taking on a mission at the same time, or there may even be only 1 or 2 people. However, no matter how difficult the mission is, there will definitely be more powerful students who will take it on. There is only one request, and that is that after seeing the posted missions, you will act according to your ability. Everyone's safety is the most important." Then Xiao Runing continued, "You have all signed a life-and-death contract with the Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Academy will be responsible for your lives, and we also hope that you will be responsible for your own lives. Even if you die, the Martial Arts Academy will not take any responsibility. You must remember this. However, the biggest guarantee we can do is to ensure your safety as much as possible. When the time comes, we will give everyone the space crystal that they used to participate in the assessment. If you encounter danger, you can use the space crystal to directly teleport back to the Martial Arts Academy. Your safety can be guaranteed, but it depends on whether you will be careless or not." "Miss Xiao, what kind of missions are there?" someone asked. "They are all kinds of missions in the demonic beast domain. The easier ones are to kill a certain number of demonic beasts. The more difficult ones are to go to a more dangerous place to do something. That's about it. You will know the specifics tomorrow. You can also tell the difficulty of the mission by yourself," Xiao Runing said. "So, when the time comes, your teammates will be random. That is, some students who have chosen the same mission as you." Xiao Runing said, "Miss Xiao, what if we want to act alone?" Su Jiming stood up and asked at this time. "As for whether you can survive, that is also your own business. However, there are a few missions that must be carried out as a team. Because the risk factor is too high, I will not disclose this to you for the time being. But if you go out and fail to complete the mission, the Academy will punish you. So, choose a mission that is within your ability and try your best to protect your own life to complete the mission." The meaning of the existence of the Martial Arts Academy was to let these people become independent talents, to stimulate their potential, to make them improve on their original foundation, and even to make them undergo a qualitative change and sublimation. The Martial Arts Academy would work hard, but the warriors themselves would also need to work hard. This process was very dangerous. There would definitely be people, and many of them would be sacrificed. However, this was everyone's choice. The Academy would not force you to do the mission or come to the Martial Arts Academy. Since you came, you should have the determination and the consciousness of sacrifice. However, the Martial Arts Academy would try its best to protect everyone. The space crystal was the embodiment of this. With the space crystal in hand, unless you encountered an existence that could kill you instantly, there was nothing you could do about it. However, the probability of that happening was extremely low. Since they were asked to do the mission, these mission points and mission targets must have been scouted by the instructors of the Martial Arts Academy in advance. They were trying their best to protect everyone. "Okay, class is over." Lin Xian also walked out and lit a cigarette. Xiao Runing glanced at him. When did this bastard learn to smoke? Morong Yu also glanced at Lin Xian when she passed by him. When did he learn to smoke? He learned to smoke on Earth. However, when he heard about Yi Renbing's pregnancy last night, Lin Xian was extremely depressed. It was his first time in this world to buy cigarettes. Chapter 11:15. Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian and asked, "I've never seen you smoke before." She treated Lin Xian in a special way. Normally, she would not take the initiative to talk to a man. However, in her eyes, Lin Xian was a friend. She did not think much of it. "This is not smoking. It's loneliness," Lin Xian said as he blew out a smoke ring. "Morongyu, so you're very lonely?" "Sigh, yes." Lin Xian then looked at Morongyu and said with a smile, "Beautiful class monitor, are you trying to help me get rid of my loneliness?" Morongyu shook her head and said calmly, "I want to ask you about the 6th level of 1,000 ice pupils." "The 6th level? I've told you before. You need a pure yang body to help you cultivate." Morongyu nodded. "You also said that you have a pure yang body." "Yes, so I can help you reach the 6th level of 1,000 ice pupils. It depends on whether you're willing." "How?" Morongyu asked. She was a person who thirsted for power. In her life, other than family, power was more important than anything else. "Simple. Let's dual cultivate." "Morongyu?" Seeing her eyes, Lin Xian coughed and said with a smile, "It's not that kind of dual cultivation. It's in a place where no one will disturb us. We might need to wear cool clothes. Then we'll use our palms. You release your cold energy and I'll release my fire energy. The two types of energy will neutralize each other. My fire energy will gradually help you unlock the 6th level of 1,000 ice pupils." Morongyu muttered to herself for a moment. She believed Lin Xian's words. After all, Lin Xian had indeed helped her unlock the 5th layer of her 1,000 ice pupils. Furthermore, the 6th layer he mentioned seemed to make sense to her. "But why do we have to wear cool clothes?" Morongyu didn't quite understand what the connection was. "Because wearing cool clothes is more beneficial for your absorption of fire attribute energy. The best way is to be naked, but I know that you definitely can't do that. So, it's best to wear cool clothes, but you definitely can't wear too much. Otherwise, the failure rate will be very high. This process may last for 1 or 2 hours. In 1 or 2 hours, there's a chance that the release, neutralization, and fusion of our energy will be disrupted because of wearing too much. It might even cause an explosion. If we release our energy for such a long time, the explosion of energy might cause us to die there," Lin Xian said with a very reasonable expression. Morongyu pondered for a while. "Got it. When are you free?" Lin Xian, "You don't mind? It won't expose anything, and it can also greatly increase my strength. Why should I be afraid?" Morongyu looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. This woman was very cold, but she was not pretentious at all. "Interesting. I still have to go to Lin and City to do something. Why don't you wait for me to come back from there?" "Okay." Morongyu nodded. "Remember to wear nice clothes. Choose a beautiful set of underwear." Lin Xian grinned. Morongyu. Then, she directly walked away. Did she have to wear underwear just to wear cool clothes? No. Who said that? Couldn't she wear the loose t-shirt that she wore the other day? That was also cool, right? Lin Xian drove directly back to Lin and City. In a private room of Lin and Hotel, Zi Qiue, and Xian, Lu Yufan, Miao Xiaomiao, and Yi, 5 beautiful girls of different ages gathered around the table. The dishes were served one after another. The waiter who served the dishes was shocked. What kind of immortal gathering was this? Zi Qiue and Xian. There were also 3 beautiful girls. They were actually here. This was too exaggerated. However, Zi Qiue specifically told them not to tell others. Presumably, with her appeal and the warning from the hotel's leaders, they would not reveal it, at least for now. When they got off work, they would probably brag that they saw Zi Qiue and Xian and were eating at their hotel. This meal was treated by Zi Qiue. Of course, it was mainly for Lin Xian. She came for Lin Xian. Zi Qiue was a talented woman. Of course, she liked talented people the most. Lin Xian was not invincible in her eyes, but he was definitely very talented. She admired and liked him very much. Of course, this kind of like was not the kind that she wanted to have sex with, but it did not necessarily improve to the kind that she wanted to have sex with. And Xian and Zi Qiue played the guitar together in the private room and sang Lin Xian's new song together. The more Zichue sang, the more she liked it. She loved this song so much that she decided that she must cover this song. At the same time, Lin Xian's position in her heart rose by another level. Lin Xian's songs from Enchanting to now were all top-notch, and they were all top-notch songs that could be passed down. With this kind of talent, if he entered the entertainment industry, it would only take time for him to become a heavenly king. However, he didn't want to enter the entertainment industry and didn't even want to show his face. This made Zichue admire him greatly. It's good, it's good. Lu Yufan and the others excitedly applauded the two of them. Some people outside would pass by their private room and hear the melodious songs coming from inside. The most exaggerated thing was that if you went shopping now, you would see that 50% or more of the songs that Lin Xian wrote for Enchanting, including Zichue's dignity. This kind of situation would only happen when a divine song like the Big Apple appeared. In the entire empire, Lin Xian's songs dominated the charts. They also dominated the charts. It's not the singing that's good. It's the songs that are good. Zichue smiled and put down the guitar. Yeah, Lin Xian is really too talented. And Enchanting also sighed in admiration. Lu Yufan and the others were even more shocked. From the day they met Lin Xian, they never thought that Lin Xian would be like this one day. He was really amazing. I really don't know how much ink he has in his stomach. A person can write so many melodies and so many styles of songs in such a short time. The lyrics are also good, but the styles are too diverse. And Enchanting said, Zichue was in this line of work. She deeply knew how difficult it was for a person to write songs in several different styles. For any singer-songwriter, if you listened to their songs, you would find that their songs basically had one style, at most two. The different styles were written by other people. So I came here to talk to Lin Xian about cooperation. Zichue said with a smile, then took a sip of her drink. Sister Chiue, do you want Lin Xian to write songs for you? Lu Yufan asked. Zichue nodded. Yeah, after all, his songs are too good. I don't know if he will agree. He definitely will. Trace said. Why? Because he's the most lecherous. Everyone, ha ha ha. Chapter 11:16. Lin Xian was wearing a mask and a cap. When he arrived at the door, he heard the girls laughing inside. Sisters, what's so funny when I'm not here? Are they talking bad about me? Lin Xian felt that someone must know that Zichue and the others were inside. If he went in alone, someone would definitely guess that he was Lin Xian. Therefore, Lin Xian had to wear a mask or something. He pushed open the door and walked in. The beautiful girls looked at Lin Xian at the same time. I'm starving. I'm starving. Lin Xian then sat next to Yi. The dishes are all here. Do you want a drink? Zichue asked. Yes, a big star is treating us. We have to drink and we have to drink good wine. Lin Xian said with a smile. The girls looked at Lin Xian helplessly. Wow! He really acted like they were close to each other. No, how could he be so shameless as to say something like that? On the other hand, Zichue was happy to hear this. This meant that Lin Xian wanted to have a good relationship with her. That was a good thing. Even if he spent millions on a meal, it was nothing to her. She didn't care. Okay, then I'll go. I'll go. It's not convenient for Sister Chiue to go out. Lu Yufan said. Well, 2 bottles of Royal Salute. Okay. Lu Yufan then ran out like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, a young lady brought them 2 bottles of Royal Salute. Beauty Chiue, you've spent a lot of money. Lin Xian looked at the dishes on the table. A few of them were home-cooked dishes that everyone liked to eat, but the rest were expensive. As for why Lin Xian didn't call her Sister Chiue, what a joke. If he called her Sister Chiue, they would be siblings. If he didn't call her Sister Chiue, it was more likely that they would develop a relationship. After all, this triggered a confession quest. It's okay. It's my honor to treat Mr. Lin Xian to a meal. Zichue smiled. Cough, cough. Lin Xian choked and quickly said, Don't say that, beautiful Chiue. If your fans or society find out, I'll be scolded to death. Although Mr. Lin Xian hasn't entered the entertainment industry, he is quite familiar with it. Zi Qiue smiled. It's all right. Internet trolls are too scary, and keyboard warriors are too powerful. We can't afford to offend them. Lin Xian shrugged and picked up an abalone. Fuck, it's delicious. I feel that it's much better than the abalones I used to eat. Moreover, there's no fishy smell at all. Lin Xian pointed and said, Of course, Mr. Lin Xian. Can't be something ordinary, right? Zi Qiue said with a smile. No, Beauty Qiue, don't be like this. Calling him Mr. makes us feel distant. Oh, Zi Qiue's eyes lit up. Call me little brother. Everyone. Wow. Lin Xian even flirted with Zi Qiue. Lu Yufan and the others were shocked. Zi Qiue was also stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, Okay, little brother Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. Zi Qiue stood up, raised her glass and said, It's my first time in Linen City. I'm very happy to see you all. Here's a toast to you. Then, everyone stood up and clinked glasses. Miao Xiaomiao knew that this was Lin Xian's home ground, so they were mostly here to eat, watch the big stars, and listen to them chat. The main thing was that their favorite Enrich and Zi Qiue were here, and they invited them to join them, so they really couldn't help but come. Lin Xian, Sister Qiue wants to see you because... Enrich looked at Lin Xian. I know, I'm writing songs. Lin Xian put down his chopsticks. I don't know if you can handle it. No, I should ask if you agree first. Zi Qiue looked at Lin Xian. You should know whether I agree or not, Lin Xian said with a smile. Zi Qiue smiled and raised her glass to Lin Xian. Then she drank it in one gulp. It had to be said that this kind of woman, the way she drank was really beautiful and elegant. Anyway, it could be said that she had thought it through. Moreover, this was a heavenly concubine. This kind of woman would give you a strong feeling in addition to being beautiful. What kind of feeling? It was that she was not ordinary. She was the idol and dream lover of countless people. It was very satisfying to sleep with such a woman. Of course, Zi Qiue was very smart. When Lin Xian agreed to go to the banquet, she knew that Lin Xian had agreed. Then, can you handle it? Zi Qiue asked. Although Lin Xian was indeed very talented and she acknowledged that she had also personally written and composed songs. She knew how long and how difficult it was to write a song with lyrics, let alone write one for two people. Moreover, it was a high-quality song. That's not a problem. Enrich, give me the guitar. Lin Xian waved at Enrich. Then, Enrich handed the guitar to Lin Xian. Beauty Qiue is more suitable for singing some love songs. Whether it's cheerful or sad, it suits you. However, this love song must have a little bit of meaning. Lin Xian said as he plucked the strings. Zi Qiue and everyone looked at Lin Xian. Could it be that Lin Xian, little brother, are you going to improvise? Zi Qiue asked with a smile. She had heard an Enrich say that those flowers and a Taoist nun friend of hers were improvised in front of her by Lin Xian. Miss Qiue, you have to have some confidence in me so that we can cooperate better. Lin Xian chuckled and began to fiddle with the strings. Then he hummed a song. The girls listened carefully to Lin Xian's humming. Although it was only 20 seconds, but Zi Qiue opened her beautiful eyes, which were shining slightly. Good song. Not to mention other things, she loved this song. Of course, who wouldn't love the chorus of Later? Especially for a woman like Zi Qiue, this kind of song was most suitable for her. Enrich looked at Lin Xian with shining eyes. He was too talented, really too talented. It should be a good song. Whether it's good or not, we'll know when it's written. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, Lin Xian said, Miss Qiue, please give me a pen and paper. I'll write it first. Right now? Zi Qiue was stunned. Yes, I should be able to write it after eating and chatting. I can't let you down. Lin Xian grinned. Zi Qiue looked at Lin Xian with slight surprise, and then handed him a pen and paper. Lin Xian chatted with everyone while eating and writing the song. Okay, take a look. Lin Xian handed the song to Zi Qiue. Zi Qiue took it and Enrich came over to read it. The more she read, the more surprised she was. He wrote it just like that? Although the words weren't good, the song. She hummed it according to the song. Later, I finally learned how to love. Unfortunately, you're long gone and disappeared in the sea of people. Later, wow, this song is so good. An Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xian said that this song was indeed good. After all, it was a classic song of a generation. This song would definitely be passed down for hundreds of years or even longer. Chapter 11:17. Then, Ziqiue looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Wasn't this person too exaggerated? How could he write such a song just like that? In her opinion, this song was so good that she couldn't wait to release it now. Really, she didn't know why, but she loved the songs written by Lin Xian too much. They were too much to her taste. Is it okay? Lin Xian asked. It's more than okay, Ziqiue said in surprise. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and asked, if you can write such a song so casually, what kind of song are you seriously writing? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, it's about the same. Can only be said that the style is different, but the level is the same. However, I won't help with the accompaniment. I believe that with Miss Chiue's ability, it's easy for you to make an accompaniment, right? Ziqiue nodded. Of course, no problem. Don't worry, all the fees for these songs will be given to you. She really didn't lack money, and she didn't come to Lin Xian for money. She simply liked these songs and liked to sing. As for fame, she didn't lack it. Her fame had already been consolidated, and it would be difficult for it to soar again. Lin Xian didn't refuse because he was short of money. If others knew Lin Xian's thoughts, they would definitely kill him. Short of money? You're fucking short of money? For a big star like Ziqiue, as long as her songs were popular, they could easily earn hundreds of millions a year. Moreover, they were high-quality songs. When the time came for various singing variety shows, the copyright fee would also be a big income. In any case, Lin Xian was making money from various places. But there's a premise. Lin Xian thought of something and said, what? Because I promised an Xian that I would give her an award, and the songs I wrote for you can easily win an award. So, when an Xian heard Lin Xian's words, she was touched. He actually kept this matter in his heart. Ziqiue understood what Lin Xian meant and said, don't worry, I just like these songs and singing, and I've passed the time of competing for results. And Anne's career is on the rise, and she happened to meet you. You can definitely help her reach a higher level. She might even be crowned as the queen. At that time, I will make a statement that I won't compete for any awards for these songs. Sister Chiue. An Xian bit her lips and looked at Ziqiue. Ziqiue smiled and rubbed her hair. She said, good luck. You can reach even higher heights. Lin Xian nodded and said, all right then. Ziqiue said, this period of time can also be considered as a vacation for myself. From my debut until now, the longest I've rested in a year is only a month. During this period of time, I'll focus on writing songs and singing. I won't take on any jobs. It just so happens that I'll stay in Lin City. If I have time, I'll go to the Monster Beast domain to take a look. Sister Chiue, you also go to the Monster Beast domain. Ziqiue shook her head. Not many. Lin Xian used his Eye of Cave Spirit to take a look. She was in the arcane body realm, which was actually not that high. However, for such a big star to still have the strength of the arcane body realm, it could be considered amazing. An Xian, on the other hand, had never been to the demonic beast domain in her entire life. She was just an ordinary star. However, going to the demonic beast domain was something that every capable person had to do. Not for anything else, but for the sake of living a few more years, she had to go even if it meant having better skin. However, everyone had their own life choices and plans. An Xian might not go now, but she would definitely go in the future. As for Ziqiue, she also didn't go there often. However, she thought that she was a public figure after all. Sometimes she might encounter some danger, so she could better protect herself if she had some strength. Lin Xian was happy. Ziqiue would stay in Lin City for the time being. An Xian would also stay in Lin City. then he would have more opportunities. There was also Luo Chenxi. By the way, Anexian, is your boss staying here? Lin Xian asked. Ah! Anexian was stunned. Why did Lin Xian suddenly ask about her boss? Humph! Miao Xiaomiao snorted. Lin Xian glanced at her. This girl was jealous. Hey! What are you snorting for? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He was just asking. And this girl thought that he was going to hit on her? Because you are a hooligan, right, Yi? Yi nodded. Lin Xian. Zichiyue held back her laughter. Brother Lin Xian, how are you a hooligan? She felt that it was quite interesting. Nonsense, when did I become a hooligan? Don't believe me. Lin Xian said to Zichiyue. I only know that the three of them said that you are a hooligan. That's not wrong. Zichiyue smiled. Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian glared at them, and they stuck out their pink tongues. An Xian then said, I don't know if Sister Chenxi will stay in Linen City, but she should be in Linen City for the time being. Because Sister Chenxi's parents and grandparents are all in Linen City now, and our company is now in a stable period and has passed the rising period, so Sister Chenxi should have time. No, I'm just asking. He just thinks she's pretty. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. Lin Xian. Ha ha ha. Zichiyue couldn't help but laugh. What? You still have feelings for Luo Chenxi? Sure, I'm good friends with her. I can help you two get together. I originally wanted to invite her to this dinner, but I didn't tell you after all, so I didn't ask her. Zichiyue couldn't help but laugh. Don't mess around. It's okay. I'll go to her place tonight and help you talk to her. Zichiyue said with a smile. Lin Xian. I'm just thinking about whether I can do business with her or something. I don't mean anything else, really. Lin Xian said seriously. Don't mean anything else. No, there must be something else, but we have to take it slow, right? It would be too abrupt if Zichiyue did it. Oh? You want to start a company too? Lin Xian shook his head. Doing business was just an excuse for Lin Xian. How could he make money by opening an entertainment company? It was better to develop a high-tech or monopolistic product. With the ability of Yashen Group, it would make much more money than a management company. No, I'm just saying. Let's eat. After dinner, I'll go back and help you two write songs. Lin Xian said. No hurry. Let me write this song first. You can help an Xian write it first. Zichiyue was very serious about writing songs. She didn't like to have a pile of good songs piled up and then write songs as if she had completed a task. She liked to write songs slowly and seriously. Chapter 11:18. Lin Xian realized that he seemed to be quite busy now. After having breakfast with Zichiyue and the others, Lin Xian wondered if he could do something with Zichiyue alone. In the end, he didn't have the chance, so Lin Xian simply went home. Early in the morning, Linya went to the company after making breakfast for him. She had been quite busy recently. Several projects had started or were being developed one after another. Moreover, Lin Xian's plan was going on, so she needed to watch over it. Although she was a little tired, she was really satisfied. The only thing was that Lin Xian came home less and less often. However, Linya knew that Lin Xian was improving himself in the martial arts academy. She was happy for him. Lin Xian also went to the martial arts academy after breakfast. The next important thing was the mission issued by the martial arts academy. It was a rare opportunity to go out and gain experience. Moreover, it was very motivating. Lin Xian was also very curious about the mission issued by the martial arts academy. Early in the morning, Lin Xian arrived at the martial arts academy. There were no classes today. The whole day was used to let people choose to accept missions or even find their own team members. When he arrived at the martial arts academy, the mission had not been issued yet. Lin Xian thought about going to Ling Ying and the others' place. It was just the right time to make a move on Xiao Xinyue. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Xian's figure directly disappeared and then appeared in Ling Ying and the others' room. Because that room was occupied by Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, Lin Xian was familiar with them and Xiao Xinyue. So Lin Xian was too lazy to ask the dormitory aunt. When Lin Xian appeared in their room, Xiao Xinhue happened to be in her pajamas and just came out of the bathroom after washing up. Then, she turned around and saw a man standing in their room. It was an instinctive reaction. Before she could see who it was, a burst of cold energy erupted. Lin Xian didn't expect little Xinhue to attack him. He was completely unprepared and was frozen there. At this time, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue also felt the fluctuation of spiritual power in the living room and ran out in their pajamas. "What's wrong?" Ling Ying asked and then looked at Lin Xian, who was frozen. Xiao Xinhue also saw that it was Lin Xian. She secretly touched her forehead. "No, why is this man like this? It's fine if you don't knock on the door, but you came here directly. Seriously?" Then, Xiao Xinhue waved her hand, and the cold energy disappeared. Lin Xian cracked his neck. "Wow, little Xinhue, why are you so cruel? You came to the place where we three girls live without saying a word. How can you blame me?" Xiao Xinhue said helplessly. Fortunately, she subconsciously felt that the person who came in was from the martial arts academy and might not have committed a heinous crime. So, she only released her power to freeze him. "Yes, if it were me, I would throw a knife at a certain part of his body." Ling Ying laughed. Then her right hand started to play with a dagger in a fluid manner. "Lin Xian, don't mess around. I just came here to discuss the mission with you." As for the girls, they would definitely choose the more difficult missions. However, there would still be danger. Lin Xian couldn't be said to be more powerful than them, but after all, he had the space and time attributes. If they were outside, they would still be safer. Moreover, Lin Xian also liked to train with them. "What? You want to come with us?" Ling Ying asked. Han Chuxue quietly walked to the kitchen and poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. "Yeah." Lin Xian nodded and sat on the sofa. The three girls were wearing pajamas of different colors. He really wanted to strip them. Xiao Xinhue wanted to go back to her room and change. Although the pajamas didn't expose anything, it was very comfortable inside. Who would want to be tied down when sleeping at night? So, sometimes if you just sat there wearing pajamas, there would be little Lil P in front of you. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue might really have a relationship with Lin Xian, so they didn't think too much about it. Xiao Xinhue found it strange that they didn't change their pajamas. She thought about it and decided not to change either. She just said that she was sitting in a place where Lin Xian couldn't see her directly. "Forget it. We're going to choose different missions," Ling Ying said. "Why?" "Because it's better for us to train ourselves," Han Chuxue said. "It's too dangerous." "But if it's not dangerous, it's not training," Han Chuxue continued. Lin Xian touched his chin. The main thing was that they were his women, so he was worried. But on second thought, they weren't weak either. Plus, they had the space crystals given by the academy, so they should train well. "Okay, then I'll choose on my own. But you must be careful." I know. You don't have to tell me. By the way, are you in the domain realm?" Ling Ying waved his hand and asked. Lin Xian nodded. "Yeah. Those people in the academy who were scammed by you must hate you to death." Lin Xian shrugged. "It's not my fault. I didn't force them." At this moment, Xiao Xinhue waved her phone and said, "The mission is out. Let's use the TV." Then, Ling Ying used the TV to open the Martial Arts Academy app and entered the mission panel. Originally, the mission panel was empty, but now they took a look and saw that there were a total of 302 missions of various sizes. There were a total of 7 missions: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The difficulty increased in ascending order. At the same time, the side of each mission would give you a detailed explanation of how difficult the mission was, including the recommended number of people to take on it. This would allow you to weigh your own strength and make the best decision. They were all geniuses here. Even if it was a D-rank mission, it would definitely be difficult. However, they had to weigh their own strength before making the choice. However, there would definitely be many people who would put on a facade and choose a mission that was beyond what they could accept. They might not die because there were many protective measures. It was just that the mission might not be completed. Lin Xian, Han Chuxue, and the others would definitely choose an S-rank mission at the very least. It wasn't impossible for them to choose an SSS rank mission. The main thing was that they had to weigh the pros and cons. There were a few SSS rank missions that required a team to take action. In other words, if they chose this mission, all of them would have to take action as a team. If the mission was successful, the entire team would be successful. Because it was too dangerous, they had to take action as a team. Of course, if you wanted to act cool and force yourself to do it alone, the academy wouldn't be sad if you died. Lin Xian had to choose an SSS rank mission because he was confident in his own strength. He felt that since it was an experience, he had to choose something that would put his life in danger. Only then could he improve himself. Otherwise, why would he come to the martial arts academy? They were all silent. They were all looking at the missions one by one. "I'll choose this one," Ling Ying said. Chapter 11:19. Hearing Ling Ying's words, Lin Xian and the others looked over. Ling Ying wanted to choose an SSS rank mission. The mission content was to head to Ghost Suicide Valley and kill a domain realm ghost beast. It might seem easy, but don't forget that this was an SSS rank mission. Ghost Suicide Valley was a very, very big abyss. In this abyss, you might fall to your death. You might not even be able to climb back up. This was just one of the reasons. Secondly, there was a kind of ghost-like creature in the valley. That's right, it was a ghost beast. This kind of creature was terrifying because of its mental attacks. Could even possess a body. Once you're possessed, you're finished. There were ghost beasts ranging from low to high level. The mission even clearly stated that there was a heavenly venerable realm ghost beast there. Therefore, this mission had a high risk of death. "Are you sure?" Lin Xian asked Ling Ying. This place is completely dark, just right for me to unleash my full potential. Moreover, my mental strength is actually not that strong. After refining the demonic crystal of the spirit beast, it can increase the mental strength of a martial artist. This place will be very beneficial to me." Ling Ying nodded. Ling Ying had the dark attribute, so it would be very good for him to display his strength in such a place. The danger would also be very high. However, Lin Xian believed in him. Moreover, he had the spatial crystal. Remember to be 120% vigilant when you get there. The ghost beast has the ability to possess a body. It will be very dangerous if you get ambushed. Got it. Then, Ling Ying lowered his head and used his phone to choose a mission. Han Chuxue had also chosen her mission. Even without Lin Xian, they would discuss the pros and cons of these missions. For example, where the danger was and what to pay attention to. Han Chuxue chose the Scarlet Forest mission. The Scarlet Forest was nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Lin and City. She had to drive there by herself, and she might encounter great danger on the road. Xiao Xingyue wanted to choose the Dragon God Lake mission. It was rumored that there was a dragon living in the Dragon God Lake. Of course, that was just a rumor. There were many other dangers in the Dragon God Lake aside from the rumored dragon. None of them were weak, and the missions they chose were SSS rank missions. They were very dangerous and had the risk of losing their lives, but this was the only way they could train themselves. Basically, the top 50 or 100 students in the academy would all choose SSS rank missions. Of course, the top 100 students weren't the current top 100 students, but the top 100 students with true strength. Lin Xian, which one do you choose? The three of them had basically decided on a mission for the time being and had applied for it. The only one left was Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian chose the SSS-ranked mission. However, there were more than 10 missions in this SSS-ranked mission. He was weighing which one to go to. This one. Lin Xian and Lin Xian clicked on each other's toxic despair. Don't you want to change to another one? Ling Ying asked. The extreme poisonous territory was a rather special place. The degree of danger was about the same as the one they had chosen. However, the extreme poisonous territory had an extra layer of poison. The air in this place was filled with poison, not to mention any stalk of grass, demonic beasts. Everything that you could see with your eyes was poisonous, and the degree of toxicity was different. Although the place they had chosen was dangerous, These dangers would only exist if one encountered them. On the other hand, when Lin Xian stepped into this place, the poison was a hidden danger. Therefore, although they were of the same rank, Lin Xian's mission was more dangerous in a sense. The mission was very simple. They had to get rid of the king of poison in the toxic despair. The toxic despair was a small forest. There were several kings in this forest, and their realms ranged from high-level Grand Dominion realm to heavenly venerable realm. Therefore, this mission was also a compulsory team mission. It was not impossible for several top martial artists from the Martial Arts Academy to team up against a heavenly venerable realm monster. That monster was not a high-level heavenly venerable realm monster, so they had a high chance of killing it if they worked together. Of course, the possibility of death was also very high. Because of this reason, it had to be a team mission. Because if it wasn't a team and you were alone, even the most powerful student wouldn't be at the heavenly venerable realm. If they challenged a heavenly venerable realm demonic beast by themselves, it would simply be suicide. Lin Xian was secretly shocked when he saw this mission. The Martial Arts Academy was indeed forcefully increasing the strength of the students. Under normal circumstances, one would not even dare to think about such a difficult mission, but now it had become their mission. Although Lin Xian was only a one-star Grand Dominion realm monster and definitely could not fight a heavenly venerable realm monster, since it was a team mission, he would not be fighting alone. Moreover, his poison attribute should be more advantageous in this place. In addition, he had eaten the blue sky rainbow flower before, so he should not have to worry about the poison inside. If he did well, he might be able to increase his strength by a few stars. Although his realm was not high, Lin Xian was sure that if he went all out, he would definitely be able to injure a low-level heavenly venerable monster. At least, his attacks would not be like scratching an itch. Let's give it a try. I think this mission is quite to my taste. Lin Xian said. Then you have to be careful. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian nodded. They knew that this mission was very difficult, but Lin Xian had the space attribute more than them. They should be more confident that Lin Xian would be fine. Instead, they had to consider themselves. I have some ingredients here, Lin Xian. Ling Ying then glanced at Lin Xian. His meaning was very clear. Wow, you want to eat a big meal so early in the morning? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Won't you have to cook for a few hours? It'll be noon by the time you're done. Ling Ying said with a smile. Okay. I'll cook for you. Hee. Lin Xian was naturally very happy to cook for them. Lin Xian was already full of guilt towards them. I'm going to wash up. Ling Ying then walked into the bathroom. Han Chuxue had not washed up yet. Little Xinyue, come over and give me a hand. Lin Xian called out to Xiao Xinyue. Coming. Xiao Xinyue walked in and out. Hey, little Xinyue. I remember that you still owe me 6 conditions, right? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Xiao Xinyue. Wow. After not mentioning it for so long, she thought that Lin Xian had forgotten about it. She was quite glad that he remembered it all along. Sure enough, a hooligan was a hooligan. Xiao Xinyue nodded as she washed the vegetables. Then I'll tell you the conditions now. Kiss me. Lin Xian then smiled. Xiao Xinyue. She guessed that Lin Xian would make such a hooligan request. How infuriating. No, change it. Xiao Xinyue said softly. You want to be shameless? I didn't ask you to kiss my lips or my face. Lin Xian then pointed at his cheek and moved closer. Xiao Xinyue. Chapter 11:20. Fine. She'll endure it. She'll endure it. She owed him a favor and lost the bet to him. It was her fault. But for a girl like her, asking her to kiss a boy who wasn't her boyfriend, honestly, how could she do it? She was conflicted and struggling. Your sister already slept with me. What's wrong with kissing me? Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. When she suddenly heard Lin Xian's words, she felt that it made sense. Her sister, who had always been excellent in her eyes, had already slept with Lin Xian. It didn't seem like a big deal for her to kiss him, right? Quick. If you don't kiss me, I'll let you kiss me. Lin Xian smiled and moved closer. Xiao Xinyue took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled, proving that her heart wasn't calm. Then, she slowly moved closer to Lin Xian's cheek. Her lips were a little cold, but very soft. Ding! Tricking this big sister into kissing you, Prince Charming points plus 30,000. But at this moment, Han Chushue walked out of her room to take the towel she left on the balcony. She just happened to see this scene. Hearing the sound, Xiao Xinyue quickly pulled back and her face suddenly turned red. God! She was seen. Wow! Why was her life so tragic? What a coincidence! What should Han Chushue say after seeing this? She wasn't surprised at all, because she always felt that Lin Xian had feelings for Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue was really beautiful, so she felt that it was normal. However, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart, but she was already used to it. She even felt that the relationship between many girls and Lin Xian wasn't simple. She even gradually stopped caring about it. Ahem, little Chushue. When Lin Xian saw Han Chushue, his old face also turned red and he coughed dryly. I came out to get a towel, Han Chushue said faintly and then walked to the balcony. Bastard! Xiao Xinyue gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Xian with shame and anger. Are you blaming me? Lin Xian shrugged. Xiao Xinyue gritted her teeth. How do you explain this? Xiao Xinyue asked. I don't want to explain. If I really want to explain, you'll be my girlfriend. Lin Xian smiled and quickly kissed Xiao Xinyue's cheek. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. Bang! She kicked Lin Xian's leg and walked away. She slammed the door and went into her room. After entering her room, she leaned against the door and placed her hands on her chest. Her heart was beating very fast. She didn't quite understand the feeling of being at a loss for what to do. This Lin Xian actually dared to force a kiss on her. Although it wasn't a kiss. But, did he really like her? But why did she feel that he was so unreliable? No, why wasn't she angry? Xiao Xinyue was also shocked. Logically speaking, if someone treated her like this, she would even want to kill him. She and Lin Xian were friends, so she wouldn't kill him if Lin Xian treated her like this. But why wasn't she angry? Little Chushue, come and help me. Lin Xian smiled and waved at Han Chushue, who walked out. Han Chushue hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. She was a very cold person, but she was also very similar to Lin Ye and Bing Lingyue. When she gave her heart and soul to someone, she could forgive and not care about many things. For example, just now when she and Ling Ying were together, maybe it was because she already guessed this, or maybe it was because she was used to Lin Xian having more than one girlfriend, so she could accept it more. Don't say anything, I won't say anything, Han Chushue said softly. Wah! Lin Xian really wanted to cry. He felt that he was really a fucking beast. Scumbag. It really suited him. He was indeed a scumbag. The girl was so outstanding and beautiful, and she was so tolerant of him, but he fucking... I'm sorry, Aren't all men like this? Han Chushue said. But you guys? How should I say? Han Chushue thought for a moment and said, I think it doesn't matter. Kiss. Lin Xian then smiled and moved his lips closer. Han Chushue's pretty face was red. Then she kissed Lin Xian's lips and ran away. Sigh. Lin Xian looked at her back and sighed. Really, what did Lin Xian, do to deserve this? Although he said that he was very handsome to the outside world, to be honest, he was really not handsome, just good-looking. However, it was precisely because of this that he won the hearts of so many outstanding girls, and they were still loyal to him, but he, on the other hand, kept seducing other girls. Lin Xian cooked a big meal for them, more than a dozen dishes, and it could be said that it took him 3 hours to cook. Smells good. Ling Ying rubbed her small hands and couldn't wait to pinch them. Then her big eyes sparkled. Every girl was a foodie, just that the degree of foodie was different. Lin Xian's cooking had really captured the stomachs of many girls. Right now, Lan Xingxing, who was next door, was sitting on the sofa, hugging a pillow, watching TV, and hammering the pillow with all her might. I want to eat Lin Xian's delicious food. Lan Xingxing felt a little uncomfortable, and she wanted to roll on the ground and beg for delicious food. Wu Yuhan walked out and looked at her. I'm going out to buy some food. Do you need me to bring anything for you? Her tone was very cold, and it was obvious that the other sister personality, Wu Yuhan, had come out. No need, no need. Lan Xingxing pointed at the fridge and said, there's a lot of delicious food in there. I just want to eat Lin Xian's dishes. Then Lan Xingxing pouted and looked like she was about to cry. When Wu Yuhan heard the name Lin Xian, she frowned. Then go find Lin Xian to cook for you, Morongyu said indifferently as she walked out of the bathroom while drying her hair. No, I'm embarrassed. Lan Xingxing kicked her legs. Right at this moment, Lan Xingxing seemed to have discovered something, and her cute little nose sniffed. Delicious. It's the smell of delicious food. Lan Xingxing sniffed as she approached the balcony. This balcony was connected to Ling Ying's balcony, and she only needed to climb over. Lan Xingxing lay on the balcony. The two girls also followed. Delicious. It's the smell of delicious food. It's the smell of delicious food made by Lin Xian, Lan Xingxing said excitedly to them. Morongyu. She could even smell that? As expected of a top-notch foodie. Lin Xian might be with them, Morongyu muttered. Whoosh. Then Lan Xingxing ran out. She was embarrassed to ask Lin Xian to cook for her, but she was embarrassed to ask for a free meal. Wahahaha. I'm going out, Wu Yuhan said to Morongyu indifferently and walked away. Knock, 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 knock. Lan Xingxing knocked on the door, and Xiao Xinyue opened it for her. Sister Xinyue. I'm here for a free meal. Lan Xingxing smiled sweetly. Then come in, Xiao Xinyue said, and Lan Xingxing skipped in. Wah. Lin Xian, you didn't call me when you were cooking. Lan Xingxing pouted and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Then Lan Xingxing ran to the dining table, picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. I feel good. That's right, she felt good. Lin Xian. Chapter 11:21. Lin Xian purposely didn't call them over because there were already 3 girls here. If another 3 came over, he wouldn't be able to handle it. However, Lan Xingxing still came over. But, Xingxing, how did you know I was cooking here? Lin Xian asked. Lan Xingxing, who was eating the delicious food, mumbled, Oh, I smell it. Lin Xian. Then how did you know I was the one who made it? The smell. Lin Xian. Perhaps this was the little glutton's special ability? This was amazing. Lin Xian had already made a lot of food. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been able to finish it. Luckily, this little glutton came over. Brr. After eating, Lan Xingxing burped in satisfaction. She leaned back on the chair and rubbed her little belly. So good. Lan Xingxing was about to faint. Amazing. Ling Ying couldn't help but say, what's amazing? Lan Xingxing opened her eyes and asked in confusion. You're amazing. Oh. There were more than 10 dishes on the table. Originally, they thought that if they couldn't finish it today, they could eat for 2 days. However, this little girl came and finished half of it by herself. Hee. It's too delicious. Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue cutely. So why didn't you invite Morongyu over to eat with us? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and asked. When Lan Xingxing first came, she wanted to invite Morongyu over as well. However, Lin Xian refused. Big sister, look at the situation now. There's only 1 more girl. We don't have any leftovers. Do you want me to make a few more dishes if she comes? Lin Xian said helplessly. Ling Ying felt that it should be something else. Something between a man and a woman. Of course, this was also Lin Xian's idea. He felt that if Morongyu came, although he hadn't done anything to Morongyu yet, it was inevitable that the girls would say something terrible. Lin Xian was afraid. That's right. After the number of women around him increased, he had a very bad subconscious. For some inexplicable reason, he didn't want some of the women to bump into each other. He panicked. Even though there was nothing between Lin Xian and Morongyu, Lin Xian still had feelings for her. Lin Xian didn't want that, so Lin Xian was really upset. Moreover, Girls were sensitive, so he had no other choice. That's true. Ling Ying felt that Lin Xian's words made sense. But that wasn't right. Morong Yu couldn't eat much. Moreover, if she came, Lan Xingxing wouldn't eat so much. She was so full that she didn't even want to move. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not bother about it. Lin Xian, there doesn't seem to be anything going on these few days. Lan Xingxing then looked at Lin Xian and stuck out her pink tongue cutely. Lin Xian. He knew what this girl meant. If this girl said that there was nothing going on, then he would have time to cook for her. Okay. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Yay, I'm happy. Lan Xingxing jumped 3 feet high. That day, the few of them didn't do much. They stayed at home and played cards. There were 5 of them and 2 decks of cards. Moreover, they were playing real money. Lin Xian lost terribly. Lin Xian really couldn't understand. Why was he so weak? He couldn't beat girls in games, and now he was the only one who lost in cards? He was the only one who lost. Even Xing Baobao won. At this moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. Lin Xian glanced at it. I'm not playing anymore. The 4 of you can continue. Lin Xian stood up. Why aren't you playing anymore? The girls looked at Lin Xian. I'm busy. I keep losing. I'm not playing anymore. Goodbye. Lin Xian walked out after he finished speaking. He must have gone to find a girl. Ling Ying said angrily. I just saw it. Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes. Saw what? I saw it. It was a message from Sister Morong to Lin Xian. If Lin Xian knew about it, he would definitely find a chance to give this girl a good spanking. Wah, you were so obedient earlier. I even gave you good food. Now you're selling me out. I have to fight. Morong Yu? They were slightly stunned. How should they put it? Instead, they were relieved that Morong Yu had sent a message to Lin Xian. They knew this woman better. How could Lin Xian take advantage of her? No, but that might not be the case. A long time ago, they never thought that they would be together with Lin Xian. They never thought that they would be magnanimous enough to serve Lin Xian with another woman. So this Morong Yu Wa? Bastard. Lin Xian really didn't do anything. Morong Yu was free tonight. She wanted Lin Xian to help her unlock the 6th level of 1,000 ice pupils. Lin Xian was naturally willing to go. After all, Lin Xian cared a lot about 1,000 ice pupils. Morong Yu was waiting for Lin Xian at her first peak. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't have the right to go there. However, Morong Yu was open to Lin Xian and agreed to let him come. Lin Xian was also quite excited. What was the first peak like? Then, Lin Xian entered the first peak's teleportation array. Originally, Lin Xian and Morong Yu had agreed to wait until nightfall before heading over. However, Lin Xian had been playing at Ling Ying's place for quite a while now. It was already about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, so there was still 1 or 2 hours before nightfall. However, Lin Xian was truly in a bad mood after losing so much that he decided to head over directly. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Xian arrived at the first peak. Hiss, the first thing Lin Xian did when he arrived was to suck in a breath of cold air. What the fuck? Wasn't the spiritual power of heaven and earth too terrifying? Was this the first peak? How did it feel to have this spiritual power of heaven and earth? It felt like this was an air-conditioned room while his room was a freezer. The difference was really that big. Then, Lin Xian gave the first peak a cursory glance. Other than the terrifying spiritual power of heaven and earth, the size of the first peak also crushed all the previous peaks. This peak's decorations, beauty, and quantity were also overwhelming. There were even towers that were 10 to 20 meters tall, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a paradise on earth. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This was fucking extravagant. This place was really not bad. Then Lin Xian frowned. This was because he actually felt a strong spiritual power fluctuation in front of him. What was going on? Lin Xian then walked over curiously. When Lin Xian walked over, he saw Morong Yu and a man sparring. These 2 people were unbelievably strong. Although they didn't use their full strength, Lin Xian could feel that there was a big gap between him and them. Lin Xian knew that man. It was Duan Lingxiao, the handsome man who was ranked second, the young master of the trial union. His status was the same as Murong Yu's. That wasn't something that Lin Xian could compare to. The two people's strength collided, then pulled away from each other. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian, who was standing not far away. Chapter 11:22. Duan Lingxiao's first reaction when he saw Lin Xian was to furrow his brows. As far as he knew, Murong Yu wouldn't have any contact with any other man. Aside from him, there were some opportunities for him to spar with her. He wasn't sure about the others, but this Lin Xian, he naturally knew about Lin Xian. When the Martial Arts Academy spread the news that Lin Xian and Murong Yu seemed to have a good relationship, he started paying attention to Lin Xian. Especially when Lin Xian was challenged by thousands of people and Murong Yu actually took the initiative to go to his peak 108 to watch. This made Duan Lingxiao pay attention to this person. And today he actually appeared on Murong Yu's peak, which made him pay more attention to Lin Xian. This person, what made him worthy of Murong Yu's special treatment? He and Murong Yu had known each other for a long time, and he could only be alone with her under the pretext of sparring. What was he doing here? Could it be that he was here to spar with Murong Yu? No, he wasn't worthy. In the entire martial arts academy, he felt that there were no more than 20 people who were worthy of sparring with Murong Yu, and there were no more than 5 people who could fight with her. Why are you here now? Murong Yu saw Lin Xian, then put away the sword in her hand and slowly walked down the stage. Oh, I came early because I had nothing to do. You guys continue fighting. Did I disturb you? I'll go to the side first. No need. I'm not fighting anymore. Murong Yu shook her head slightly and said. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao put away his sword and walked down from Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian, right? I've heard of you, Duan Lingxiao. Then, Duan Lingxiao smiled and reached out his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and shook his hand. I've also heard of you, the young master of the trial union. It's an honor to meet you. Lin Xian said with a smile. May I know why young Master Lin is here? Duan Lingxiao asked with a smile. Oh, the class monitor invited me over for a meal. Lin Xian said with a smile. Murong Yu? Alright, Lin Xian was right. He helped her a lot, so she had to treat him to a meal. Moreover, Lin Xian could not tell her his real purpose. But, when Duan Lingxiao heard Lin Xian, he was very upset. What? Murong Yu was inviting Lin Xian? How was that possible? What was the relationship was the relationship? Why? Duan Lingxiao was not an irrational person. He knew that there was a reason, but he was upset that he did not know the reason. He knew that it was impossible for Murong Yu to like Lin Xian. He was sure of that. But if another man was able to do something that he could not do, he would be very upset. I see. Then, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he looked at Murong Yu and said, Murong Yu, we've known each other for quite a few years now, right? I've never eaten with you before. He purposely said this in a joking tone. Murong Yu had always refused before, but in this kind of situation, it was not good for her to refuse again. Let's wait for another time. Not today. Duan Lingxiao asked with a smile. Today, I have some other things to discuss with Lin Xian. All right, then I will personally invite you later. Since you are here, Lin Xian, you can chat. I will leave first. Duan Lingxiao then picked up the clothes beside him and walked away. But when he turned his back to them, his eyes flickered with a trace of darkness. Lin Xian, you better not touch this young master's woman. He said gloomily in his heart. Murong Yu had always been his woman. He felt that in this world, only a woman like Murong Yu was worthy of him. Reality proved that Murong Yu had kept herself pure all these years, and he liked this woman more and more. But now, someone had suddenly appeared, and he seemed to have a good relationship with Murong Yu. This was not a big deal. The main thing was that, in these years, there had never been such a situation. Lin Xian was the only one, so he was especially concerned. In his eyes, Lin Xian's appearance, talent, strength, talent and background were absolutely no match for him. Therefore, it was even more impossible for Morong Yu to take a fancy to Lin Xian. However, it just so happened that Lin Xian and Morong Yu seemed to have a pretty good relationship. Lin Xian knew that there must be a reason behind it, but he didn't know why. He must find out. You said you would treat me to a meal, Lin Xian said to Morong Yu with a smile. Then, he sat on the stone bench and poured himself a cup of tea. The food you cook is better, or I can eat what you cook. Morong Yu said. That won't do. What I cook is what I cook, and what you cook is what you cook. The meaning is different. Also, the food you cook is delicious. Morong Yu nodded slightly. Alright, but let's finish the important things first. Sure. Then, Lin Xian took off his jacket. Morong Yu, why are you taking off your clothes? Did he misunderstand what she meant by important? No, don't you have to take off your clothes too? Lin Xian asked. Morong Yu, you're thinking too much. I'm talking about the 1,000 ice pupils. Morong Yu said. Yes, it's about the 1,000 ice pupils. But I told you before that the 6th level requires very little clothing. I also have to wear very little. So I took off my clothes. What's wrong? Am I overthinking things, or are you overthinking things? Lin Xian's lips curled as he looked at Morong Yu. Morong Yu. Her face was slightly red. It was very, very light, but Lin Xian saw it clearly. It's nothing. Morong Yu shook her head. Of course, she remembered, but she thought that she was the only one who wore less. So, when Lin Xian took off his clothes and looked like a playboy, she couldn't help but think in that direction. I'm going to change. Morong Yu awkwardly tidied her hair and turned to leave. Lin Xian held back his laughter. This girl was really interesting. After a while, Morong Yu walked out in her pajamas. Lin Xian had seen her in her pajamas before. It was also because of this experience that Morong Yu didn't seem so shy. Moreover, she was a woman who didn't get emotional easily. Can we start? Morong Yu asked Lin Xian. Yes, but no one will come up here, right? No, I've already closed the teleportation formation. Okay, then let's start. Lin Xian nodded. They didn't go to places like rooms because the cold and fire energy would surge later. If they went too close to the house, they might destroy it. So, they just went straight to the empty garden. Lin Xian and Morong Yu sat facing each other. Chapter 11:23. When Lin Xian sat down, he didn't have any intention of taking advantage of Morong Yu. This process was rather dangerous and required serious attention. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Later, you will use your cold energy and release it with your 1,000 ice eyes. I will release my fire energy. When the time comes, don't resist and absorb my fire energy. Morong Yu then asked Lin Xian, ice and fire are incompatible. I don't have the fire attribute, so I will absorb. It's incompatible. That's why I told you not to resist the fire attribute. You will naturally understand in a while. Lin Xian said. Okay. Morong Yu trusted Lin Xian, although it was publicly known that ice and fire were incompatible, and she also felt that it was too mysterious. She chose to believe Lin Xian's words. This was because Lin Xian had indeed helped her reach the 5th level of the 1,000 ice eyes. The advancement of the 1,000 ice eyes was very difficult, mainly because it was difficult to figure out the method, but he knew. The two closed their eyes and sat facing each other. Then their hands touched. This was the first time Lin Xian had touched Morong Yu's hand. How should he put it? He felt that the hands of these beautiful girls were soft. Morong Yu was naturally the same. Perhaps it was because she was beautiful. Anyway, he had an inexplicable feeling that made him want to hold her hand. However, Lin Xian really didn't have such thoughts right now. The two of them released the power of ice and fire, slowly blending, slowly blending. After about 3 hours, Lin Xian opened his eyes and let go of her hand. Then he slowly stood up and gently walked to the side. His forehead was full of sweat and his face was a little pale. It wasn't a big problem, just a loss of spiritual energy. He would be fine after some rest. Lin Xian was the one giving, while Murong Yu was the one taking. Therefore, Murong Yu's condition was very good. Moreover, she was very talented. Lin Xian only needed to guide her a little, and she would be fine. Lin Xian looked at Murong Yu and muttered to himself. When the 1,000 ice pupils reaches the 6th level, it will undergo another qualitative change. I don't think there is anyone in the entire martial arts academy who can defeat her. Even if they are in the same realm, I don't think they can defeat her. The main thing was that she wasn't only strong in the 1,000 ice pupils. She was strong in everything, including her personal strength, attributes, martial arts, and so on. Coupled with the 1,000 ice pupils, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. If this girl reached an extreme realm, such as Linglong Shue's realm, there wouldn't be anyone in the same realm who could defeat her. She had time and space as well as the 1,000 ice pupils. What kind of power could defeat her in the same realm? There was, and that was a warrior or a member of the Goblin clan who had a deeper understanding of a powerful attribute than her. However, there were very few of them. Oh, okay. I'll go cook. Lin Xian stretched and walked into the kitchen. Murong Yu estimated that she would need at least an hour to finish her cultivation. Lin Xian would be able to cook in an hour. He didn't know if she had already prepared the ingredients, or if she had already planned to treat Lin Xian to a meal. There were plenty of ingredients in the kitchen anyway. About an hour later, a terrifying cold energy suddenly erupted from outside. Lin Xian walked out of the kitchen with a cucumber in his mouth. He leaned against the wall and looked outside. Everything within Lin Xian's line of sight was frozen. The power of frost assailed Lin Xian as well. However, Lin Xian was no weakling. He released a fire-type power to defend himself. After about 10 minutes, Murong Yu opened her beautiful eyes. Her sky-blue eyes shone brightly. Then, she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. She had reached the 6th level of the 1,000 ice pupils. She had really reached the 6th level. She felt a little unreal. Then, she looked around for Lin Xian. Seeing him leaning against the kitchen door and eating a cucumber while looking at her, Murong Yu quickly got up and walked towards Lin Xian. Thank you. I've already reached the 6th level of the 1,000 ceiling ice eyes. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian gratefully. She had originally planned to reach the 5th level in 5 years and reach the 6th level in 10 to 20 years. Then, reaching the 6th level in a month was a pleasant surprise. Of course, she was very, very grateful to Lin Xian. Although reaching the 6th level is already very heaven-defying, especially for someone your age, I don't know how to advance further. You'll have to figure it out yourself. I can't help you. Murong Yu nodded. I'm already very grateful. Then don't you have any gratitude? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Murong Yu. Murong Yu lowered her head and thought for a while. Then, she said, I don't know how to thank you. If you need me in the future, feel free to look for me. Okay. Murong Yu was a little special. Similar to Linglong Shui, Han Chuxue was also the same. However, Han Chuxue had something special that made it easier for Lin Xian to pursue her. Linglong Shui was the same. Murong Yu didn't have that. Therefore, he had to take it slow. The good news now was that he really did have special feelings for Murong Yu. And Murong Yu's feelings for Lin Xian were not low. Let's eat. It's almost done. Lin Xian said. Didn't you say I'll do it? I have nothing to do. Sigh. Where can you find a good man like me? You have to cherish me. Lin Xian smiled at Murong Yu. Murong Yu didn't say anything. The two of them went to the kitchen. Murong Yu really liked Lin Xian's cooking. She felt that although Lin Xian couldn't compare to top geniuses like Duan Lingxiao, he was more outstanding than anyone else. At least he knew a lot of things that others didn't know. He was amazing. In any case, she admired Lin Xian. It was admiration, Not admiration. Duan Lingxiao's was admiration. Lin Xian's was admiration. Oh right, what mission did you choose? Morong Yu suddenly thought and asked Lin Xian. What about you? Toxic desperation. Morong Yu said. Lin Xian. What a coincidence. Me too. Lin Xian grinned at her. Morong Yu looked at Lin Xian. She wasn't surprised, but, you should be in the domain realm, right? Lin Xian nodded. The ranks of the demonic beasts in the toxic desperation weren't low. One had to be at least in the domain realm to enter. Otherwise, not only would they not be of any help, it would be very dangerous. And the final opponent was the Empyrean Realm Poison King. To anyone, even Morong Yu, this was a very dangerous and huge challenge. She knew that Lin Xian's realm might not be very high. He might even be a low-star domain realm cultivator. However, she felt that Lin Xian shouldn't be weak. His ability to fight across realms was definitely not weak. Since he made his choice, he must have confidence in himself. After all, Morong Yu knew that Lin Xian's talent was on the same level as hers. In a sense, it was a godhead talent. He definitely wasn't weak. Chapter 11:24. Morong Yu felt that it would be good to do a mission with Lin Xian. This mission requires us to kill a heavenly venerable realm monster. I might not be of much help. Lin Xian said to Morong Yu with a smile. If you're really useless, you wouldn't have chosen this mission. Morong Yu ate a mouthful of food and looked at Lin Xian lightly. She was still very smart. Of course, she understood this point. Lin Xian was also looking forward to Morong Yu's match. He'd known her for quite some time now, but he'd never seen her in action. He'd only caught a glimpse of it today, but that wasn't her true strength. However, he'd definitely seen it during this trip to the extreme poison realm. It's true. I thought that you guys, the most powerful ones, would definitely choose this mission. I just followed behind you guys. Anyway, as long as the team mission is completed, everyone will get the same reward. Lin Xian said with a smile. Morong Yu naturally didn't believe Lin Xian's nonsense. Why is your cooking so delicious? Morong Yu still didn't let go of this point. She really couldn't understand. Do you want to know? Morong Yu looked at Lin Xian and nodded. If you're with me, we'll cook together every morning, noon, and night. At that time, you'll know. Lin Xian said with a smile. There are many girls who like you. I'm not the only one. Morong Yu said lightly and then ate her food. How do you know? I can tell. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and even Xue Bingxin and Wang Xintong are all possible. Lin Xian. Was a woman's intuition really that strong? How can you tell? Why don't I know? It's very simple. The way I look at you and the way I treat you is special. Morong Yu said. Is that a friend? Morong Yu shook her head. I don't know. Think about it. You treat me quite special too. I can eat the food you cook. I can see you in your pajamas. I can even touch your hand. Morong Yu? When can you touch my hand? Morong Yu asked. Just now. When I was cultivating with you, I touched your hand for 2 hours. Morong Yu. Forget it. I don't want to talk to him. A few days later, the first 4,000 students who could accept missions were ready. Lin Xian didn't do much these days. He just wandered around the girls and went back to Linnan City to write songs for them. He saw Linya, Linglong Shui, Dragoni, and so on. It was quite strange. Yirenbing hadn't looked for him in a long time, so Lin Xian really missed her. Today was the day they set out for the mission. The day before, they had already received the message of whether or not you had successfully accepted the mission. Why did they do this? Because the academy had to ensure the safety of the students. They would carefully look at the missions chosen by each person in the background and weigh the pros and cons. They would see if the mission was too difficult or if the danger to one's life was too great. If it was, they would choose to fail the mission and choose a new one. Lin Xian was much more comfortable in the 80th peak. These days, only a few people from the 80th peak challenged him and they all failed. Then, he felt much more comfortable. This morning, Lin Xian's phone rang. It was asking him to report to a certain place in the martial arts academy. Everyone who accepted the mission would be there. They were a team mission, so they had to set out together. Lin Xian woke up and washed up. Then, he went to the designated room. In the room, a few people had already arrived. Seemed like Lin Xian was the last one. There were a total of 6 people, and Lin Xian knew all of them. Morong Yu, Duan Lingxiao, Zhuge Feng, Xue Bingxin, Xue Binglan, and Wu Yuhan. To be honest, Lin Xian felt that it was normal to see them. Duan Lingxiao and Zhuge Feng were ranked 2nd and 3rd. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan were also in the domain realm. Although they purposely did not go to the backyard, the academy might know their strength. As for why the 2 girls chose this mission, after learning from Ling Ying that Lin Xian chose this mission, they chose it too. As for why, it was probably more to ensure Lin Xian's safety. Yirenbing sent them here to ensure Lin Xian's safety. They were members of the Goblin clan. Although Xue Binglan looked weak, she was not weak at all. As for Wu Yuhan, it was normal for her to choose an extremely challenging mission. However, one mission, including himself, Lin Xian, there were 7 people and 4 girls. These 4 girls were more or less related to him. This was difficult. Thinking about it, it was normal for people who participated in this mission to know each other. After all, they were definitely top-notch experts. However, when Duan Lingxiao saw Lin Xian enter, he was more surprised. He was not too surprised that Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan entered because he felt that Xue Bingxin was not weak. As for Xue Binglan, she was her younger sister. Naturally, she would not be weak either. However, Lin Xian, to be honest, he always thought that Lin Xian would not be too weak. However, he could not be too strong, right? However, it was different now. Everyone knew that the academy would select students for this mission. If the academy felt that you did not have the ability to do this mission, then the academy would filter you out. However, Lin Xian actually appeared in this mission. What did that mean? It meant that, in the eyes of the academy, Lin Xian was qualified to do this mission. Therefore, it also meant that this Lin Xian was definitely not simple. Lin Xian glanced at them and then at Wu Yuhan. Which Wu Yuhan was it today? Then, Lin Xian looked at her eyes. Alright, it was that cold Wu Yuhan. Hello. Lin Xian then smiled and greeted everyone. Young Master Lin, I didn't expect you to also choose this mission. Duan Lingxiao acted as if he was very familiar with Lin Xian and said to Lin Xian with a smile. Yes, I heard from class monitor Morong Yu that she was in this mission, so I also chose it. Morong Yu? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Although she did not care, it was obviously not the case. Oh? Why? Zhuge Feng asked with a smile. He was also interested in Lin Xian. Originally, Lin Xian was a famous contestant in the academy. Now that he was qualified to do this mission, he also felt that Lin Xian was not simple, so he was quite curious about him. Because the class monitor is strong, I want to follow the class monitor. Lin Xian grinned. Ha, you're not weak either. Zhuge Feng laughed. No, I'm very weak. I'm really weak. I hope that everyone won't blame me if I drag everyone down. Everyone laughed. Very weak? If you're very weak, why would the academy allow you to participate in this mission? Pretentious. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan glanced at Lin Xian and did not look at him again. It was not that they did not want to look at him. After all, their relationship was not ordinary. They were just afraid that if they looked at him too much, it would arouse suspicion. Lin Xian then moved between the two of them. Chapter 11:25. Why did the two of you accept this mission? Lin Xian asked. In the martial arts academy, it was no secret that Lin Xian seemed to have a good relationship with the campus belles. To be honest, Duan Lingxiao was quite envious. Although he liked Morongyu the most, all men liked pretty girls. To train myself, Xue Bingxin said. Take care of me. Xue Bingxin was speechless. She nodded lightly and did not say anything. Hello. Lin Xian then waved at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan turned her head to the side. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Young Master Lin, it seems like not all girls like you. Ha ha ha. Zhuge Feng laughed. That's for sure. However, I think most girls still like me. Am I right, class monitor? Morongyu was speechless. Why did he suddenly mention her? Yes. She nodded lightly. Duan Lingxiao frowned slightly. What did this Lin Xian mean? Could it be that he was also interested in Morongyu? Why did he always appear at the places she appeared? He even had to follow Morongyu for a mission? He even had to mention her in some conversations. He hoped that Lin Xian would not embarrass himself. At this moment, Vice President Luo Xiu walked in with a few instructors and glanced at them. Of course, only the president and vice president knew about Lin Xian's uniqueness. Therefore, they would definitely agree to let Lin Xian participate in such a mission. Not bad. You're all here. Luo Xiu then nodded. Vice President, I beg you to change the rules. I've been appearing in the Martial Arts Academy every day. A group of people surround me and want to challenge me. It's so hard for me. Lin Xian put on an aggrieved expression. Although he had reached the 80th peak and those people could not casually challenge Lin Xian, he still could not refuse to appear in the Martial Arts Academy. Although defeating Lin Xian would not give him the right to enter the backyard, he would be able to obtain Lin Xian's ranking on the Lin Xian badge. Then why aren't there so many challengers? Luo Xiu asked. I have to find the reason from myself. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Of course, the academy was aware of this. They also knew that Lin Xian was collecting money to compete in the tournament. However, this was a matter where one party was willing to pay and the other party was willing to accept, so they didn't care. On the contrary, when the dean heard this news, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was beginning to like Lin Xian more and more. This Lin Xian was surrounded by too many beautiful women, so it was normal for him to become the target of public criticism. So those people are jealous of my handsomeness. Lin Xian then said with a very reasonable expression. Piffed. Xue Binglan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, when she realized that she had lost her composure, she quickly stopped laughing and looked to the side with her big eyes. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at her. Yes, yes. Xue Binglan hurriedly said. All right, stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. Luo Xiu interrupted Lin Xian. Then Luo Xiu slowly paced around. The instructor beside him turned on the big screen, and on the big screen were some videos of the Desperate Poison Territory. The 7 of you are going to the Desperate Poison Territory. This Desperate Poison Territory is one of the most difficult missions of all. In my opinion, it is the most difficult. Apart from the difficulty of dealing with the Heavenly Venerable Realm Poison King, the entire Desperate Poison Territory is filled with poison. Anything you see, as long as it exists there, is poisonous. Therefore, you have to constantly resist the power of poison. Once you are poisoned, you will be in great danger in that place. Luo Xiu paused for a moment and then continued. Who has fought with a Heavenly Venerable before? Then, apart from Lin Xian, everyone raised their hands. Lin Xian. Was it that awkward? He had fought with a Heavenly Venerable before, right? However, he definitely couldn't win. It was all solved by the big shots around him. It was either Ling Longyue or Murong Qing. The few of them glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian coughed dryly. The big shots are awesome. Everyone. It's normal for a domain realm cultivator not to fight with a Heavenly Venerable. Lin Xian, you have to be extra careful. Lin Xian nodded. Then Luo Xiu said, in the Desperate Poison Territory we have checked now. There are about 3, maybe even 5 poison kings. Then he pointed at the map of the desperate poison territory on the screen and said, "There is one in this area, there is one in this area, here, here, here." They looked at the screen carefully and roughly remembered the location. Demonic beasts have territorial awareness. Basically, they will be in that area. It's not wrong to be in your own territory, but it's inevitable that there will be special situations. You all need to be flexible. In the entire desperate poison territory, there are many demonic beasts. The area it occupies is about the size of 3 to 4 counties. It's not big, but it's not small either. Normally, it would take more than a day to walk around, but you all might need to stay there for more than 2 days. Every minute and every second is dangerous. There are about 5 poison kings. 4 of them are domain realm, and 1 is a heavenly venerable. I feel that with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a domain realm poison king, even if the domain realm poison king is higher than yours. A heavenly venerable poison king is a great challenge. You all have a great risk of dying. The 7 of you need a perfect plan. Oh right, there's one more person. He should be here soon. When the time comes, the captain, vice captain, the team, the mission, who will be in charge of the main attack, who will be in charge of cover, who will be in charge of control, and so on. I believe you all understand these by yourselves. You all can solve them yourselves. The more important thing I'm going to talk about next is this heavenly venerable poison king. This is your trial. I won't reveal too much about this poison king because everything can change. If you all work together, there's a great chance that you can defeat him, but there's also a great chance that all 8 of you will die there. Poison is a very important point. Heavenly venerable poison king. In the same realm, demonic beasts are much stronger than humans, but you all are also geniuses who surpass your peers. So, do your best. Luo Xiao then nodded to the teacher beside him. Following that, he gave out things to everyone one by one. I'll give you 1 space crystal per person. If you encounter an extremely dangerous situation, the space crystal can save your life. You must keep it in a place where you won't lose it and can use it immediately. The other one is a detoxification pill. If you enter an extremely poisonous place, you must take it. It will make you immune to most poisons for half a day. Of course, it won't work on poisons from the Poison King level. What I need to tell you is that everything in the world has a counter to each other. In an extremely poisonous place, everything is poisonous, but there must be something that can detoxify it. If you really can't take it, don't force yourself. It doesn't matter if you fail the mission. Your life is the most important. Everyone nodded. All right, that's all I want to say. You all can come up with a plan. An hour later, the Academy will send you all to the vicinity of the extreme poison realm. I won't disturb you anymore. After saying that, he walked out. Chapter 11:26. There were only 7 of them left in the room. If it was an ordinary mission, there would be no need for them to do this. If it was an ordinary mission, the Academy wouldn't have purposely called them over to warn them. However, they were just a few domain realm cultivators dealing with a heavenly venerable realm demonic beast. Moreover, this demonic beast was using poison, and the map was also filled with poison. So they had to be careful. At this time, Xiao Yun walked in from outside. Sorry, something happened. So I came late. Xiao Yun walked in with an apologetic look. So it's young Master Xiao. Nice to meet you, Duan Lingxiao said. Xiao Yun's gaze swept across them and stopped on Lin Xian for a moment. This Lin Xian was also here. Of course, he hated Lin Xian to the core. Since Lin Xian was also here, then there were some things that could be done well in this mission. Nice to meet you. I still need everyone to take care of each other. I've already learned about the extreme poison realm. I just met the Vice Dean so we can directly make a plan. Xiao Yun said. Then the 8 of us will make a plan together. Duan Lingxiao glanced at everyone and said. Lin Xian snatched a lollipop from Xue Binglan and ate it happily. First, the problem of the captain and vice captain. Duan Lingxiao said. The captain's strength must be the best, and at the same time, he must have great commanding ability. I recommend Morongyu. Zhuge Feng said. Recommend. Recommend. Lin Xian then said, I heard that in addition to being strong, the class leader is also proficient in commanding troops. Moreover, he is in the military class and has the heart to command an army in the future. He is suitable to be the captain. Naturally, he must have commanding ability, right? Morongyu being the captain was what everyone wanted. The main thing was that Lin Xian had to recommend her. If Duan Lingxiao or Xiao Yun were to be the captain, Lin Xian would be in danger. Under normal circumstances, a team like theirs would absolutely obey the captain's orders. And no problem. They nodded. Duan Lingxiao originally wanted to try to be the captain, but after Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng said that, he naturally had no chance. All right then. Morongyu was not pretentious at all. She felt that this was also an opportunity to train herself. Then I'll leave the rest to class rep Morongyu, Lin Xian said with a smile. Morongyu then said, the vice captain can be handed over to Duan Lingxiao or Zhuge Feng. Their strength shouldn't be a problem. As for Xiao Yun, I'm not familiar with him. If you want to try, you can tell me. Xiao Yun shook his head. No need. Zhuge Feng also said, leave it to young Master Duan. I don't like to waste my time. Good. Vice Captain. I won't be pretentious. Duan Lingxiao nodded. For the next team, we have 8 people, so we need 2 or 3 vanguards. My close combat ability is not bad, so I can be one of them, Morongyu said. Duan Lingxiao said, then leave the second one to me. The third one. Morongyu looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. I can't. Although I have the lightning attribute, but I'm weaker. Then what about you, Xue Bingxin? I can. Xue Bingxin nodded. Alright, next is control. Control requires the control attribute. Ice Xue Bingxin is already the vanguard. Xue Binglan, do you have the ice attribute? Xue Binglan nodded. Yes. Then you'll be the main control. Although everyone can control, you'll be the main control point. Alright. Next is protection. Lin Xian raised his hand. I'll do it. Xiao Yun also said, I'll do it too. I have the space attribute. Alright. Lin Xian also has the space attribute. You two will be in charge of protection. Although they were in charge of protection and control, it didn't mean that they only had to control and protect. They also had to fight. It just meant that during the fight they had to take care of both. No problem. Lin Xian nodded. Space was indeed the best attribute to protect teammates because it was the most direct. Like water and light, they weren't for protection but for support. Zhuge Feng. Morongyu glanced at him. I'll be the support. Zhuge Feng smiled. Hey, you're the third-ranked expert. Support? Lin Xian asked. My ability is a little special. I can be used as a support. And don't underestimate the power of a support. Zhuge Feng smiled. Awesome, awesome. Lin Xian clasped his fist. Yuhan, you'll be in charge of killing the last one. Wu Yuhan nodded. Morongyu did have the talent to be a general. Her decisions were correct and she wasn't indecisive. She and Wu Yuhan were in the same dormitory. She knew some of Wu Yuhan's abilities. Wu Yuhan had the dark attribute. In terms of martial arts or strength, the one that could cause the most explosive damage to a monster was either Lin Xian's purple lightning, the strongest lightning, or Wu Yuhan's killing ability. Her single-target attack ability was terrifying. She could be understood as an agility-type assassin. Alright, that's about it. If there are any problems, we'll solve them on the way. If there are any suggestions, feel free to say them. If there aren't any for now, we'll do it this way. Morongyu said calmly. Alright, Captain. Lin Xian smiled. Morongyu had the urge to roll her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, half an hour to prepare the supplies. We'll usually stay there for 2 days, maybe even longer. Although we don't need to eat, the long battle will exhaust our physical strength. Eating and drinking are necessary, including some spiritual weapons, healing potions, and so on. The academy has them all. Half an hour later, we'll gather here and set off. Yes. Then, everyone dispersed. Lin Xian walked with Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan. One of the sisters was cute and shy easily, while the other was cold but very beautiful. Lin Xian could see their realms. The elder sister was at 6-star domain realm, while the younger sister was at 4-star domain realm. They were very strong. Among the 8 of them, Murong Yu, Duan Lingxiao and Zhuge Feng's realms couldn't be seen by Lin Xian. They were definitely above 6-star. Wu Yuhan was also at 6-star. Hey, what's your boss doing recently? He didn't look for me. Lin Xian asked. If she didn't look for Lin Xian for a week, it wouldn't be a problem. But she was pregnant now. I don't know. We didn't go back. Master didn't look for us either. Don't tell me she doesn't dare to have sex with me now that she's pregnant? Lin Xian stroked his chin and thought to himself. Why don't you ask him yourself? Xue Bingxin said. Lin Xian was too embarrassed to ask her. He knew that, but he had gotten her pregnant. For some reason, he was too embarrassed to talk to her. It's okay. Help me pay for the things I buy later. Xue Bingxin. This man, why did he take advantage of her like this? Lin Xian expressed that the money she spent was Yi Renbing's anyway. She definitely didn't lack money. He took advantage of her. Chapter 11:27. In the Martial Divinity Institute's shop, Lin Xian took out all sorts of things. He bought all sorts of food and drinks, all of which were expensive and branded. He also bought all sorts of healing medicines, spiritual energy recovery medicines, and the like, all of which were of high quality. Do we need to buy more than 200 medicine? Xue Bingxin saw that Lin Xian had emptied a shelf and was in a bad mood. Of course, it's very dangerous. There's no harm in bringing more. Don't tell me you don't have money? Yes. Xue Bingxin nodded and went to pay. How could Yi Renbing lack money? Of course not. Yi Renbing had no concept of money. She was the kind of person who would give you 100 million just to buy a scallion pancake. Xue Bingxin naturally had a lot of money on her. She would take advantage of whatever she could. Sigh, for a good man like me to take care of his family, the girls around him are really lucky. Lin Xian then took out his phone and sent a message to his girls group. Come to the Martial Arts Academy shop. I'll give you some medicine. 5 minutes later, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Wang Xintong, and Xiao Xinyue all came over. Come, 30 each. Lin Xian smiled and sent them the medicine. Boss, you're so generous. Ling Ying said with a smile. Of course. Xue Bingxin stood at the side, a little confused. Why did she want to beat him up so badly? She really wanted to. Be careful. Lin Xian said to them. Think about yourself, I'm leaving. After that, they all left. What are you looking at? Lin Xian then looked at Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan. Xue Binglan quickly lowered her head. Nothing. Xue Bingxin shook her head slightly. Be careful when you get there. I don't want anything to happen to you. You should take care of yourself. Xue Bingxin said. Lin Xian. Hey, I'm your boss, right? Is this how you talk to me? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. I'm sorry, Xue Bingxin said. That's more like it. I'll teach you 2 sisters a lesson when we get back. Lin Xian laughed and walked forward. Sister, he's so bad. Xue Binglan said softly. Yes, very bad. However, it's also quite interesting. Xue Binglan stuck out her tongue. After that, the 8 of them were ready to go. The academy was also ready. The Martial Arts Academy would send them to the extreme poison territory, which was thousands of kilometers away from the Martial Arts Academy. If they didn't send them to the extreme poison territory, they would have to stay in the beast territory for a long time. Moreover, the possibility of encountering unknown dangers was very high. Therefore, the martial arts academy still had to send them to the extreme poison territory. Of course, they wouldn't send them directly to the extreme poison territory. They would drop them off when they were 100 or 50 kilometers away and then have them walk to the extreme poison territory. A few hours later, they arrived 100 kilometers away from the extreme poison territory. We will send you here, and the rest will be up to you. Pay attention to your safety and cooperate well. This is not a small challenge for you. I hope to receive good news from you. Luo Xiao said to the 8 of them. Luo Xiao said to the 8 of them. Luo Xiao, yes. All right, let's go. Then Lin Xian and the 8 of them walked into the distance. This was an experience. If there was no danger to one's life, if a cultivator was allowed to stay in their own comfort zone, then it would not be called an experience. Only battles like this, where one hovered on the edge of death, could greatly enhance a cultivator's abilities in all aspects. Everyone, report your cultivation realm. Murongyu said as she walked forward. The cultivation realm of each cultivator was actually a secret. However, in this situation, it was necessary to know everyone's cultivation realm. For example, when facing a beast territory, one had to know their cultivation realm and whether or not they could handle a certain task. If they couldn't, it might disrupt the plan. I'll go first. 8 stars domain realm. Murongyu said. I'm 7 stars domain realm. Duan Lingxiao said. Same here. Zhuge Feng said. 6 stars domain realm. Wu Yuhan said. Me too. I'm 4 stars domain realm. Xiao Yun said. This group of people was really abnormal. Everyone's cultivation realm was above his. I'm also 4 stars domain realm. Xue Binglan said. Then they glanced at Lin Xian. 1 star domain realm. Everyone. To be honest, they originally guessed that Lin Xian was hiding his strength. Since he could participate in this mission and with the approval of the Academy, he should be at least 3 or 4 stars domain realm. Why was he only 1 star domain realm? Young Master Lin, you can't hide this. Otherwise, it might lead to serious consequences. Duan Lingxiao said to Lin Xian. I'm not hiding it. I'm indeed 1 star. That's strange. 1 star can participate in this mission too? Xiao Yun said. Obviously, he was purposely squeezing Lin Xian. I thought so too. I just wanted to give it a try and chose this mission. Who knew that I would enter? That's why I said you guys have to protect me. Lin Xian shrugged. It's fine. Since young Master Lin can participate in this mission despite being at 1 star domain realm, young Master Lin must have some outstanding points. The Academy believes in your strength. So do I. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian and smiled. All right, Brother Zhuge, you have good foresight. When the time comes, I'll focus on protecting you. Lin Xian grinned at Zhuge Feng. Ha ha ha. They hurried forward. After about an hour, they arrived at a plain. After passing through this plain, they would arrive at the extreme poison despair. There seems to be a group of demonic beasts ahead. They looked ahead. It was quite far away, and they couldn't see clearly what kind of demonic beasts they were. However, there might be more than 20 of them. They weren't sure if it was dangerous or not. The group of demonic beasts also saw them from afar. They could vaguely see these demonic beasts slowly standing up. It was either a warning stance or an attack stance. Captain, should we go around or fight? Duan Lingxiao asked. It's best to go around them. If we don't reach the extreme poison despair, any consumption is unnecessary. But it seems like they don't want us to go around them. Lin Xian twisted his neck. The group of demonic beasts was gradually approaching them. These demonic beasts seemed to be very smart. When they came over, they spread out to prevent Lin Xian and the others from escaping. They gradually closed in and surrounded them. "It's the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf," Morong Yu said warily. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf was one of the more famous demonic beasts on the continent. They lived in packs, had extremely strong combat abilities, and were extremely fast. Their bloodline wasn't low either. Usually, an adult Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf had the strength of the low realm. Naturally, this group of demonic beasts were all in the low realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have seen a group of people coming over. Their first reaction was to welcome them. They were confident, and the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf was very smart. Fortunately, it was daytime now. Chapter 11:28. Lin Xian looked at the group of Silver Moon wolves helplessly. Fuck. This young master has never seen a group of low realm beasts before, but they seem to be used to it. Wow. I'm so noob. If it was nighttime, these Silver Moon wolves would cause them quite a bit of pressure. There might not be any casualties, but they would definitely lose a lot of spiritual power and stamina. But it was daytime now. As members of the monster race, it was not a big deal for Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan to attack the monster race. The monster race was different from the human race. The monster race was similar to how humans looked at other monster race members. 10 seconds. Morong Yu said indifferently. Lin Xian scratched his head. They were strong, but these were all low realm beasts. Killing more than 20 of them in 10 seconds was a bit abnormal, right? But in the next moment, Lin Xian roughly understood what Morong Yu meant. All right, then, Lin Xian released his spatial power. The spatial power of a domain realm beast was naturally not something these low realm beasts could withstand. In an instant, all the Silver Moon wolves were gathered in one place by Lin Xian. At the same time, Morong Yu's cold power erupted, and the terrifying cold power froze all the Silver Moon wolves. Hey, let's leave some experience for them. Lin Xian was only a one-star domain realm cultivator. After saying that, he rushed forward and released his 5 thunder constellation. Boom! Then Lin Xian walked back. Awesome! Killing 7 or 8 of them. 10 seconds. Probably not even 10 seconds. This spatial attribute is really domineering. Zhuge Feng could not help but praise. That's one of the strongest laws after all. Although it's mainly functional, it's not something ordinary laws can compare to. Duan Lingxiao said. Lin Xian didn't have the same so-called magnanimity as them. He just wanted to level up and kill demonic beasts. Awesome. I feel like I might be able to level up by 2 or 3 stars this time. Lin Xian walked over with a smile. After all, this was the domain realm. It was very difficult to level up by 1 star. That's possible. Duan Lingxiao nodded. Young Master Duan won't steal my kill, right? You're already a 7-star Grand Dominion Realm cultivator, so I don't think you'll be interested in low-level monsters, right? And young Master Xiao. Lin Xian grinned. What the hell? How could this guy be so shameless? How could he have the nerve to say such words? However, Morong Yu was here, and their cultivation levels were indeed much higher than Lin Xian's. According to common sense, they could refuse, but Morong Yu was here, so the best way was to nod. That's only natural. Young Master Lin's cultivation level isn't high, and demonic beasts of this level won't be of much help to us. Naturally, if it can belong to young Master Lin, then it belongs to young Master Lin. Duan Lingxiao said. Although Xiao Yun did not want to, he still nodded. Thank you very much. When my cultivation level increases a little, I will be able to help you even more. Lin Xian said with a smile. Let's go. Let's talk after we enter the extreme poison realm. Then the group continued forward. Soon they arrived at the toxic despair. The toxic despair was a forest, a poisonous forest. If you stood outside, you could clearly see green poisonous creatures shrouding the entire poisonous despair. Every tree in the poisonous despair was grotesquely shaped. These trees and plants had all lived here for a long time and gradually mutated. They gradually formed antibodies, absorbed the poison, and became extremely poisonous. To be honest, this scene was really difficult for people to dare to enter. The poison in the toxic despair grows stronger the deeper you go. Similarly, the deeper you go, the more poisonous the demonic beasts you encounter will be. With your spiritual energy, you can temporarily resist the poison in the periphery. The antidote pill has a time limit, so don't take it first. Morongyu said. Everyone nodded. After entering, there are 2 missions. One is to find the 5 great poison kings and kill them one by one. We'll leave the heavenly venerable poison king for last. The other is to find the antidote spirit medicine. Regarding the antidote spirit medicine, who knows? Morongyu looked at the others. Finally, there's something the class leader doesn't know. Lin Xian smiled. Morongyu tidied the hair in front of her forehead and said, I know a little, but I'm not sure. I know a little, Xue Bingxin said. Good. When we enter Xue Bingxin, pay special attention. Xue Bingxin nodded. In fact, Lin Xian also knew. With the imperial physician's saint technique in his mind, he should know more than Xue Bingxin, but he didn't say it. He would tell them when they met. Let's go in. Then the 8 of them walked into the toxic despair together. The moment they stepped in, everyone frowned. The poison was rushing at them. Every breath they took was poisonous, and they were constantly inhaling it. However, because the poison wasn't strong enough, they could use their spiritual energy to neutralize it. However, this process would constantly consume one's energy and spiritual power. Therefore, some of the restrictions on them were relatively large. Lin Xian tried to absorb it, but to his surprise, he was completely immune to the poison. At least for now, he didn't need to consume any spiritual energy. The poison is so strong. Wu Yuhan frowned slightly. She accidentally touched a leaf, and that piece of clothing was corroded. The poison of every creature here is much stronger than in the air. That's why the academy made us wear special shoes. Try to be careful. Now head south. That's where the first poison king is. We'll enter its territory in an hour. Advance according to the formation. Okay. Then they headed south one after another. Hey, I suddenly thought of a question. Lin Xian said. What is it? Morongyu asked as she walked forward. I remember that the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf Clan is an elite demon clan belonging to the Demon God Temple, right? Morongyu pondered for a moment. Yes, I participated in the city defense battle before. Coincidentally, one of the factions I faced was the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf Clan. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf Clan's combat strength is very strong. Because their combat strength can be doubled at night, they were once a weapon of the Demon God Temple. Young Master Lin, what do you mean? Lin Xian walked forward and said, I'm just worried that we'll encounter a small group of Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf Clan here. Does that mean that this place is where the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf Clan of the Demon God Temple lives? If that's the case, we might even be attacked by the Demon God Temple. This location didn't seem to be under Yi Renbing's jurisdiction. As for whether it was Xiechui, Lin Xian didn't know. After all, this place was more than 1,000 kilometers away from Lin and City. Moreover, it was in a very remote location. I think there's no need to worry. Xiao Yun then said, the Demon God Temple won't attack us for less than 10 humans. Moreover, how can we attract their attention? How far is this place from the Demon God Temple? There's no need to worry. We just have to do what's in front of us. Chapter 11:29. Although what Lin Xian said could be a form of danger, it was true that after everyone thought about it, the possibility of such a thing happening was simply too small. Just be careful, Morongyu said. Maybe I'm too sensitive. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, "Why was he so sensitive?" He had been targeted by Xiechui before. Yes, the people here might not be worth the monster god temple's attention, but he might be. Therefore, Lin Xian was always worried that he would attract Lin Xian's attention after leaving the martial arts academy and coming to this place. That was why Lin Xian was worried. But after thinking about it, he didn't think that would happen. Yi Renbing had done something last time. However, what he was afraid of had happened. Your Honor, Lin Xian left the martial arts academy and went to the place of extreme poison. In the 9th monster god temple, a person knelt in front of Xiechui. Oh? Xiechui stood up and paced slowly. He really wanted to attack Lin Xian, but he was afraid of Yi Renbing. Last time, Yi Renbing had come to tell him in person, so he didn't dare to attack him. Forget it. Yi Renbing is very strong. If we attack him, she will know. Besides, Lin Xian must have something that can save his life. Xiechui shook his head. But according to our intelligence, several top geniuses of the human clan are going to the place of extreme poison, including the daughter of the master of the Divine Palace, the son of the master of the Trial Union, and several other top geniuses. In the future, they will be a great threat to the monster clan. Oh? The martial arts academy is one step behind. Hearing this, Xiechui raised his eyebrows. You go to the place of extreme poison and take care of the others. Leave Lin Xian alone. Anyway, Yi Renbing only protects Lin Xian. She has no right to protect the others. Xiechui sneered. Yes. Right, leave 1 or 2 or 3 people alive. Remember, don't attack Lin Xian. They will suspect that Lin Xian is colluding with the monster clan. When the time comes, I understand. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had just encountered a group of poisonous forest scorpions. Of their realms, but they were very strong. These monsters were not much of a threat to them. There's a swamp in front. About half an hour later, they stopped in front of a swamp. The swamp was so big that you couldn't tell how far away it was. This made the space attribute useless. If you sent them over and they were still on top of the swamp, then it would be dangerous. A normal swamp would not be a problem for them. However, the poison in the swamp was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. After so many years of gathering here, how many highly toxic things had entered this place? How many highly toxic leaves had fallen here? The poison in this place must be the strongest they had encountered so far, and there should be demonic beasts inside. This should be the location of the Poison King. If I'm not wrong, the Poison King should be in this swamp. Morongyu stared at the swamp and said, This swamp is the most poisonous place we've encountered so far. Duan Lingxiao said, then tore a piece of cloth and threw it into the swamp. This piece of cloth floated on top of the swamp. Then, it turned into green smoke and was directly corroded. This fucking poison was a little scary. With their realms, even if they had spiritual protection, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. It should be. Such a poisonous place must be the location of the extremely strong Poison King. And since the Poison King had not shown himself, they could only force him out. Let me do it. Wu Yuhan took 2 steps forward. Then, a dagger appeared in her hand. She threw the dagger directly into the swamp. In the next moment, the entire swamp flickered with a black light. Boom! In the next moment, it was as if a missile had exploded in the swamp. The entire ground shook. Lin Xian. Fuck! This dagger was amazing. This dagger is specially made, right? Lin Xian asked Wu Yuhan. In response, she turned her face to the side. Lin Xian. It's coming. Retreat. Morongyu said with a frown. Soon after, everyone took out their spiritual artifacts and retreated into a formation. Lin Xian also took out his light sword, Wan Xie. Roar. A huge monster let out a trembling roar and jumped from the bottom of the swamp to the surface. Their battle could not be in the swamp. It was too dangerous. Therefore, they had to pull the monster to the surface. And this Poison King might have been too confident in himself or was angered. Without any hesitation, he jumped up and roared. Roar, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. None of them were to be trifled with. They quickly spread out to the sides, and everything within a few dozen meters in front of them was destroyed by the power it released. It was as if a path had been opened in the forest. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if such power were to fall on them. This demonic beast's body, including its tail, was more than 10 meters long. Its body was brown with blood-red patterns. Its eyes were blood-red. Its overall appearance was that of a huge crocodile. Its sharp teeth made one tremble in fear. Its entire back was filled with sharp spikes. The sword was incomparable, making it impossible to attack. It's the Berserk Blood Crocodile King. They recognized the demonic beast when they saw it. It was undoubtedly the Poison King. The Berserk Blood Crocodile King's strongest points were its strength and defense. If its tail hit you, you would basically be crippled. As for its defense, you would know just by looking at its back. It was indestructible. Other than the Sky Venerable, the rest of the Poison Kings were all at the Domain Realm. Moreover, they were existences with 1 foot in the Sky Venerable realm. Each of them had the ability to fight across realms. But in this environment, facing the Poison King of this level, to be honest, it was difficult to fight one-on-one. Even Murong Yu would find it difficult. However, it was not impossible. But since there were 8 of them, why did they have to fight one-on-one? The Berserk Blood Crocodile King's weakness is its abdomen. We have to find a way to hit its abdomen to cause any substantial damage. Zhuge Feng said, "Let's fight first. This young master does not believe that it is that hard." Thunderous force. Zzz. The tip of Duanling Zhao's sword was surrounded by lightning. Lightning flashed and illuminated the forest. Then, with a roar, he jumped up and stabbed at the Berserk Blood Crocodile King with terrifying strength. Roar, the Berserk Blood Crocodile King's speed was not fast. However, it did not need speed. It raised its head and a blood-red energy gushed out from its mouth to resist Duanling Zhao's lightning energy. Boom! In the next moment, Duanling Zhao jumped back and staggered on the ground. It was indeed very strong. Follow the plan. Begin the battle. Murong Yu said. Yes. So. Following which they all rushed forward. Tai Chi gives birth to 2 forms. Rapid attack. Zhuge Feng stepped on the ground slightly. A huge Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram rotated on the ground and occupied the entire battlefield. At the same time, everyone who rushed over felt their speed and strength increase. Chapter 1130. Lin Xian finally understood why this Zhuge Feng was able to take up such an important role. Normally, a support role would be taken up by someone with the wood or water attribute. He didn't know if there was such an attribute, but he had this kind of special ability. Lin Xian didn't think that he only had this kind of formation, but this formation increased their speed and strength, and it wasn't low at all. Lin Xian really couldn't help but look at him in a higher light. A very special ability. This wasn't an attribute, and it didn't seem to be a martial technique either. And it was instantaneous. Pong pong pong. The 8 of them attacked one after another. It only meant that Lin Xian and the others had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting them. It didn't mean that they weren't important just because they were protected. Every single one of them was important. 5 lightning constellation. Boom! Lin Xian's terrifying lightning landed on the Berserk Blood Crocodile King's body. But, sorry, I won't attack anymore. Lin Xian said helplessly. 5 lightning constellation, purple lightning, the strongest defensive attribute. But when it landed on the Berserk Blood Crocodile King's body, it was like scratching an itch. There was no helping it, the difference was too great. Lin Xian was only at the 1-star domain realm, and this demonic beast was at the 10-star domain realm. Furthermore, the Berserk Blood Crocodile King's back defense was too terrifying. It was normal for Lin Xian to scratch an itch. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even Murong Yu's terrifying attack couldn't do much damage to the Berserk Blood Crocodile King. Murong Yu's cultivation was close to the Berserk Blood Crocodile King, and her battle strength was definitely not low. It was enough to imagine how strong she was. Shwa. A powerful frost energy burst out from Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglin's bodies, instantly freezing the Berserk Blood Crocodile King. But in the next instant, the Berserk Blood Crocodile King broke free from the ice. With a roar, a blood-red light burst out. Boom! Everything within 20 meters was shaken by the terrifying power, and dust flew everywhere. Putong, a few figures staggered to the ground. It's not hard to defeat it, but its defense is too strong. Even with Zhuge Feng's blessing, we can't do any damage to it. Duan Ling Xiao frowned. For any martial artist, what kind of demonic beast did they dislike the most? Agility type. Speed was very powerful. In the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. This sentence was not groundless. An agility-type demonic beast of the same rank would be more difficult to deal with than a demonic beast that was 2 stars higher than you. The other type was this kind of defense-type demonic beast. What was very exaggerated was that defense-type demonic beasts were basically defense-type demonic beasts that were several stars higher in strength would not be able to shake them, let alone those whose cultivation level was lower. However, there was one advantage. This Berserk Blood Crocodile King did not have a strong defense that covered its entire body. It had a weak spot, and it was a large number of weak spots. But how could he attack its lower body? The simplest method was to use the power of space to move it into the air, allowing them to instantly focus fire below. However, Lin Xian and Xiao Yun were unable to do so, because the difference in their realms was too great. Why don't we just kill him by force? The sword in Duan Lingxiao's hand flashed with blue light. If we can't kill him, you'll be exhausted instead. Morong Yu said. Roared out in the next moment. The Berserk Blood Crocodile King roared, and a blood-red energy gushed out. Shwadat, an ice wall appeared in front of Morong Yu, blocking the terrifying energy. In the next moment, she quickly retreated, and the ice wall shattered at the same time. I can do it, Zhuge Feng said as he dodged the Berserk Blood Crocodile King's attack. I'll leave it to you. Everyone, prepare to deal a fatal blow, Morong Yu said. Obviously, she trusted Zhuge Feng a lot. She probably had a rough idea of Zhuge Feng's strength. In the next moment, Zhuge Feng's figure suddenly stopped. His hands quickly formed seals, and a golden light cage enveloped the Berserk Blood Crocodile King. Rise! Zhuge Feng yelled. Puff. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the Berserk Blood Crocodile King was directly sent flying. Now! Everyone gathered their strength and blasted it out in unison. Boom. The power exploded in the sky. Ding! Your realm has increased to 2-star domain realm. Lin Xian. Hearing the system notification, Lin Xian was a little dumbfounded. He was the one who killed it. His luck was too damn good. Among the 7 of them, he was the weakest, and he was the one who killed this demonic beast. Although this demonic beast was strong, they weren't weak either. To be honest, if this was a different type of demonic beast, they would have already worked together to kill it. Even if the demonic beast's realm was higher than theirs, which one of them didn't have the ability to fight across realms? Their joint attack hit the Berserk Blood Crocodile King's weak spot, and it was very normal for it to be killed instantly. Are you okay? Morong Yu walked to Zhuge Feng's side. I'm fine. Zhuge Feng waved his hand and said, It's just a small injury. It's normal for it to be injured by force. It'll be fine until we reach the next Poison King. Duan Ling Xiao walked over and said, This kind of defensive demonic beast is indeed troublesome. You have to be more careful when you're injured. Alright, I already said it's just a small injury. Zhuge Feng smiled. Lin Xian came over and gave him a pill. Take this and you'll be fine soon. Zhuge Feng glanced at Lin Xian. Many thanks. Then he took the pill. Then let's take a break and head to the next Poison King's location. This Berserk Blood Crocodile King has a strong poison, but it hasn't had the time to release it. Otherwise, it'll be even more troublesome. After that, other than the Empyrean Realm Poison King, will try to kill the rest instantly. To avoid any trouble. Morong Yu said, All right. To be honest, if this was heard by others, they would feel that it was inconceivable. You people who are lower realm than the Poison King actually want to kill it instantly? Is this world crazy? But they did have the ability to do so. Their real opponent was the Empyrean Realm Poison King, and the rest were just a matter of convenience. As long as it wasn't a defensive demonic beast, once it was locked on and controlled, it was normal to kill it instantly. After resting for a while, they walked towards the next Poison King. Brother, what kind of power is that? It's very strange. Lin Xian came to Zhuge Feng's side and asked, Oh, it's just a formation. Formations with different powers and different effects. My ancestors practiced this and passed it down from generation to generation. Zhuge Feng smiled. This kind of power is unique to the Zhuge family in the entire continent. Duan Lingxiao said with some envy. Doesn't that mean that if a person has these formations, it's equivalent to having a full attribute? Xue Bingxin was also slightly surprised. This human had such an ability. Chapter 1131. When Zhuge Feng heard Xue Bingxin's words, he smiled and said, In some sense, I can release metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, and so on. However, how can there be such an exaggerated power in this world? There are pros and cons. Firstly, this isn't elemental power, so it can't be as strong, flexible as elemental power. Secondly, the spiritual energy consumption is even higher than releasing elemental power. It's just that there's no harm in having more skills. Lin Xian was enlightened. However, don't forget that apart from these abilities, Brother Zhuge is also a martial artist. He has his own elemental power, so compared to us, he is stronger. Duan Lingxiao said. To be honest, Lin Xian quite liked this ability and felt that it was very powerful. However, he wasn't envious because he was a man who could use all elemental powers. It should be others who were envious of him. I say, stop flattering me. All of you are stronger than me, yet you're still trying to kill me. Zhuge Feng said helplessly. I'm not wrong, right? Because I'm really not as strong as you, Lin Xian said. The one who shouldn't flatter me the most is you, young Master Lin. Lin Xian. Why? Look, there are so many beautiful girls around you. You have the lowest realm, but the Academy still allowed you to participate in this mission against the Heavenly Venerable Realm Poison King. Shouldn't you be the one who is special in the eyes of the Academy? Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. When Zhuge Feng said that, the surrounding people were also surprised. Yes, they did have this speculation when they saw Lin Xian participating in this mission. However, they quickly dismissed it. They even felt that there were too few people for this mission and Lin Xian was just there to make up the numbers. One more person, one more force? However, when Zhuge Feng said that, they indeed felt that something was wrong. They were all in the domain realm and Lin Xian was also in the domain realm. However, they were going to deal with a Heavenly Venerable Realm Poison King. How could a one-star domain realm fight against a Heavenly Venerable? There was no way the Academy would allow a one-star domain realm cultivator to participate in this battle. The weakest was a 4-star domain realm cultivator. It was very easy for a 4-star domain realm cultivator to break through during this battle. Even a 1-star domain realm cultivator wouldn't be able to fight against the Poison King. Could it be because of his spatial attribute? That was impossible. There were more than 10 people in the Martial Arts Academy who knew the space attribute. Therefore, there must be something special about this Lin Xian that even the Martial Arts Academy valued. Although his realm was not high, he would definitely be of help in this mission. Morong Yu was probably the only one who knew the reason. She didn't know much, but she knew that Lin Xian was indeed very powerful. He definitely couldn't look at him with a normal gaze. He had to treat him even more seriously than when he looked at someone like Duan Lingxiao. I guess, I'm just here to make up the numbers, Lin Xian said with a smile. Being too modest means being pretentious. Zhuge Feng smiled. Lin Xian shrugged. Xiao Yun clenched his fists. Since when did he, Xiao Yun, become invisible? Although those girls were also very invisible and basically didn't talk, he was a man. Those girls were the cold type, so it was normal for them to not talk. Morong Yu was the team leader, so she had to talk. Hey! Lin Xian took a few steps back and walked to Wu Yuhan's side. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglin's ears twitched, trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. Why did they want to eavesdrop? Because they were curious. I've already apologized to you. Can't you talk to me? Lin Xian said with a grin. Wu Yuhan didn't even glance at Lin Xian and continued walking forward. Then, did you accept my apology or not? At least tell me. Lin Xian said. Although this wasn't a place to pick up girls, it was a rare opportunity for Lin Xian to talk to Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan triggered the mission, so Lin Xian still cared about it. Did you accept it? Did you accept it? Shut up, Wu Yuhan said coldly. Then tell me if you accepted it. How could this man be so shameless? How could he be so thick-skinned? I don't blame you anymore, Wu Yuhan said and quickened her pace. Lin Xian smiled and followed. Then I'll treat you to a meal when we get back. No need, Wu Yuhan said coldly. No, I have to treat you to a meal and apologize, right? Shut up, Lin Xian. All right. I'll just hook up with Wu Yuhan's other personality. Lin Xian was helpless. After about an hour, the poison suddenly increased. We should have entered another area now. The poison here is even stronger. If you can't take it, take the antidote first. Don't save it. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. You won't have any combat power left. Morong Yu said to the people behind her. Okay. Xue Binglan and Xiao Yun took the antidote. Young Master Lin, you're not taking it? Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Xiao Yun stopped taking the antidote. He didn't swallow it. The others were at a higher realm and could withstand it for a while. However, Xue Binglan and Xiao Yun were 4 stars. They probably needed to take it. Lin Xian was a 2-star. He should take it. Lin Xian didn't. Xiao Yun thought of something. Lin Xian was poisonous. It was normal for him to be immune to the poison here. Oh, I have some resistance to poison. Although my realm is lower, I can still withstand it. I don't need it for now, Lin Xian said. This surprised them for a moment. How could he have some resistance to poison? What's going on? They obviously didn't think of the poison attribute. This power was too rare. Normally, some martial artists might not encounter anything related to poison in their lifetime. Of course, the probability was low. Normally, they would encounter poisonous beasts. At this time, Xiao Yun put away the antidote pill. Young Master Xiao, you're not taking it? They looked at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun felt that he couldn't lose to Lin Xian. If Lin Xian didn't take it, he wouldn't accept it either. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a joke if a 4-star domain realm cultivator took the antidote? He was thinking too much. The others wouldn't laugh at him. Although their realms were high, they could roughly sense the level of poison. It would be best if a 4-star domain realm cultivator took it. No need. I can still hold on for a while. It will save me more time to fight the Heaven Venerable Realm Poison King later. I won't have to worry about anything. Xiao Yun said. Safety first. Moreover, there are antidotes here. We just need to find them. Morong Yu said. It's okay. Let's continue. Xue Binglan blinked her beautiful eyes. She felt that she couldn't withstand the poison anymore. How could this man withstand it? Was he really so powerful? Chapter 1132. Time passed minute by minute. Xiao Yun didn't take the antidote and walked for a long time. As he walked, his lips turned black. He sensed that he was poisoned. No, he couldn't hold on any longer. Then he quietly swallowed the antidote. What was this called? He wanted to suffer and endure the pain of being poisoned. Why did he have to endure the pain of being poisoned? A lake appeared in front of them. It was very scary. This lake wasn't very big, and the lake water was like stagnant water. The surface of the water was green, and there were countless leaves floating on it. There were also many corpses of demon beasts. Occasionally, bubbles would appear on the surface of the lake. When the bubbles exploded, a green poisonous mist would burst out from within. If I'm not wrong, it should be here. Everyone stopped and stared at the lake. They were all martial artists with high ranks, so they could clearly sense some details. They could clearly sense that there was a poison nearby that was much higher than other places, so this place was definitely not simple. There's a ghost soul blood apple there. It should be right, Lin Xian said. Everyone's gaze landed on a black plant on the lake. Ghost soul blood apple, a highly poisonous plant. Its rank is not low, and it will release a powerful heaven and earth spirit energy and poison at any time. Normally, such a poisonous plant would be fought over by demon beasts, and the one who can obtain it must be a king nearby. So, this is the place where one of the poison kings is. Morongyu explained to them. Lin Xian couldn't help but admire Morongyu. He knew this because of the imperial physician saint technique, and Morongyu purely relied on her large amount of knowledge. Lin Xian felt that Morongyu was too outstanding in all aspects. He really didn't know how this person could be so strong. Let me lure it out. After Duanling Xiao finished speaking, lightning condensed in his hand and directly blasted towards the ghost soul blood apple. The ghost soul blood apple instantly turned into Suyu. Although the ghost soul blood tang was strong, it hadn't reached the level where a domain realm expert couldn't destroy it. If it was at that level, then it wasn't something a domain realm poison king could approach or possess. If this thing was strong, then it would belong to an Empyrean realm poison king. Because the Empyrean realm poison king didn't fancy this ghost soul blood apple tree, it was obtained by this poison king. As long as its precious ghost soul blood apple tree was destroyed or attacked, it would definitely appear in anger. However, Lin Xian felt his heart ache. The ghost blood flower might be useless to them, but it was very useful to Lin Xian. It was fucking ruined just like that. You have so many ways to lure out the poison king, but you have to do it like this. Lin Xian's other purpose in coming here was to see if he could find any rare and powerful poisons. He wanted to see if he could raise his poison attribute. Sure enough, when the ghost soul blood orchid was destroyed, a terrifying force emerged from the bottom of the lake, and then a huge green python drilled out. Seconds. In the next instant, Xue Bingxin's frost power erupted, and Zhuge Feng directly created an ice array. At the same time, Morongyu also released a powerful frost power. In an instant, the demonic beast was controlled. Although it could only be controlled for a short period of time, it was enough. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, everyone rushed over. A dagger appeared in Wu Yuhan's hand, and her figure disappeared. A black light flashed past, and the monster's vital point was directly cut open, revealing a huge mouth. Heavenly thunder slash. Duanling Xiao also roared, and the sword in his hand flashed with lightning as he slashed forward. 10 seconds. No, to be precise, the Poison King had just appeared. Perhaps they didn't even see it clearly before it was killed. Every one of them was very strong, and it was easy for them to fight across realms. In addition, with this kind of cooperation, they could kill the Poison King before it could react and release any demonic skills, or directly make it lose its ability to fight. Lin Xian expressed that he was really here to be a bystander. Along the way, he had killed quite a number of demonic beasts. Because other than the demonic beast king, they had encountered many other demonic beasts, and there were even groups of them. Lin Xian's experience had increased by quite a bit, and he really had a chance to reach Domain Realm 4 stars. However, when facing a big boss of this level, his strength was clearly a little weak. The main thing was that Lin Xian could also cause great damage to this level of existence, so he needed to go all out. However, Lin Xian didn't need to go all out. What was the point of going all out? Snatching experience? It would probably be difficult. Let's follow this method. At least, it should be easier for us to face a heavenly venerable realm poison king. Xiao Yun said, let's continue on our way. 2 hours later, the third poison king was killed. 6 hours later, the fourth poison king was killed. Ding! Your realm has increased to Domain Realm 3 stars. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally reached Domain Realm 3 stars. It really wasn't easy. After reaching the domain realm, increasing one's realm was simply too difficult. The number of demonic beasts he had killed was probably the highest among the 8 of them. Morong Yu and the rest had deliberately left the demonic beasts to Lin Xian because their leveling speed was slower. As for Morong Yu, she felt that Lin Xian's realm needed to increase so that he could unleash greater combat strength. The others had also advanced. Xiao Yun had reached Domain Realm 5 stars, and Wu Yuhan had reached Domain Realm 7 stars. This Wu Yuhan caused Lin Xian to be incomparably shocked. Her combat strength had completely exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. She was simply too strong. She didn't hesitate at all, and every move she made hit the target. The sky was already dark. Fortunately, their realm wasn't low and their night vision was strong in such a forest. However, it also had a huge impact on them as the forest was dark to begin with. Everyone be careful. Many demonic beasts roam at night. It's even more dangerous now than during the day. And now there's a very bad news. Duan Lingxiao looked at everyone and said, "The antidote pill's effect is about to wear off. Once it's over, if we still haven't found a heaven and earth spirit item that can resist the poison here, this operation might fail." The Academy deliberately didn't give them enough antidote pills because this was called training. Even if dealing with heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts was already extremely troublesome and dangerous, the Martial Arts Academy was just that abnormal. "You guys rest first. I'll go look for it," Lin Xian said to them. Morong Yu frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Xian. "You?" Xiao Yun sneered and said, "You're going alone? If you die, we won't even know where to find your corpse. Besides, why should we trust you? Wait here for nothing? Wouldn't that be a waste of everyone's time?" Morong Yu interrupted Xiao Yun, looked at Lin Xian, and asked, "Do you know?" Lin Xian nodded. "I know a little. I should be able to find it." "All right, I'll go with you. The rest of you stay here and rest," Morong Yu said. "I'll go too," Duan Lingxiao said. "No need. We're not going to fight. We need you to lead the team here," Morong Yu said. Xiao Yun clenched his fist and completely ignored him. Chapter 1133. Lin Xian and Morong Yu left together. "Master Xiao, do you have a grudge against Master Lin?" After they left, Zhuge Feng smiled and asked Xiao Yun. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan listened carefully. "Grudge? How can there be grudges? Even if there is a grudge, I wouldn't bring my personal grudge here," Xiao Yun said. Duan Ling Xiao patted Xiao Yun's shoulder and said, "That's a good sentence. We're a team here. We have to leave our backs to each other." "So why didn't Master Xiao trust Master Lin? You even said that we would just wait. Isn't that just distrust?" Zhuge Feng smiled. Xiao Yun then explained, "This place is so dangerous, and Lin Xian's realm isn't high. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't have a problem. Isn't Brother Zhuge worried?" "I'm really not worried." Zhuge Feng drank a mouthful of water and said, "Lin Xian's realm isn't high, but don't forget, the Martial Arts Academy agreed to let him join this mission, which means that they acknowledge his strength. Plus, he has the space attribute. What's wrong with that?" Xiao Yun secretly clenched his fist. "That's because I was too one-sided. It's my problem." Xiao Yun then said, "All right, everyone rest. I hope they can find it. Otherwise, we won't be able to last until we find the Poison King, let alone defeat him." Xiao Yun sat there with a ruthless look in his eyes. "How can I have a chance to destroy this Lin Xian? Class leader, pay attention to the roots of every tree. See if there are any plants that are also green, but have faint white stars on their leaves." Lin Xian said to Morong Yu. "White star grass?" Morong Yu asked Lin Xian. "No, it's the white spirit poison grass that's similar to the white star grass," Lin Xian said. "I know this." Morong Yu nodded. "These two types of poisonous herbs are very, very similar. It is very easy to confuse them. During the learning process, you will be specifically taught how to differentiate between these two types of poisonous herbs." "Fighting poison with poison?" Morong Yu asked. Of course. Do you think there could be any other spiritual herbs here? It can only be a poisonous grass, and we can only fight poison with poison. This is the Academy's test of our survival ability. The poison of the white spirit poisonous grass can neutralize the poison here. How do you know? Morongyu asked in surprise. This kind of thing would require a lot of experiments to come to a conclusion. Anyway, she had done a little research on this poisonous grass, but she didn't know that it had such an effect. There were quite a few poisonous herbs that had this effect, and there were probably more than 10 types in this place. The Academy probably knew that other poisonous herbs could neutralize this effect, and the reason why they were looking for the white spirit poisonous herb was because there were more of it. Take a guess. Lin Xian grinned at her. Morongyu secretly shook her head. She believed that some of her knowledge reserves were already very high, but she always had a feeling that she was not as good as Lin Xian. Let's look. Half an hour later, the two of them were holding a handful of white spirit poisonous grass in their hands. Lin Xian directly held it with his bare hands, while Morongyu released spirit energy from her hands to isolate the poison. You're just holding it with your bare hands? Morongyu looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Oh! Lin Xian then released spirit energy from his hands. Morongyu, what do you mean by this? You're holding the poisonous grass without releasing spirit energy, and you're releasing it when I ask you? What does this prove? It proves that he can hold the poisonous grass without releasing spirit energy. This Lin Xian is really mysterious. Morongyu didn't say much, and then asked, how do we use this? We're still missing a poisonous grass. Only by combining the two can we achieve the effect of neutralizing the poison in the air. Here. Lin Xian pointed to the front. Purple daylily? Lin Xian nodded. The purple daylily had a nice name, but this flower was extremely poisonous. Very, very poisonous. Are you sure this purple daylily can be eaten? Morongyu still asked. She knew the purple daylily too well. This purple daylily's grade wasn't high, but it was extremely poisonous. It wasn't much worse than the ghost soul bloodgrass they encountered before. A domain realm martial artist wouldn't die from eating it, but they would definitely lose their ability to fight for a long time. What? You don't believe me? Morongyu shook her head. I believe you, but there's something I don't understand. Yo, class rep, there's something you don't understand. Lin Xian joked. Morongyu stood there and really wanted to roll her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then kneaded the two poisonous grasses together according to a certain ratio. The juice dripped onto the ground, and smoke instantly rose up. Do you want to try it first? Lin Xian then handed it to her. Morongyu took it, glanced at it, and swallowed it. Seems like my position in your heart is quite high. You just swallowed it directly. Lin Xian joked with a smile. Because in my heart, you are very powerful. Your strength might not be certain now, but in other aspects you are more powerful than anyone I have seen before, including some top-tier experts. Morongyu didn't hide anything. She was a rather outspoken person. Then, am I qualified to be your boyfriend? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian. I'm not looking for a boyfriend. That won't do. The two chatted as they walked back. As a girl, you have to pass down the legacy. You have to find a boyfriend. Morongyu didn't say anything. My Lin family's bloodline isn't weak, right? Why don't you, cough cough? Don't think about this. You should leave these words to the other girls around you. Morongyu quickened her pace and walked away. Lin Xian scratched his head. Ah, this girl is so hard to get. Don't talk about getting her. I don't even have a chance. Soon they arrived at the camp. Did you find it? Everyone stood up. Here. Lin Xian threw the needed ones to them one by one. They looked at the things in their hands. What kind of poisonous grass is this? A combination of purple daylily and white spirit poisonous grass, Lin Xian said. Purple daylily? Zhuge Feng frowned. Young Master Lin, are you kidding? This purple daylily is highly poisonous. I've eaten it. It's been more than 10 minutes, and the medicine has begun to take effect. It can neutralize the poison in the air without releasing spiritual power. Morongyu said. Hearing Morongyu's words, they were relieved and ate it one by one. What surprised them was that after eating it, they didn't feel the poison attack from the poisonous grass at all. This is amazing. Could it be that these two kinds of poisonous grass can neutralize each other? Zhuge Feng asked Lin Xian. Yes, everything in the world reinforces and restrains each other. Although white spirit poisonous grass and purple daylily aren't on the same level, they are restraining each other. After they merge, they will be immune to the poison in the air. The medicine's effect will last for about a day. It's enough. Good. Then let's go to where the heavenly venerable Poison King is. Chapter 11:34. Under Morongyu's lead, the 8 of them continued to go deeper and deeper into the forest to kill the demonic beasts. What surprised them was that the thing that Lin Xian gave them was really effective. It was much better than the antidote pill. Ahead of them, the poison increased sharply. They didn't know much about this Poison King. Because the Academy wanted to test them, they didn't give them any information. No one knew what kind of demonic beast it was. They could only be flexible and adapt. At this moment, Xiao Yun's aura suddenly exploded. Be careful, Xiao Yun shouted angrily. Then, a spirit weapon appeared in his hand and he slashed at his feet. Then, he jumped back and pulled away. At the same time, Lin Xian and the rest also quickly retreated. What is that? Their eyes were on the ground. Amidst the countless poisonous grasses, a reddish-brown and black vine that resembled a slender, venomous snake slowly retracted. Xiao Yun's ankle had just been entangled by such a vine. Looking carefully, there were many such vines hidden under the poisonous grasses in front of them. The most terrifying thing was that they could actually move. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This color, this situation, could it be the dark blood overlord flower? Lin Xian said in shock. It's the dark blood overlord flower. Morongyu said slowly and took a step back. What's the dark blood overlord flower? The others looked at the two of them in confusion. Morongyu then explained. It's a kind of poisonous grass that can be considered one of the top poisonous grasses in the continent. It's on the same level as the deep nether Yama spirit. Aside from its poison, the most terrifying thing about the dark blood overlord flower is that it's a carnivorous plant. Carnivorous? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian then said, the underworld blood tyrant flower isn't big, but it has a lot of vines. These vines can even extend to a distance of more than 500 meters, and it can sense the tremors of the ground several kilometers around it. Then, it will release a fragrance that attracts demonic beasts, and when the demonic beasts approach, the countless hidden vines will seize the opportunity to bind the demonic beasts. These vines have a poison that isn't inferior to the abyssal Yama spirit. Ordinary demonic beasts will lose their ability to struggle once they are poisoned, and then they will be dragged to the underworld blood tyrant flower. The underworld blood tyrant flower will absorb the demonic beast's blood as its own nourishment. So in a sense, this is a carnivorous plant. When they heard Lin Xian's explanation, they were all shocked. If it was a demonic beast, they would feel that it was normal. However, a stalk of poisonous grass could be so terrifying. They had never seen something like this before, so they felt an unfamiliar sense of fear. For anyone, the simplest example would be if you were used to eating roasted grasshoppers, or even scorpions or centipedes, but you had never eaten anything before. Then you would feel a deep sense of fear. It was the same principle now. They were used to seeing all kinds of powerful demonic beasts, but they had never seen a poisonous grass that could eat people. Naturally, they would feel a sense of horror. This was a very normal psychological phenomenon. As long as this underworld blood tyrant flower is in its adult stage, its poison can even kill heavenly venerables if they are not careful. Morongyu then glanced at Xiao Yun's ankle and said, fortunately, your body didn't come into direct contact with the vines, or else it would have pointed to disaster. Xiao Yun also let out a long sigh of relief. But Wu Yuhan took a step forward and said, then this underworld blood tyrant flower should be a top-notch poison of heaven and earth. The one who can possess such a top-notch poison of heaven and earth should be the heavenly venerate poison king. Wu Yuhan's words made everyone realize this point. Although this underworld blood tyrant flower seemed to be made into a demonic beast, it was still a poisonous plant after all. To a demonic beast that cultivated poison, this was a supreme treasure. There were definitely benefits to cultivating around such a spiritual treasure. Therefore, Wu Yuhan's words caused everyone to subconsciously draw out their spirit weapons. It made sense. However, there were no clues so far. This is already within the range of the Poison King. Coupled with the existence of this underworld blood tyrant flower, it's very likely that the heavenly venerate Poison King is not far away. Murong Yu said cautiously, but if we fight nearby, the heavenly venerate Poison King is already dangerous enough. With the threat of this underworld blood tyrant flower, we can't fight here. It's too dangerous. Duan Lingxiao said, unless we eliminate the threat of this underworld blood tyrant flower first. Zhuge Feng said, I'll go. Lin Xian said. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, I can try. I still have the spatial attribute. At most, I can run out. Why did Lin Xian want to go? The underworld blood tyrant flower might be a good thing for Lin Xian. Lin Xian wanted to see if he could get his hands on the underworld blood tyrant flower. Although it was very dangerous, if he could get his hands on it and absorb it, it would greatly increase Lin Xian's poison power. Is it okay? Murong Yu glanced at Lin Xian and asked, I can try. Okay, I'll go with you. Murong Yu said. Murong Yu had both the spatial and temporal attributes. She also had the ability to come and go safely. Duan Lingxiao frowned. Why was Murong Yu always willing to go with Lin Xian? Of course, there was nothing wrong with accompanying him in this situation. Murong Yu also had the spatial attribute. However, he always thought too much. No need. I'll go alone. The two of us will be a big target. There's nothing to be afraid of with the spatial attribute. What if something unexpected happens? It's fine. Lin Xian said. Then, okay. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan looked at Lin Xian worriedly. They came here to protect Lin Xian. In order to protect Lin Xian, they were even willing to give up their lives. This was the mission Yi Renbing gave them. However, to let Lin Xian go alone. Let's go. Be careful. Don't cause any commotion. I'm worried that the Empyrean Poison King will find out. I'll try my best. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. The underworld blood tyrant flower's vines could extend for about 500 meters. Therefore, they only needed to jump 500 meters to see the underworld blood tyrant flower. When Lin Xian landed, his gaze fell directly on the underworld blood tyrant flower. It was about half a meter long, and its entire body was about the same color as the vines. It was a combination of blood brown and black. At a glance, one could tell that this thing was poisonous and very strange. It was actually very beautiful, but the more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it was. The moment Lin Xian landed, countless hidden and unhidden vines quickly stretched toward Lin Xian. The underworld blood tyrant flower's poison was very strong, but Lin Xian wanted to try to forcibly absorb it. He felt that since he could withstand the power of the abyssal Yama spirit, why couldn't the underworld blood tyrant flower? Moreover, Lin Xian now had the abyssal Yama spirit and the poison attribute. He had a high chance of trying. Whoosh! Following that, Lin Xian forcibly released his poison power. Step by step, he walked over. The vines were all blocked by Lin Xian's poison power. At this moment, a terrifying beast roar shook the entire poisonous despair. At the same time, a blood-red light flashed, and a terrifying power erupted in front of them, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone stood up. Not good, this is the power of an Empyrean. At Lin Xian's side. Quick! So. In the next instant, everyone rushed forward. At this time, Lin Xian was about 20 meters away from the monster beast. He had just stood up from the ground, and his eyes were vigilant as he looked at the monster beast. This monster beast was an extremely large poisonous spider. Its entire body was a mixture of blood red and black, and it was a bit similar to the patterns of the underworld blood overlord flower. Its body was over 8 meters long, and it had 6 legs that were extremely sharp. Each leg even had many sickle-like reddish-brown blades. It was clear that if one was struck by these things, it would cause a wound that could cut through the body and cause instant death. Its eyes were blood red, and it had sharp teeth at the sides of its mouth. Disgusting saliva dripped from its mouth. Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. This was the name of this poisonous spider. It was an extremely powerful existence. Nonsense, if a monster beast wasn't strong, how could it reach the Empyrean realm? This Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign had lived for at least 800 years. Shwa, in the next instant, the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign opened its mouth, and a blood-red energy spewed out at Lin Xian at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! At the same time, a figure rushed in front of Lin Xian. Morong Yu's body erupted with a powerful cold energy. The red energy instantly turned into an icicle that shattered into pieces. Whoosh whoosh! At the same time, one figure after another rushed up to fight with the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. "Are you all right?" Morong Yu asked Lin Xian. "I'm fine. Stand up and fight." With that, Morong Yu gripped her spirit artifact and rushed forwards. "Everyone, be careful. This is the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. It's not slow and it's filled with poison. His body is extremely hard, and its 8 eyes are its weak points. But you must not get close to it and attack its eyes. It is extremely dangerous." Morong Yu shouted as she rushed forwards. Lin Xian stood up. Wan Xie, who had summoned his heavy sword, also rushed forwards. This Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign was a 1 or 2-star heavenly venerable. The Academy would definitely not let the Domain Realm cultivators deal with a 5 or 6-star heavenly venerable. That would be suicide. The 8 of them stepped onto the battlefield and used all sorts of martial skills. In close combat, most of their attacks were unable to cause too much damage to the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. However, the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign was not slow. It was a kind of demonic beast that was half agile. Spatial lock. Morong Yu naturally could not hold back against an existence of this level. She forcefully released her spatial energy and locked it down. Spatial lock. Spatial lock. At the same time, Lin Xian and Xiao Yun also released their spatial locks. Full power. ZZ, Lin Xian condensed lightning flash in his hand and threw it straight in. Icebound 1,000 miles. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan joined their hands. A terrifying cold energy instantly froze the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. However, the snowflakes turned into smoke as soon as they landed on the ground. 10,000 lightning blast. Zhuge Feng stepped lightly with his right foot. A blue Taiji diagram appeared under the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. Following that, lightning flashed. Sword of Thunder. Duan Lingxiao's right hand slashed across the sword. The entire sword flashed with blue lightning. Then, a blue lightning sword energy slashed out. Boom! Shadow Cage. Wu Yuhan's power erupted as well. A black cage appeared beside the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign and quickly locked him in place. Then it strangled him. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. The other side trembled. The 8 of them attacked together. Even a heavenly venerable realm poison sovereign would not have an easy time. When the dust slowly dissipated, the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign's giant body gradually appeared in front of them again. "He's fine?" Everyone was shocked. The Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign's defense is not low. If we want to defeat him, we can only attack his eyes. However, he's done a very good job of protecting his eyes. It'll be very difficult. Morong Yu's brows furrowed tightly. In the next instant, the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign roared and charged at Xue Binglan, who was closest to him. Time deceleration. Morong Yu released time deceleration while Xue Binglan pulled away. Chapter 1136. Eyes. They had to attack the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign's eyes. Otherwise, they would not be able to cause any substantial damage. It was true that each of them was strong and could fight across realms, but this was still a large realm above them. The strength of an Empyrean was enough to instantly kill any one of them. Facing the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign's attacks, the slightest carelessness could lead to instant death. With the difference in realms and the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign's strong defenses, it was difficult to cause too much damage. But they had the advantage of numbers and a variety of abilities that allowed them to contend with the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. Morong Yu's figure flickered as she rushed behind the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. She raised her sword and slashed down. In that instant, a cold power burst forth. Now! Duan Lingxiao's thunder surged as he rushed in front of the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. His thunder struck the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign's eyes. However, the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign's strength was not an exaggeration. A blood-red strength erupted and the two of them were sent flying away. At the same time, Wu Yuhan replaced Duan Lingxiao's position with an unimaginable speed. The spirit artifact in her hand flashed with a red light as it pierced towards the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign's eyes. The Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign's head nimbly moved and stabbed towards Wu Yuhan. As if she had teleported, her figure disappeared from where she was and landed beside everyone. Whoosh! The next person joined in seamlessly as Xiao Yun rushed forward. At the same time, Zhuge Feng's hands constantly formed seals. All over the battlefield, a myriad of colors flashed. Speed, defense, and strength all increased. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 minutes later, everyone was panting as they stood in various positions, surrounding the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. None of them were injured, but everyone had exhausted a great deal of their strength. Facing a monster beast of this level, they would die if they were careless. Thus, in this battle, they had to be 120% vigilant. In addition, they had to constantly attack and release martial skills. Naturally, they had exhausted a great deal of their strength, but the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign did not consume so much strength. At most, he would be injured, but that kind of injury was nothing to him. Morongyu, Duan Lingxiao, and even Zhuge Feng had all used their heaven-tier martial skills, but they were unable to cause any damage to the Poison King. It was not that the heaven-tier martial skills were not strong, but it was because the Poison King had a higher cultivation level than himself. In addition, the Poison King's defense was not weak. When he released a heaven-tier martial skill, he would also release a surge of energy. He could easily resist the power of the heaven-tier martial skill. Therefore, there was only one way to defeat it, and that was to injure its vitals with great force. If the vitals were not damaged, all the attacks would be in vain. Buzz buzz buzz. Blood Shadow Blightzar shrieked. Blood-red poisonous fog spread out from its body. They could be immune to the poison in the air here, but it was impossible for them to be immune to the poison of an Empyrean Realm Poison King. Once the poison dispersed, they would have no choice but to leave the battlefield. There was no way they could fight Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign within the poison fog. Leave it to me. Zhuge Feng rushed to the front and formed a seal with his hands. Then, all the poisonous fog was blown upward by a sudden wind. Captain, we have to find a way to hit its eyes. Otherwise, we'll all be exhausted to death. Duan Lingxiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, the difference between the Empyrean realm and the domain realm was too great. A 1-star Empyrean could casually beat up 10 10-stars domain realm martial artists. They even had deity-tier martial skills, but they could not use them. Why? First, they were not sure if a deity-tier martial skill could kill Blood Shadow Blightzar. Although a deity-tier martial skill was heaven-defying, it was still used by a domain realm martial artist to attack an Empyrean realm demonic beast. The strength of an Empyrean realm demonic beast was not an exaggeration. Moreover, what if it missed? Second, once they used a deity-tier martial skill, they would lose all their combat ability. Their spiritual power would be directly depleted. Therefore, a deity-tier martial skill was a battle of life or death. In this kind of situation, they absolutely could not use a deity-tier martial skill without being sure. Morong, you had thought of many methods, but none of them could hit its vitals. Because the difference in cultivation realm was too great, she could not do anything to it. Moreover, this Blood Shadow Blightzar was very good at protecting its eyes. Bang bang bang. They continued to charge at Blood Shadow Blightzar. At the same time, they were thinking of a way to deal with it. If it really doesn't work, I'll try using a deity tier martial skill. Morong Yu's sword slashed through the air and landed on the ground. Lin Xian used the spatial attribute to send Shui Bingxin, who was fighting a demonic beast, to his side and said, "No, if you use a deity tier martial skill, you will lose your combat ability. If it doesn't work, we will lose a general. This is the only way at the moment." Morong Yu frowned as she stared at the Empyrean Realm Poison King and said, "Puff." At this time, Xiao Yun was careless and was hit by the Blood Shadow Blightzar's power. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "Careful!" A few of them rushed forward. Xiao Yun clutched his chest and landed on the ground. Fuck! Why was he injured? He was too careless. During the battle, he even listened to their conversation, causing him to not even have time to use the spatial attribute. "You go and heal first," Duan Ling Xiao said to Xiao Yun. "I'll leave it to you guys." Xiao Yun retreated to the back. Originally, it shouldn't have been this difficult. Any normal Empyrean Realm Poison King would have been killed by them. However, this Blood Shadow Blightzar's defense was very strong. Facing a demonic beast with such a strong defense, what could they do when their cultivation was so much higher? Lin Xian, use as little of your martial skills as possible. Save your spirit energy and use your spatial energy to protect everyone. No problem. Lin Xian nodded. Other than Lin Xian, the rest of you, buy me 20 seconds. After 20 seconds, Lin Xian, send everyone away. Morong Yu said. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, the remaining 6 people rushed up and released all kinds of martial skills to attract the Blood Shadow Blightzar's attention. After Morong Yu pushed to a certain distance, her delicate body erupted with a terrifying aura. The aura became stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger. It was so strong that the sword in her hand was trembling. Her clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. The dust under her feet was swept up and the surrounding leaves were dancing. She was accumulating power. The power of this attack was definitely not an ordinary divine rank martial skill. However, they had no choice but to release this power now. Thousand Sealing Ice Pupils was useless against this kind of gap in cultivation. Lin Xian glanced at it. He didn't know if this move was enough. After 20 seconds, Morong Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly opened and a ray of light shot out. Tribulation of 10,000 lightning. She leaped and pointed the sword in her hand to the sky. The lightning in the void fell onto the tip of her sword. Ha! A power that seemed to be able to split the ground slashed towards the Blood Shadow Blightzar. At the same time, Lin Xian released his spatial attribute and brought everyone to a safe place. Chapter 1137. The moment Lin Xian landed, he once again released his spatial attribute and headed towards where Morong Yu was. He needed to go over. The power of this move was incomparably terrifying. Even if Morong Yu was very strong, she would probably be drained of her spirit energy. And if something unexpected happened, such as the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign not dying, then wouldn't Morong Yu die? Duan Lingxiao was just about to say that he wanted to go with Lin Xian, but Lin Xian had already disappeared from his spot. Lin Xian landed on the previous battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with dust and was very quiet. Lin Xian searched for Morong Yu's figure in the dust. However, at this moment Lin Xian heard some movement. Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison. Lin Xian did not hesitate to release the Heaven Tier martial skill that Linglong Shui gave him. Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison. The demonic beast did not die and still made a sound. However, it sounded a little weak, so this Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison was definitely fatal. A gravitational force similar to a black hole formed, sucking in all the dust and stones. At the same time, Lin Xian saw Morong Yu. Whoosh. With a spatial jump, Lin Xian came to Morong Yu's side. Are you okay? Lin Xian helped her up. I'm fine. It's just that my spirit energy is depleted. Morong Yu shook her head. I didn't expect this kind of power to not be able to kill it instantly. Fortunately, this is a team mission. Otherwise, it would be impossible to win. Morong Yu said. If it was a solo mission, she would definitely die in this situation. Unless she did not fight and directly used her spatial attribute to escape, this kind of power could not kill it. If her spirit energy was depleted, wouldn't she die if there was no one else? Is it done? Morong Yu asked. Lin Xian took a look. The dust dispersed and the demonic beast was sucked into the myriad induction heavenly prison. It kept struggling, but how could it escape with its heavy injuries? I'm hanging up. Then, Lin Xian's aura surged. 4 stars domain realm. From this, one could see just how difficult it was to advance to the domain realm. Only with the experience of the heavenly venerate realm and the many demonic beasts he had killed, did Lin Xian manage to advance to the 4-star domain realm. It had to be said that in this experience, Morong Yu had improved the most, and Lin Xian had gained the most. In any case, it was not a loss. What kind of martial skill is this? Morong Yu frowned as she looked at the myriad temptations heavenly prison. This was actually a spatial attribute martial skill. She had never seen a spatial attribute martial skill in her entire life in the temple. The spatial attribute could release any kind of spatial energy, but it was unable to create a martial skill. And what Lin Xian released was actually a spatial attribute martial skill. This exceeded Morong Yu's understanding. Wasn't it said that spatial and temporal attributes couldn't create martial skills? In theory, spatial and temporal attributes could also create martial skills, but because the difficulty was too great, it hadn't been created for so many years. So, in reality, there were no spatial and temporal martial skills. But Lin Xian released it. How could Morong Yu not be shocked? Ordinary people or geniuses couldn't create such a martial skill. But who was Linglong Shui? The Void Fox. There wasn't a single race in the continent that dared to claim that their understanding of space surpassed that of the Void Fox. This was an undeniable fact. Therefore, it was normal for Linglong Shui to be able to create a spatial martial technique. Lin Xian scratched his head. Spatial. Morong Yu. It was indeed a spatial martial skill. As a spatial attribute martial artist, she felt that the power was opening up a special space and sucking it in. It was like a black hole. Creating a black hole with human strength, it was a little absurd, but it happened right in front of her. You created it? Morong Yu asked in disbelief. That's definitely not it. She heaved a sigh of relief. That was still explainable. Then, she recovered a little and said, It's time to go back. The mission was completed, so it was time to go back. Let's go. Do you need me to support you? No need. Morong Yu shook her head and walked over with Lin Xian. Are you all right? They all ran over. I'm fine. The mission is completed. We should leave the extreme poison territory as soon as possible. All right. Then they started on their way back. A few hours later, they left the extreme poison territory. The outside air is still the most comfortable. Shui Binglan took a deep breath of air. Everyone else did the same subconsciously. Even their breathing became more cautious. Xiao Yun's injuries were no longer a problem. As long as he didn't continue fighting, he would be fine after resting for a while. Xiao Yun refused to accept it. He was really unhappy. The others were more or less injured, but that was not called an injury. He was the only one out of the 8 of them who was injured. Moreover, he was of the spatial attribute. Wouldn't he lose face if this were to spread out? But what could he do? On this trip, everyone got something. Duan Lingxiao and Morong Yu didn't advance because their realms were too high. Shui Binglan and Shui Bingxin also didn't advance because they were of the demon race. Everyone else advanced. Lin Xian advanced to 4-star domain realm and even absorbed the underworld blood overlord flower. The one who gained the most from this trip was probably Lin Xian. After the mission was completed, Everyone was happy. Wu Yuhan also had a slightly relaxed expression on her face. When we go back, I want to eat a lot of delicious food, Shui Binglan said excitedly. Lin Xian smiled. Then, do you want to eat the delicious food I give you? Yes, Shui Binglan nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something. Could it be? Okay, then I'll give it to you and your sister when we go back. Lin Xian smiled. Shui Bingxin probably guessed something and didn't say anything. Shui Binglan's pretty face was bright red. Bad guy. Murong Yu, was that a divine-level martial skill you used at the end? Duan Lingxiao asked. Yes. So, that demonic beast was directly killed by you? No. Murong Yu shook her head. What? A divine-level martial skill didn't kill it? Fortunately, we didn't directly use it at that time. Otherwise, it would be dangerous, Duan Lingxiao said. It's not dangerous. There's also Lin Xian and Xiao Yun's spatial attributes. At most, we'll run away first. But it doesn't matter. The mission is completed, Zhuge Feng said. How should I put it? I don't feel like I have a good sense of presence. Even if we killed the Heaven Venerable Realm Poison King, I don't feel like we did much. In the end, it was Murong Yu's shocking attack, Zhuge Feng continued to say helplessly. Everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with his words. Everyone felt that they didn't do much. They just killed a lot of small monsters, although these small monsters were also in the Law Realm and Domain Realm. Murong Yu explained, teamwork is all about teamwork. In order to complete a difficult mission, everyone's teamwork has been pretty good in the previous battles. This is what we've improved. Individual trials have their own benefits. At this moment, everyone stopped in their tracks. Chapter 1138. This was the demonic beast territory, and it was very far away from human living areas. It was more than 1,000 kilometers away. To be honest, it was impossible to see other humans at such a distance. Normal warriors could not come to this place. There might be some stronger ones, but to meet them was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But in front of them, a person was leaning against a tree with his head lowered, as if waiting for them. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone subconsciously took out their own spirit weapons. They had a very bad feeling about this. Who are you? Duan Lingxiao pointed at the person in front of him with his spiritual weapon. You have some strength to be able to come out of this poisonous land alive. I thought you would die in there. Saves me the trouble. The old man raised his head and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Fuck. As expected. He had sensed danger, and it still came. Who was this person? At least it was not someone who was neither male nor female like the 9th Fey God Temple. Therefore, Lin Xian could not accurately determine if they were from the 9th Fey God Temple. But it was obvious that he was here to kill them. As for whether he was here to kill Lin Xian or everyone, Lin Xian was only one of them. Lin Xian could not tell. Hearing this person's words, everyone stood together. This person is very strong. It's not convenient to fight. Retreat first. After Murong Yu finished speaking, he released a powerful spatial barrier, causing everyone to disappear from where they stood. In the next moment, they did not know where they appeared. Anyway, they had already left that place. Who is that person? Why does he want to kill us? Xiao Yun asked with a frown. He's a Fey, Shui Bingxin said. Because she was a Fey, she could tell that his aura was not that of a human. It was very difficult for humans to sense auras. Fey? Could it be the Fey God Temple? Zhuge Feng frowned. Because they were members of the Martial Arts Academy, they were destined to fight against the Monster God Temple and the Monster Tribe in the future. They were a great force for the human tribe in the future. Therefore, it was a good opportunity for the Monster God Temple to kill them before they grew up. If they were in the Demon God Temple's shoes, they would have done the same. However, they were puzzled as to how the Demon God Temple knew about their plan, even knowing where they were going. Did he know that there would be people doing missions today? It was impossible to say that there were spies of the Monster God Temple around the Martial Arts Academy, because the Martial Arts Academy was under strict surveillance. Even if a demonic beast appeared, the Martial Arts Academy would notice it, unless there were people from the Monster God Temple in the Martial Arts Academy. They were not stupid. When they guessed that the person might be from the Demon God Temple, they thought of this point. Trying to run? Just when they thought they were safe, the old man's voice suddenly appeared not far away from them. Everyone's pupils constricted. This person was not someone they could fight against. Since he took the initiative to find them, he must have absolute confidence in killing them. Of course, he knew that they had killed the Poison King in the Heavenly Master Realm. Therefore, this person was either at the high level of the Heavenly Master Realm or at the Great Void Realm. Morong Yu's spiritual power was exhausted. Following that, Lin Xian released his own spatial energy and disappeared with them once again. This is not good. He should also have the space attribute, and we are too far away. After landing, Lin Xian said with a frown. It was more than 1,000 kilometers away. They could not use the space attribute to cover that distance. Humph! Still want to run? The old man appeared again. Lin Xian also had a headache. The worst thing was that Yi Renbing had taken back the bead that she had given him. She said she wanted to improve it. However, the bead that Linglong Shui gave him was only enough for him to escape. The others could not escape. How could Lin Xian leave them behind? Lin Xian did not care about those men. They were not even friends. However, what about Morong Yu and the others? Then let's fight. Morong Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. Everyone revealed an unwilling expression. Go! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Facing such a top powerhouse, they had to take the initiative. If they lost the initiative, they would really lose it. However, the old man only released his aura. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Except for Lin Xian. Great Void Realm. When they felt this power, they despaired. If it was the Heavenly Master Realm, they might still be able to fight, but the Great Void Realm. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Boom! Lin Xian rushed over. Thunder surged and blasted on his body. However, it was blocked by his faint power. Then, he waved his hand and Lin Xian fell to the ground. A bunch of trash. You want to fight against the demons? The old man released his power again. Boom! Everyone flew into the distance again. Puff, however, Lin Xian stood there without moving. Cough, cough, cough. Why? They propped themselves up with their elbows and looked at the scene in front of them. What was going on? Why did the old man only attack them? Why didn't he attack Lin Xian? Could it be that Lin Xian, he naturally would not attack Lin Xian? There were 2 reasons. First, attacking Lin Xian would incur the wrath of Yi Renbing. He could not afford to offend her. However, Yi Renbing had clearly said that if something happened to Lin Xian, she did not care how Lin Xian got into trouble. She was sure that it was Xie Chui from the 9th Demon God's Temple. Therefore, he could not attack Lin Xian, not even hurt him. Second, this was a good thing. Why? If he were to attack everyone but not Lin Xian, what would the others think of it? They would think that Lin Xian was on his side. In that case, although he did not attack Lin Xian's reputation among the humans would be tarnished. This was also their plan. Therefore, when the time came, he would not touch Lin Xian at all. As for the others, he would deliberately injure one of them but not kill him so that he could spread the news to the human race. Clearly, in the eyes of the others, apart from Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan, the suspicion was there some relationship between Lin Xian and the old man? Otherwise, why did he not attack Lin Xian? Morong Yu did not believe it, but this scene forced her to think so. Lin Xian stood there. He had probably thought of this. Was he doing it on purpose? You're not going to kill me? Lin Xian looked at the old man and asked. Pft! The old man sneered and did not answer. Sometimes it was not good to give too many answers. All right, I got it. Lin Xian took out his phone. Since you're not going to kill me, aren't you afraid that I'll call for reinforcements? He roughly knew that this was someone from the 9th Demon God's Temple. Chapter 1139. The others watched from afar. They were really doubtful, but they were all injured and could only look forward. Ha ha ha! The old man laughed out loud. Do you know where this is? In this position, your human cell phone is nothing more than something that can emit light. What else can it do other than emit light? Do you think you can contact others? Your martial arts academy's spatial crystals are useless. Don't even think about it. The old man looked at Xiao Yun, who was about to use the crystal to escape, and sneered. In his eyes, at this distance, it was impossible for his strength to undergo any more changes. He had everything under control. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and sent a message to Linglong Shui right in front of him. The old man only thought that Lin Xian was just pretending. What was there to pretend about? Wife, ask for help. Don't forget what Lin Xian had on him. The signal duplication receiver invented by Miao Xiaomiao. This thing hadn't been popularized yet, so the shifters wouldn't know about its existence. Lin Xian had it with him. At this distance, he could send a message to Linglong Shui. I'm telling you, you're finished. You're in big trouble. Lin Xian pointed at the old man. The old man sneered. Suddenly, his pupils constricted violently because he felt a terrifying force coming from behind him. Why did Lin Xian ask Linglong Shui to come and not Yi Renbing? Because Linglong Shui had a spatial crystal. She could sense it immediately. Although Yi Renbing was strong, she might not be. Linglong Shui stood in the air. Lin Xian looked at her, touched. Wow, luckily he had these girls by his side. Otherwise, he would really be dead. Who are you? The old man felt the terrifying aura coming from Linglong Shui's body and was terrified. Because Linglong Shui was quite tall, the people below could not see her face clearly. Linglong Shui didn't say a word. She waved her hand, and a space appeared behind the old man. In the next instant, the old man screamed as he was sucked in. The surroundings were silent. Linglong Shui glanced at Lin Xian but didn't say anything. After all, there were other people here. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked, but they also let out a long sigh of relief. They then sat up and began to heal their injuries. Lin Xian walked over to Murong Yu. Give me your hand, Lin Xian said to Murong Yu. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Then, she reached out her hand, and Lin Xian held her small white hand. Duan Lingxiao looked at this scene with a frown. In the next instant, Murong Yu was shocked to feel her injuries recovering quickly. Then, Lin Xian released the law of creation and healed Shui Bingxin and Shui Binglan's injuries. Healing power? Murong Yu was puzzled. However, she didn't feel any water or light elemental energy being released. She really didn't understand. Hand, Lin Xian said to Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan opened her beautiful eyes and ignored Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Then he forcefully held her hand. He didn't have to hold hands with the law of creation, but why didn't he seize such a good opportunity to take advantage of her? Wu Yuhan wanted to flip out, but when she felt her injuries recovering, she roughly understood. Thank you, she said faintly. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Then he sat down to recover his spiritual energy. For a moment, everyone was silent. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to heal the men. These women were all his women, so he had to take good care of them. Among the men, only Zhugafeng was more to Lin Xian's liking. However, his spiritual energy was empty, so he could only leave it at that. After about an hour, everyone opened their eyes one after another. Lin Xian, what's going on? Duan Lingxiao opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xian. He frowned and asked, what's going on? Lin Xian asked, you need to explain to me why the Demon God Temple's expert only killed us and not you. He didn't even injure you. Xiao Yun stood up as well. He finally found an opportunity. This time he was going to destroy Lin Xian. That's right. I have reason to suspect that you, Lin Xian, are in cahoots with the demon race. You have to give us an explanation, Xiao Yun said. Shui Bingxin and Shui Binglan were actually quite flustered because they knew that Lin Xian did indeed have a special relationship with their demon race. However, they were also very angry. These people were really disgusting. Was that all they cared about? Did they not think about who saved them? Lin Xian shrugged. Explanation? Does it count as an explanation if I saved you? Lin Xian's words made them speechless. Yes, although I was also suspicious at that time. Why didn't the demon race expert attack Lin Xian? I even suspected that Lin Xian was in cahoots with the demon race to get rid of us. However, Lin Xian saved us, so I dispelled this suspicion. If he was really in cahoots with the demon race, why would he save us when we were in a situation of certain death? Zhuge Feng said. Yes, I think so too. So I'm only suspicious. I even suspect that the expert who suddenly appeared was sent by Lin Xian. Xiao Yun gazed at Lin Xian, and then he said, that expert just happened to appear here, and he killed him in passing for some unknown reason and saved us? If she was sent by Lin Xian, then the energy she released just now was obviously from the demon race. She's a demon race expert as well. So, I have no choice but to suspect your identity, Lin Xian. Xiao Yun finally found an opportunity to deal with Lin Xian, and he definitely wouldn't miss it. Demon race? So what? Are all demons our enemies? Lin Xian laughed. After that, Lin Xian continued, if I'm an enemy, if I'm in cahoots with the demon race, then why would I spare your lives? Are you an idiot? Wouldn't it be fine if I just killed all of you? Just say that the mission failed and all of you died. Why would I spare your lives? Why would I spare your lives to tell others? Idiot. Of course. Lin Xian knew that Xiao Yun was deliberately making things difficult for him. You! At this time, Duan Lingxiao walked over and patted Xiao Yun's shoulder. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian is right. Although I do have some suspicions, these can be dispelled. Not all demons are enemies, but... Duan Lingxiao looked at Lin Xian and said, I will report this matter to the Martial Arts Academy, because the demon race expert who wanted to kill us didn't have any intention of touching you. She only wanted to kill us, so this made all of us suspicious. Then do as you wish. Lin Xian shrugged. At that moment, Morongyu spoke up. Many of the Yao clan's friends are also humans. That expert from before should be Lin Xian's friend, right? Those are two separate matters. Lin Xian did save us. Chapter 1140. Xiao Yun secretly clenched his fists. Yes, Lin Xian saved them, but he didn't care. He only wanted to get rid of Lin Xian, and this was a very good opportunity. If he did it well, Lin Xian would be kicked out of the Martial Arts Academy, and he might even be tried by the trial union. But Xiao Yun thought about it, and it was a little difficult. Indeed, they had seen a very suspicious scene. That powerful shifter didn't kill Lin Xian, and didn't even attack Lin Xian. His intention was obvious. He only wanted to kill them. Just based on this point alone, Lin Xian couldn't be cleared. He must be related to the Shifter God Temple. After all, humans and Shifter God Temple were related, and there were many precedents of humans betraying humans. But Lin Xian saved them, so it was contradictory. The previous part didn't make sense. Because if he was really a traitor of humans, he definitely wouldn't have saved them. But Xiao Yun had to seize this opportunity. As long as he ruined Lin Xian's reputation, the crime of betraying humans was enough to get him killed. Morongyu didn't believe it. She didn't believe that Lin Xian was that kind of person. Plus, Lin Xian found someone to save them, so she didn't believe it. But the previous scene didn't make sense. But she felt that Lin Xian should know. He should know it himself. Let's talk about this later. Let's go back to the Martial Arts Academy first. Morongyu said. Okay. Then, everyone embarked on the journey back to the Martial Arts Academy. About 100 to 200 kilometers away, the Martial Arts Academy left them a car. They just needed to finish the mission and drive there. Everyone didn't say anything along the way. Morongyu took the initiative to go to Lin Xian's side. Thank you for saving my life. I owe you a favor. Indeed, if it wasn't for the powerful shifter Lin Xian found, they would all be dead. Lin Xian smiled at Morongyu. Then how do you plan to pay me back? Morongyu shook her head. I don't know. Just tell me. I'll definitely repay you. Can I be your girlfriend? Morong Yu. No. She answered decisively. Wow. In TV dramas, if the male lead saved the female lead, wouldn't the female lead repay him with her body? Why don't you devote yourself to me as well? Lin Xian said with a smile. Change it. It's fine if you're not sincere. You don't have to pay me back. Lin Xian shrugged and quickened his pace. Morong Yu quickened her pace and chased after him. She was definitely a person who would repay kindness. This was her principle, but there were some things that she couldn't do. For example, being Lin Xian's girlfriend. Don't you think this is too much? Change it. Morong Yu continued. I say, sister, you don't have to pay me back. We're so close. I've even seen you in pajamas. Shouldn't I save you? Morong Yu. Wearing pajamas was normal. Why did it sound so wretched when it came to him? But I must pay you back. But you don't agree with what I said. Lin Xian said. Morong Yu. That really won't do. Lin Xian smiled. Won't do? That means there's a chance? Morong Yu. Change it? She was really helpless. Then, can you at least give me a kiss? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Morong Yu. Were all men like this? Did they only think in that direction? But kissing him might not be a big deal, although she was very unwilling. Morong Yu was very conservative when it came to relationships between men and women. In this lifetime, her hand had only been touched by relatives of the opposite sex. Then it was Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian helped her to advance her 1,000 ice pupils. She was very grateful. Thinking about it, she seemed to owe him several favors. Advancing her 1,000 ice pupils twice, and then saving her life. Since when did she, Morong Yu, need to owe anyone a favor? But she was really grateful. Lin Xian looked at Morong Yu with a smile. Morong Yu lowered her head and hesitated as she walked. Forget it. Forget it. There's no need. I only helped you because I admire you. It's not a big deal. I did it willingly, Lin Xian said. Okay. Morong Yu made her decision. Wasn't it just a kiss? So what? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Kiss. Morong Yu nodded slightly. Lin Xian was delighted. Kiss where? Lin Xian then asked. Morong Yu. We'll see. Then, she quickened her pace. Lin Xian was very happy. This Morong Yu was really difficult. Too difficult, too difficult. But now it was all good. Soon they arrived at the car. Then, they got in the car and drove toward the Martial Arts Academy. A few hours later, they arrived at the Martial Arts Academy. Many people in the Martial Arts Academy looked at them. They knew that these people were going on a mission together, but they didn't know who was with whom. When they saw Morong Yu and the others come out, they were secretly shocked. Morong Yu, Duan Ling Xiao, Zhuge Feng, Wu Yuhan, Foggy Grass? What kind of mission did they go on? Some of the teams were very difficult. There was even a mission to kill a heavenly venerable. What kind of mission did they go on together? Damn, Lin Xian? Isn't that Lin Xian? He's also there? Why is he doing the same mission as them? Look, Duan Ling Xiao and the others seem to be injured. It's normal to be injured, but I don't understand why Lin Xian can go on a mission with them. Could it be that Lin Xian is already on the same level as them? The best in the Martial Arts Academy? It's probably just that this mission is lacking people, and Lin Xian just happened to register for this mission, so they let him go. How can he be on the same level as them? After they got out of the car, they walked away. Morong Yu and the others went to submit the mission, while Lin Xian walked away. Xiao Yun did not follow him. He still had very important things to do. He wanted his own people to investigate this Lin Xian and see what kind of relationship he had with the demon clan. If they could find out even the slightest bit, then he would be finished. Come in. Morong Yu, Duan Ling Xiao and Zhuge Feng walked into Luo Xiu's office. Luo Xiu was relieved to see them back. The mission is completed? Morong Yu nodded, then took out the monster crystal. It's done. Good. Not bad. Not bad at all. Is everyone okay? Morongyu said, "We're a little injured." But what? Duan Lingxiao said, "But it wasn't during the mission. On the way back, we met an expert of the Demon God Temple in the higher void stage." What? Luo Xiao was shocked. And then, later, Lin Xian invited an expert in time. "So we were lucky to escape with a little injury," Zhuge Feng said. "There's such a thing? Could it be that the Martial Arts Academy?" Luo Xiao paced slowly. Duan Lingxiao nodded. "Our guess is that someone or some people in the Martial Arts Academy are spies of the Demon God Temple." Chapter 1141. Their mission could not be said to be very confidential, but only the Martial God Academy knew about it. There were only 4,000 of them on the mission. In addition, the Martial God Academy had carried out a large-scale inspection in the surroundings. Even a small animal could be detected. Therefore, Luo Xiao was very shocked when he heard this news. The most likely possibility they could think of was that there was a mole in the Martial Arts Academy from the Demon God Temple. The mole was not necessarily a demon. It could be a human. This was definitely not good news, but it was absolutely possible. Then Duan Lingxiao said, "The expert of the Demon God Temple attacked 7 of us, but he didn't attack Lin Xian. He didn't even touch him." What? Luo Xiao frowned. "You mean that the expert of the Great Void Realm wanted to kill you, but he didn't attack Lin Xian at all?" "Yes. So at that time we also suspected that Lin Xian had colluded with the Demon God Temple. However, a powerful expert of Lin Xian's came in time and saved us. That powerful expert was from the Demon God Temple." Duan Lingxiao said. Luo Xiao paced slowly. "In that case, Lin Xian didn't want to kill you. Otherwise, why would he save you? So, Lin Xian didn't have anything to do with the Demon God Temple. After all, he was an expert of the Great Void Realm. You couldn't have escaped from him. Therefore, if Lin Xian really colluded with the Demon God Temple, you couldn't have come back alive." Luo Xiao said. "Yes, we think so too. However, it's hard to explain why the expert of the Demon God Temple didn't attack Lin Xian." Duan Lingxiao said, "I think there's a high chance that Lin Xian caught the attention of the Demon God's Hall in some way. The Demon God's Hall didn't kill Lin Xian because they wanted to take him away. He has some sort of value to the Demon God's Hall. Also, although I didn't get a clear look at the senior who saved us, I vaguely saw that she was wearing modern human clothes. This proves that she lived in the human world." "Amen. That's possible." Morongyu trusted Lin Xian very much. She really felt that he shouldn't be such a person. If he was a traitor to the human race, why would he save people? It didn't make sense. On the other hand, she knew that Lin Xian was very special and powerful. He had some powerful abilities, and this was only what he had shown. There must be more that he hadn't shown. It was normal for the Demon God Temple to be interested in him. "All right, I got it. You guys go back and rest. Don't tell anyone about this. Do you understand?" "Understood." Then they walked away. Luo Xiao also went to the dean's place and told him about this. "We've investigated Lin Xian. It's unlikely that he's a traitor. As Morongyu said, he might have some value to the demon race, or the demon race might want to capture and torture him." After all, when the demon race attacked Tianhua City, it was Lin Xian who destroyed the demon race's void heavenly crystal, which led to the destruction of the demon race's decades of hard work. In addition, the various medicines of the Yashen group helped the human race. Do you think such a person could be a traitor to the human race? Luo Xiao nodded. Indeed. As for the expert of the demon race who saved them, it's purely a personal opportunity. Many of the demon race are friends of the human race. Didn't Morongyu say that she was wearing human clothes? There's a great chance that she's indeed our friend. All right, let's not worry about this anymore. However, there's a more important matter now. Dean, you mean? There must be a spy of the Demon God Palace in the Martial Arts Academy. We have to find them. Otherwise, they will be a great threat to the Martial Arts Academy and this group of children. But what should we do? The Dean of the Martial Arts Academy said, "It's easy to find them. Don't forget that our Martial Arts Academy app can choose tasks. No one knows what others choose. Coincidentally, Lin Xian and his group are the top existences in our Martial Arts Academy. It's normal that the Demon God Palace wants to get rid of them because they will be a huge hidden danger to the demon race in the future. This is a purposeful attack, not a random one. And how did the spy of the Demon God Palace know where they went and which task they were going to complete? Luo Xiu's eyes lit up when he heard the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy's words. I understand. Dean, you mean to investigate from the people they know? Yes. Okay, I'll go now. It was very simple. No one knew which mission they had completed and where they had gone. This was confidential, so it was easy to investigate. This informant should be someone close to them who had a good relationship with them. From their mouths, they would know who had completed the mission with whom. Because they knew each other, it was easy to investigate. It might even include one of them. Although it seemed unimaginable, it was a very normal phenomenon. Lin Xian had nothing to do after he came back from the task. Next, he would definitely eat, drink, and have fun with the girls. He had gained a lot from this trip. He was very satisfied. He sent a message to Ling Ying and the others. Because Lin Xian had given them the signal copying device invented by Miao Xiaomiao, he felt more at ease. Finally, before Ling Ying came back, Han Chuxue came back, Xiao Xinyue was on her way, and Wang Xintong was also coming back. Little Chuxue is back. Lin Xian showed a smirk. Then he hummed a tune and went to Han Chuxue's dormitory. Shua releasing the power of space, Lin Xian came to Han Chuxue's place. At this moment, Han Chuxue was sitting on the sofa watching TV. She was wearing pajamas and had obviously just taken a shower. After all, for a beautiful girl, the first thing she would do when she came back from a battle was to take a shower. Then she saw Lin Xian. Are you hurt? Han Chuxue stood up and asked Lin Xian with concern. No, how could I be hurt? How are you? Han Chuxue shook her head. I'm fine. I'll go get you some water. Then she went to the kitchen and poured some water for Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked behind her and hugged her from behind. Han Chuxue's pretty face immediately turned red. Hee, little Chuxue. We haven't been intimate for a long time. I missed you so much. Lin Xian whispered in her ear. Go take a shower, Han Chuxue pouted. This bad guy must be sweating all over. I'm not taking a shower. Little Xinyue is coming back. We have to hurry. It's not like you don't know my schedule. If I take a shower now, I won't be able to make it. Han Chuxue's beautiful face was dyed with a layer of red. Go take a shower. If you don't, I won't let you. Then help me take a shower. Han Chuxue nodded gently. Then the two walked into the bathroom. After about 5 minutes, the door opened and Xiao Xinyue walked in. Chuxue, are you taking a shower? Xiao Xinyue asked. Chapter 1142. Lin Xian and Han Chuxue, who were in the bathroom, trembled all over. Damn. I just fucking entered the water and didn't do anything. I just felt like doing something, and suddenly, you fucking went home? Wasn't this a trap for him? Lin Xian was very uncomfortable, especially now that he was holding it in. Well, I'm taking a shower. Han Chuxue said to the outside. Well, then I'm going to take a shower too. Xiao Xinyue didn't suspect anything, but she saw a man's shoes at the door. A man? That could only be Lin Xian, right? Is Lin Xian here? Xiao Xinyue asked. No. He didn't come. Then the shoes at the door are? They were left here before. Oh, then I'm going to take a shower. Xiao Xinyue then walked into her room. Why was something wrong? Lin Xian came here as a guest to have fun. Why would he leave his shoes here? Did he leave with the slippers at home? No matter how she explained it, it didn't make sense. She felt very strange. Han Chuxue breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Lin Xian and said, You go back first. But Lin Xian lowered his head to take a look. Han Chuxue's pretty face was red. Xinyue is outside. You can't. Then help me? Lin Xian grinned. Han Chushue. No. She turned her pretty face to the side. Xiao Xinue was still outside, how could she? Then I won't leave, Lin Xian said. Han Chushue bit her red lips slightly, then slowly lowered her body. Good girl. After that, Lin Xian put on his clothes, released the space attribute, and slipped away. Hey! Lin Xian walked comfortably in the martial arts academy. This Han Chushue was too obedient. She was such a cold girl, but after he got her, she became the most obedient one. Thinking about it, Ling Ying definitely wouldn't be so obedient. Thinking about it, he was also happy, really happy. On the way back, Lin Xian received a message from Ling Ying. She was also on her way back. Then Lin Xian and Zhao Yunqi chatted. They often chatted. Lin Xian, I challenge you. Several people blocked in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at them. No challenge, no challenge. Don't you know that I just came back from a mission? You can refuse the challenge today. But this young master sees that your condition is very good. Then it's also within the rules that I won't accept your challenge. Lin Xian then walked away. Wouldn't this affect his conversation with the girl? Why don't we go to Yi Renbing's place? Lin Xian thought to himself as he walked. There shouldn't be much to do in the martial arts academy for the next 2 days. He should be able to accompany the other girls in Lin and City. Then, he would find some time to accompany the girls in the martial arts academy. There was no choice. There were too many girls. He couldn't split himself up, especially this Yi Renbing. Lin Xian was used to being ordered around by her. Suddenly, there was no news from her for many days. Lin Xian really missed her. Don't you think this person is despicable? It was so uncomfortable to be ordered around all day. Now that she was suddenly gone, he was panicking. The main thing was that she was pregnant with Lin Xian's baby. And to be honest, Yi Renbing's appearance was really on the level of a goddess. That was also Lin Xian's happiness. After thinking about it, Lin Xian went to Xue Bingxin's place. What's the matter? Xue Bingxin ran downstairs. Do you have any way to go to your boss's place? She took back the bead she gave me last time. I'll go and see her. Xue Bingxin was slightly surprised. Didn't he refuse to go no matter what? Sure enough, men were like this. Yes. Then, she handed Lin Xian a bead. Thanks. Next time when you come back, I'll pamper you and your sister. Lin Xian smiled and pinched her pink cheeks. Then, he walked away. Lin Xian arrived at his 80th peak. After confirming that this place was not under anyone's surveillance, he crushed the bead. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Xian disappeared and appeared on Yi Renbing's heavenly island. Mr. Lin Xian. When the beautiful girls saw Lin Xian, they all bowed respectfully. Where's your boss? Lin Xian asked. She should be in her room. Lin Xian nodded and walked over. Yi Renbing was lying on the bed, playing with her phone. Then there were a few beautiful girls massaging her legs, feet, and shoulders. It was really a fairy-like life. Lin Xian walked to the door and took a look. He felt uncomfortable. This was too fucking enjoyable, wasn't it? There were even girls feeding her grapes personally. Then he looked at Linglong Xue. The two of them were in two completely different situations. Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian. Someone actually took the initiative to come over. How rare. Yi Renbing said. Of course I came to see you. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. Yi Renbing then raised her hand. The girls walked out respectfully. Lin Xian then sat beside her. If you didn't come to see me, I would have missed you. Lin Xian said with a smile. What did you miss? Yi Renbing took a bite of the grape and asked. I missed you. Lin Xian smiled. Did you miss me or my body? I'm afraid that Linglong Xue won't let you touch her, right? Yi Renbing laughed. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I'm not craving for her body. You mean that I'm not as pretty as Linglong Xue? Lin Xian. No, it's because you're pregnant. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Then, I don't see you touching Linglong Xue less when she's pregnant. Lin Xian. I was wrong. Lin Xian moved closer to her and held her foot. Yi Renbing's delicate body trembled slightly. For many women, their feet were very sensitive places, and Yi Renbing was no exception. It was fine for a woman to touch it, but it would be strange for a man to touch it. Let me massage Lord Demon God's foot. Yi Renbing then lay there and played with her phone. Use more strength. Okay. After massaging for about 10 minutes, Lin Xian's hand was a little sore. There was nothing he could do. He felt that he had let Yi Renbing down. He had made her pregnant. Who could bear that? Hey, about the baby, do you plan to? Lin Xian asked. What? You don't like it? Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian. No, no, no. I'm just afraid that you'll dislike it. It's not that I dislike it. I'm just worried that you'll feel uncomfortable. I dislike it. I have such a noble bloodline, yet I'm pregnant with a despicable human's child. How can I not dislike it? Of course not. She said that on purpose. She couldn't wait to protect her own child. How could she dislike it? I want to eat barbecued meat. Help me barbecue it. Yi Renbing stretched, then sat up and said, Okay. Let's go to the garden. What do you want to eat? Chicken wings? Or pork belly? This. Yi Renbing pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian lowered his head to take a look. Fuck. His whole body trembled. Chapter 1143. Yi Renbing smiled when she saw Lin Xian's expression. We'll eat at night. For now, let's eat something else. She walked out after saying that. Lin Xian. Wow. This Yi Renbing was a woman that even he admired. Her words made you feel like she was a wanton woman. But she wasn't. She was very valiant. Lin Xian followed her out. The two of them sat in the beautiful back garden. The girls helped to set up the barbecue grill. Naturally, they could get whatever they wanted. However, Lin Xian only liked to eat normal meat like chicken, duck, fish, and so on. Lin Xian personally went to choose the most popular ingredients for barbecue: chicken wings, tenderloin, oysters, potato chips, and so on. Lin Xian felt that Yi Renbing's life was simply invincible. She could do whatever she wanted and eat whatever she wanted here. Because it was one of the few days when she truly came into contact with the human world. She learned a lot from Linglong Shui. After that, she fell in love with many human delicacies. Every day, people would regularly go to the human world to purchase ingredients, drinks, snacks, and even red wine. She wasn't afraid of spending money. It was unimaginable. What did a demon god think? Do you want to call Linglong Shui and the others over? Yi Renbing asked. Ah, didn't you want to eat that tonight? Call her over? Let's eat together. Lin Xian. No. She's different from you, Lin Xian said helplessly. Trash. Yi Renbing said. No, how am I trash? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Even the demon god had sex with him, and Linglong Shui was also obedient to him. This was something that no one in the history of mankind had ever been able to do. Instead, he had become a cripple. You haven't even touched Linglong Shui a few times. Aren't you trash? Lin Xian. A man can't even convince Linglong Shui to serve you with another woman. Isn't he a piece of trash? Lin Xian. Sister, your thinking is too tough. Whether or not you're brave is one thing. Do you dare to say that you've never thought about it? Yi Renbing smirked as she looked at Lin Xian. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to barbecue. Do you like oysters? It's garlic flavored, and I'll add some small chili pepper for you. It's very fragrant. Lin Xian was barbecuing. Lin Xian liked to eat barbecue very much. He felt that many things were simply delicious when they were barbecued with some chili, especially oysters. You should eat more. It's said that this thing can increase the intensity of that aspect. Yi Renbing said with a smile. Lin Xian. Yes. I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand it. It's okay. Anyway, Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue will accompany me tonight. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to withstand it. Ah, At this moment, the two girls walked in with a few people. Is here. Lin Xian looked over. Ling Long Shui, Yi Renbing, and Ling Longyue had arrived. Damn! Lin Xian then looked at Yi Renbing. The phone beside her was lit up. God knows when she sent them a message. The rest of the night will depend on your ability. Yi Renbing smiled at Lin Xian. No, wait. What does this woman mean? Other women all wish that a man only belongs to them. When they see a man flirting with another woman, they want to twist his head off. But this Yi Renbing is pushing him into a pile of women? Wow, someone is going to die tonight, right? Smells so good. Ling Longyue then ran over and stood beside Lin Xian, looking at the delicious food that Lin Xian had barbecued. She couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She also loved barbecued food. She felt that the taste of barbecued food was like heaven and earth. Even some of the dishes were delicious. Add some chili noodles. Wow! You want to try it first? Lin Xian passed a skewer of barbecued wings to Ling Longyue. Furthermore, it was a boneless barbecued wing. Okay. Ling Longyue couldn't wait to receive it. This color, this chili, this taste. The saliva in her mouth was instantly diluted. Then, she took a bite. Her eyes were wide open and little stars appeared. Ling Longshui and Yi Renbing walked over and sat beside them. Why are you guys here? Yi Renbing said that since we have nothing to do, we should gather together and eat something. So we decided to come. Ling Longshui sat beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian then touched her lower abdomen. It had been 3 months. Actually, the bulge wasn't obvious. After all, she was wearing quite a lot of clothes. But when you touched it, you could feel it. Yi Renbing took a look and then subconsciously looked at her own stomach. Can we eat this now? Foodie Ling Longyue stared at the lamb skewer and asked. Yes, you guys can eat. I'll continue barbecuing. Lin Xian then took out the ingredients. Didn't you say that barbecued food goes best with beer? Yi Renbing asked. Then, she snapped her fingers and a dozen girls each carried a box over. Wow, what are you doing? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Didn't you say that one person can drink a box of this beer? Lin Xian. It's not easy for us to get together today. Let's drink to our heart's content. Whoever uses spirit energy to dissolve the alcohol will be punished. Yi Renbing looked at them and said, Lin Xian. For some reason, he felt that Yi Renbing had some bad intentions. Let's eat. Why do you have to set such a rule? Ling Longshui asked in confusion. If one uses spirit energy to dissolve the alcohol, what's the point of drinking? Yi Renbing said. All right, you can drink less. Yi Renbing looked at Ling Longyue and said, I'll eat something good. Ling Longyue said. Lin Xian shook his head secretly. What was this demon god trying to do? She was really lawless. Then they chatted and ate while Lin Xian acted as the coolie. Here. Yi Renbing sat on the other side of Lin Xian and put a roasted wing in front of Lin Xian's mouth to feed him. Little Bing Bing is still the best. Lin Xian grinned. Bing Lingyue didn't say anything. Who were the people in the day? Ling Longshui thought of something and asked Lin Xian. I don't know. They were from the demon race. Maybe they were from the 9th demon god temple. Lin Xian said. The 9th demon god temple? Yi Renbing licked the condiments on her red lips and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. They're looking for you again? Lin Xian nodded. I was doing a mission with some people from the martial arts academy. When I came back, someone was waiting for me. He didn't kill me, but he wanted to kill others. It's fine as long as he doesn't kill you. Yi Renbing then took a sip of wine. No, I have many friends around me. I can't just watch something happen to them. Yi Renbing wiped the corner of her mouth and said, I don't care about your friends. Lin Xian then looked at Ling Longshui with grievance. You've made too many enemies. Sometimes having too many enemies will affect the people around you. Damn, I'm not the one who wants to make enemies. Ask her. Lin Xian pointed at Yi Renbing. Bing. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.